What is going on, folks? It is a beautiful Sunday across the United States here. It's a Good Trouble Sunday here with the movie John Lewis, the Good Trouble movie coming out just days ago nationally in theaters and also streaming devices and also video on demand services as well, on demand services. This is the Good Trouble, the John Lewis Good Trouble HBCU Takeover. Got a little NBA 2K coming up later. Got a lot of fabulous guests that will be joining us live, a lot of famous celebrities and athletes and influencers and entertainers that will be joining us here to stir up a little good trouble and to get the word out to make sure that we educate people to get out and vote, exercise our franchise, and make sure that we're voting in the elections that's coming up here the first Tuesday in November. Larry Ridley from SNY TV, NBC Sports, also a little Madden, NFL, NBA 2K. Got to bring in the co-founders of HBCU Heroes. It's Tracy Pennywell, George Lynch, and also, of course, the queen of esports extra, the two-time WNBA champ, Renee Montgomery. Guys, good Sunday to you. Let's get into some good trouble. You guys excited?
Oh, what? Yes, I'm excited. I've obviously seen it. I'm excited that everyone else has seen it, and this is me flexing. I saw it early, so yes, I did,
Woo!
but it's good. I mean, and it's so timely right now.
Well, you know what, Renee? We were so happy, one, that you came on board with us to be an official HBCU Heroes ambassador. And two, because with your social impact big move, you dropped the mic, what you did a couple weeks ago. Like, I said, this is our girl. I mean, I'm glad we got you before the rest of America. I didn't know you were going to make that move. I was like, look, she's hands off. We got her on
Facts.
and you stuck with it. You was like, nope, I ain't going nowhere, Tracy.
I told you. Look, I had it kind of in my mind. I had told you earlier. I was like, listen. Did I not? I was like, listen.
And I was going to do my black girl magic, sister girl, everything I had to do to keep you, but I didn't even have to because you are that true of a girl. That's
Hey, real quickly, Renee, tell everybody what happened for people that don't know. And remember, there's a lot of people that don't know what happened. Walk us through it exactly.
Yeah, so
Couple of weeks ago.
recently, yeah, a couple of weeks ago, I announced that I'm opting out of the 2020 WNBA season just to focus on things to push the movement forward. So we all understand that this is a systematic problem, but I understand that there's a moment happening right now where in 4 months, these businesses might not be still asking the same questions. You know, they still might not be as willing to help. So I felt like that this time and this moment in time is important. So I opted out of my season and I'll be doing different things like this to bring awareness. One of the things that I'm really passionate about is HBCUs. So that's why I had told Tracy early on that I was like, Tracy, yeah, we gotta stay connected. And they welcome me with open arms, like she said before I even announced. So that's why I love when people are consistent, and they've been consistent since I started. So here I am.
Good stuff.
Yay.
Yes, the two-time WNBA champ, doing some good work. I know you handing out bottles. You're having block parties. You've done a lot of national interviews. So definitely, you're behind the movement. And I love one of your sayings. Moments equal
Equal
momentum.
momentum.
You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? And momentum equals a movement. So we'll take a step further today with some good
Now,
trouble on a
that's good
Sunday.
trouble right there, Larry.
That is
That's
good trouble.
good trouble. Yes.
Yeah, I was trying to get in a lot of good trouble when I tweeted that, and it worked. So
It did. It did. I loved it. Absolutely. We're going to be joined also by the director of John Lewis Good Trouble movie, the great Dawn Porter. We had a chance to sit down and talk with her. She'll be joining us. Also, Erica Alexander. You remember her from Cousin Pam from the sitcoms back in the day, The Cosby Show, and also Living Single. She'll be joining us. And of course, it's all about this movie that just came out this past Friday, July the 3rd. John Lewis Good Trouble movie. 96 minutes, rare archival video and footage that you'll see. A very important film to learn about the life and the times and the struggle and the movement of John Lewis, who is a civil rights icon, a congressman in Georgia, arrested over 40-something times as well, fighting for every last one of our rights here in the United States. So definitely a man that needs to be commended. I'm glad that this video, this movie, this documentary is out. Guys, let's go ahead and go and take a look at this documentary. Guys, let's go ahead and cue up this PSA, if you will. Here's a little snippet. Here's a video clip, a trailer of the John Lewis Good Trouble movie. Take a listen.
When you see something that is not right, not fair, not just, say something, do something. Get in trouble, good trouble, necessary trouble.
He was always different than every member of Congress. He was John Lewis.
We're marching today to dramatize to the world that hundreds and thousands of Negro citizens denied the right to vote.
If John Lewis as a 19, 20-year-old wasn't doing what he did, I would not be here.
people struggled and died to make it possible for every American to exercise their right to vote.
He challenges the conscience of the Congress.
You cannot replace a John Lewis.
Are you with me? Let me hear you. There are forces in America today want to take us back, but we're not going back. We're going forward. That is not right. Do something. Get in trouble. Good trouble.
If John Lewis, as a 19, 20-year-old, wasn't doing what he did, I would not be here.
Too many people struggled and died for every American to exercise their right to vote.
You cannot replace a John Lewis.
There are forces in America today want to take us back, but we're not going back. We're going forward. Philosophy is very simple. When you see something that is not right, not fair, not just, say something, do something, get in trouble, good trouble, necessary trouble.
He was always different than every member of Congress. Everybody knew what he had done. He was John Lewis.
We're marching today to dramatize to the world that hundreds and thousands of Negro citizens denied the right to vote.
Congressman Lewis gave us the blueprint to organize and to legislate.
The reason why he's effective as a leader is because he's lived it.
We made a decision to march in an orderly, peaceful, nonviolent fashion from Selma to Montgomery.
You are ordered to disperse. This march will not continue.
I was hit in the head. My knees went from under me. I thought I was going to down the bridge.
If John Lewis, as a 19, 20-year-old, wasn't doing what he did, I would not be here.
We will march with the spirit of love and with the spirit of dignity that we have shown here today.
The whole time he was in the movement, it was frightening, knowing the danger, knowing what could happen.
You cannot replace a John Lewis.
He's the most courageous person I ever met.
Too many people struggled and died to make it possible for every American to exercise their right to vote.
He challenges the conscience of the Congress.
Bring common sense gun control legislation to the House floor.
40 years later, John Lewis continues to inspire us.
Are you with me? Let me hear you. 3 civil rights workers that were murdered for trying to help people get registered to vote are looking down on us.
This is a time for action. That's what I learned from John Lewis.
There are forces in America today want to take us back, but we're not going back. We're going forward.
Alpha Gamma chapter at Fisk University support United States Congressman Brother John Lewis in his efforts for us to get into good trouble. For over hundreds of years, African Americans and minorities have struggled and Alpha Gamma chapter at Fisk University support United States Congressman Brother John Lewis in his efforts for us to get into good trouble. For over hundreds of years,
with the Good Trouble Challenge. And when we get the video back, we'll be able to see it. But we wanted everyone to have some fun, make some good trouble, get in on this Good Trouble Challenge. It's really fun. We wanted to go on TikTok and go viral. And salute to Congressman John Lewis. It's just one of those ways where we're meshing the two. We've got the HBCU community, the millennials, and we're meshing those with the old guard. So we're putting them all together, and that's why we came up with the challenge. So hopefully we'll get to play that later on in the show.
Yeah, good stuff, and we'll definitely work on that. And you talked about the connection between Representative John Lewis and the Sigmas. How far back does that go?
Well, gosh, I know John Lewis went to Fisk, and I'm going to imagine if he's 80, Renee, you'll have to help me do the math.
60 years.
Yeah, like 60 years. So,
Yeah.
Yeah. It goes back a good long way. So, and even the Fisk guys, the Fisk team showed up and showed out. Like, they were so happy that we as a foundation and you guys as well know that coming together to do something like this to support HBCUs and to get this message out and to say, look, guys, y'all are already out here doing some things, and we're so proud of you, Congressman Lewis, so proud of you. We just want to make some visibility, some good trouble, stir it up a little bit more.
All right, good stuff. And guys, you can try and watch the movie. We're going to give you a link here so you can view the movie. You can go to watch.eventive. That's watch.eventive. ENVI.
Or they can go to our website too. It's actually if they
do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, HBCUheroes.org. It's a lot easier. Yeah. Because the other one is like watch.eventive.org. Go to HBCUheroes.org. That's www.hbcuheroes.org. And you can download the movie right now. And of course, portions of that will go to help historical black colleges and universities and also HBCU Heroes. So once again, if you want to watch the movie, 96 minutes, John Lewis Good Trouble movie, directed by Don Porter and produced by Eric Alexander. You can go to hbcuheroes.org. Steve, let's go ahead and go to this PSA. And on the other side of the break, we're going to come back and have the first game of our inaugural NBA 2K tournament.
Yes, sir.
HBCUs, Virginia State, Langston, John C. Smith, Southern Hampton.
Yes,
and
sir.
FSU, the real FSU, Fayetteville State University.
Hey, and listen, shouts to Hampton on landing a big recruit in the sports world. Things are changing for HBCUs. Pay attention.
Maker, right? Top 15 recruit.
Yeah.
Maker, absolutely.
Yeah.
So, Steve, let's go ahead and run this PSA, and on the other side, we'll come back with this inaugural game one of the NBA.
This election in November is one of the most important elections we'll have. Our civil rights icons have sacrificed so much for us to be able to have our voices heard at the polls. As Congressman John Lewis says, get in good trouble. Go ahead and vote.
Alpha Gamma chapter at Fisk University support United States Congressman Brother John. The Brothers of Alpha Gamma chapter at Fisk University support United States Congressman Brother John Lewis in his efforts for us to get into.
To the HBCU Takeover, the John Lewis Good Trouble movie just came out a couple days ago. This is the HBCU Takeover. Got Tracy Pennywell and George Lynch, co-founders of HBCU Heroes, and also two-time WNBA champ for the Atlanta Dream, Renee Montgomery. Well, you know what? First of all, I got to get this out the way. What up, Snook and Diddy?
Hey, shouts to Snook and Diddy. That's my parents, guys, by the way. Yes. Larry knows them very well because they tune in every time we have an esports extra show. So shouts to Snook and Diddy. They're watching.
Well, your mom was actually on our Mother's Day show.
Oh, yeah.
That's right.
And your sisters.
And the sisters. That's right.
Yeah, we have an HBCU family, so it made sense. That's why I said that's close to my heart. That's why I'm in here. Can't wait to see the games. Okay?
George Lynch, let's get you in here, kind sir. Former NBA player, national champion at UNC North Carolina in 1993. Just talk about how excited you are to be here, man. Good trouble and stirring up some good trouble. I see your shirt right there. Hashtag make good trouble. Vote.
Yeah, I'm representing the shirt. I got orders. I'm taking orders if anyone needs one. I think it's great. I worked at a HBCU 2 years ago. The past 2 years, I had the opportunity to coach and live and be a part of the HBCU experience, and it was great. And we got to get the students on these campuses to get out and support and vote, and that's why we're doing this event.
Yeah, good stuff. And just talk about the importance of the great John Lewis and some of the sacrifices that he's made for all of us, and how much of an inspiration he is, George, to all of us.
He's, like you said, he was one of the forefront in the movement back in the '60s, and he did his part. And I think the young people today have to step up and do their part in order for this movement to be successful.
Yeah, we talked about it. I know, Tracy, real quickly before we get to this video, voter participation in the 18 to 25, the HBCUs, had the biggest drop in 2016. We want to definitely clean that back up if we want to make some good trouble this coming November, right?
No, we will clean that up.
Yes.
We have to. And see, this is why I'm so happy to have Renee, George, you, Larry. It takes all of us. I feel like some people might relate better to a WNBA player. People might, you were Madden Esports, the voice of esports, Madden. George, you being a college coach and plus the UNC and the NBA. I think it just takes all of us to reach out and each one reach one to bring those HBCUers in. I mean, I don't know what happened last time, but this time, Renee.
Not again. Not again.
That's why we here.
You know what? We all might have made a little slip up. I mean, I voted, but we all might have made a little slip up last time, but we're just here to make sure that this time everyone is in tune, locked in. We have work to do as a community, and it starts with voting.
Don't make us tell your mama, because you know how we do. You need to go out and tell your mama them, and we won't be able to next time. So we'll tell you. I know me and Renee will for sure. We tell you
facts. Okay, right. Facts. It takes a village, but seriously, I mean that's the whole point. So I'm glad to be here. I'm happy to be a part of this.
As the kids like to say, big facts right there, man.
Big facts. Okay.
This is one of those, inalienable rights that we all have that we must use. That franchise. It all starts with the power of the vote. Maybe, we can transform things like we've done in the past and we can continue to do in the future. But guys, we got this HBCU Takeover NBA 2K tournament, the first of its kind, put on by ourselves to compete forever and the good folks at HBCU Heroes. Tracy, a driving force behind this. George did some work on this. Renee, you were definitely a voice on this. We got 6 fine historical black colleges and universities: Virginia State, Langston, John C. Smith, Southern Hampton, and Fayetteville State represented. Let's go ahead and go to game 1 here of this inaugural Good Trouble, John Lewis Good Trouble movie, HBCU Takeover. HBCU Takeover live here on Twitch, twitch.tv/compete forever. This is the Good Trouble HBCU Takeover, the NBA 2K tournament. Literally here from SNY TV, that is Sportsnet New York Television, here in Manhattan. I live in Jersey, but of course we're located in Manhattan, and this is a very historic event. And we got my good buddy here. She is the queen of esports extra, 2-time WNBA champion, Renee Montgomery. You ready for some 2K?
Listen, you ain't got to tell me. I stay ready. Let's get it. I'm trying to see what these guys can do.
Stick skills, baby. I want to see what they're talking about and see what sort of sort of game plan they're going to bring here, guys. Of course, this is the Good Trouble HBCU Takeover. We have 6 HBCUs, that's historical black colleges and universities, participating in this very first event, an inaugural event, a historic event. We got Virginia State being played and represented by Keon Smith. We got Chandler Craddock from Langston University. We've also got Keenan Johnson from John C. Smith. We also have Jamal Young from Southern University in Baton Rouge. We got Melvin Forrest, the old pirate, Hampton University. Then we got Ahmad Moore representing Fayetteville State. They call it FSU down there in North Carolina. That would be North Cac. And you can see the bracket there. Chandler Craddock from Langston and Keon Smith from Virginia State, the top 2 seeds. Keon Smith being the number 1 overall seed, and Chandler Craddock, of course, being the number 2 seed. All right, Renee, how excited are you to get involved and dive into this? You are a 2-time WNBA and NBA champion. You play with the Atlanta Dream, play with the Minnesota Lynx, but this is your first foray into NBA 2K.
Listen, with the name, you're representing the Good Trouble, the name. So the HBCUs, I want y'all to show up. We don't want to see any 30-point blowouts.
No.
We don't want to have to kick you off the sticks. Show up, show out. Let's get it.
All right. And we are playing by our tournament rules here, 5-minute quarters, Hall of Fame level. This, guys, my friends, this is regs. That's what we like to call regular teams. So these 6 competitors, they get to choose from any of the 30 NBA teams. You'll probably see a lot of Lakers. You'll probably see a lot of Bucks. You'll probably see some Clippers. But in this first game, I think we got the Trailblazers from Portland, Rip City, baby. You ready to go, Renee?
Oh, shouts out to my guy, Damian Lillard. I'm ready to see.
On NBA 2K21.
On NBA. Oh,
just got it out. Yes.
Okay. Shouts to my guy. I'm ready. Look, I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. This is going to be exciting. And, he's like a video game player. So that's who I would kind of, there's certain players that they are built for video games because their game in real life is a video game. So, yeah, that's a good choice.
As they like to say, Renee, it's Dane time.
It's Dane time.
It's Dane time.
Okay.
And it's Dane time. So let's go ahead and dive right in. Guys, go ahead, lock up, start the game. We got Keenan Johnson from John C. Smith, and we got Ahmad Moore from Fayetteville State. He's playing with the Lakers, and here we go, Renee. Blazers with the ball first. And you can see.
Oh, you got to get real good and close in here to see. Okay.
Oh, yes, ma'am. There they go. And now, got the Blazers off to the start. Steve, let's go ahead and take it full if we can. We'll start.
Yeah, let's take it full
with that. Right off the rip, 9-5 lead so far with the Lakers with the lead. If you are the Lakers and they got that backcourt, what do you do here, Renee?
Just throw it ahead far. Yeah, like you got to advance. They didn't even pressure up, so they didn't make it hard on them at all.
Oh, nice alley-oop there. Rocking the rim. D. Howard rocking it with the one-hand punch there.
Throw it down. Yeah, one hand, throw it down. And that's his specialty. He's not going to shoot outside. He's going to get to the rim, so you got to protect the rim with this guy.
Oh, there's one of those guards for the Blazers driving. Misses the layup, but he does go to the foul line. You got McCollum there. CJ, that's one of the best backcourts in the NBA, right, Renee?
Oh, points-wise, I mean, it's not even up for debate. Points-wise, they get it done. And CJ McCollum is one of those people that he has such a fundamental game, and he's so grounded. He's hard to guard.
All right, Steve, we'll come back out to the 3 box, and we'll mix it up here. Lakers with the ball. A 4-point lead here. Larry Ridley from SNY TV. Renee Montgomery, 2-time WNBA champ. Lakers throwing it around the horn so far.
See the ball movement. Okay.
Yes.
Listen, you very rarely see shot clock violations, but the Lakers are moving the ball. That ended up in a turnover, but I mean, you like to see them sharing it.
Almost a turnover. Dwight
they saved it.
Hold on to it. Yeah. Shot goes up. Rebounded by the Lakers. Back up again. Another rebound, and this time and one. The Lakers right now. Anthony Davis doing his thing on the glass, Renee.
Listen, that's a guy you have to box out every time. He's going to go to the glass every single time. You miss your assignment, look what happens.
Blazers at home, Rip City, Pacific Northwest down by 7 early on. Larry Ridley from SNY TV, Madden NFL, little NBA 2K League as well. Renee Montgomery, 2-time WNBA champ. Pulling up the jumper. Here comes the Lake Show. Howard with the rebound.
A little mid-range game. You don't even really see mid-range much anymore. Okay.
Another foul call there. Your boy so far early on, Anthony Davis doing work so far, Renee.
I mean, he's a matchup nightmare. So he's always going to get to the free throw line because you put somebody small on him, he's going to post up. You put somebody big on him, he's drive by.
Absolutely. Blazers down now by 9 for this inaugural Good Trouble HBCU Takeover NBA 2K tournament. Good Trouble, the movie, came out Friday, July the 3rd. This is part of the HBCU Takeover. Absolutely. The great, iconic congressman from Georgia, John Lewis, fought those battles, civil rights icon, arrested over 40 times. Renee, good stuff with that, right?
Yeah, that's a badge of honor. And what I'm looking at right now, that's a badge of honor, is this defense the Lakers are playing. I mean, they're getting after it. The Trailblazers are searching for a bucket, like they're searching for a way to score.
Down by 8, 3. Doesn't go. Lakers controlling the boards once again. Howard covered Dwight when he was in Orlando. Here comes Ant.
Look at
down
that.
the lane. Misses. Went baseline. Rebound by, and he's that's a green. Release rotation. Give him the result. And the Lakers cruising now. It's a double-digit lead. What do you got to do, Portland, to get back in this game, Renee?
You can't let offensive rebound results in a three-pointer. It's like a fact in sports. You got to clear the glass. Clear the glass before you go.
John C. Smith, Keenan Johnson representing John C. Smith with the Blazers down early against the 6th seed, Ahmad Moore. The Lakers early with the lead. And there's a rebound, and we got a pause in the action here as the Lakers with an early double-digit lead here in Rip City. Got to see the mascot going there. You see the cheerleaders. How realistic is this game for you, Renee?
Look, these graphics are crazy. I watch all the time. I'm thinking it's a commercial for something real, and then they say like the game rating. I'm like, huh? So these graphics, they're next level. Okay.
Throw it down, wham, with the right hand. Maybe we spoke too soon, Renee. Here come the Blazers.
I hope they come. I want it to be competitive. I said this is the good trouble. This is for the good trouble. You got to show out.
Early lead for the 6th seed playing with the Lake Show, but here comes Keenan Johnson with John C. Smith. Early on, Ahmad Moore representing Fayetteville State, and the Lakers leading so far. Early 9-point lead. Here come the Blazers. Oh, he had a man down low, took the shot, got fouled there. He'll go to the line. Another opportunity here for the Blazers to get back in it, cut that lead down even further, Renee.
Absolutely. And that's something that you should do. Attack Anthony Davis. Make him work on the defensive end because he's clearly going to make you work on the offensive end.
I don't know. That's one of the best defensive players in the league. But you're right. You got to go at him.
You got to. You have to. You can't shy away from it. Go into his body.
Right into his chest. You're absolutely right, Renee. Long three by the Lakers. Lakers starting to cool off, Renee. Here come the Blazers on a little mini break. Lakers back.
Basketball is a game of runs, so I look for the Trailblazers to make a run. Portland has to make a run right now. Keep it interesting, guys.
Dame got it over to the big man. Oh, throws it in reverse and off the glass. And yeah, here we go, baby.
Ask and thou shall receive. That's what we like to see. Again, these are layups. Attack the basket. We know they're good at defense. Still attack.
Now just a 5-point lead. Here comes Dame Dollar. Oh! In the face.
Oh, my goodness.
Right hand, Renee Montgomery. What'd you think about that?
That's called a momentum play. That swings the pendulum to the other side.
Yes, ma'am. They call it NBA 2K momentum. That's what they call it. That NBA.
Oh, really? I like that. NBA 2K momentum. It just happened. It just happened.
Going back, I thought there was a turnover. Looks like it was off on the Blazers. Lakers with the ball. Only a 3-point lead. They were up 11 a minute ago. Anthony Davis misses. Blazers back the other way with the rebound. Oh, you see the green dot. It looked like Dame Dollar. He's hot right now.
Yeah. Oh, you got to look. He got to get one up. He check time.
Sure is. Oh, that's how you take it in hard. Right there, JaMale McGee.
Is that how you feel?
Man, hey. We like to say getting in some chin-ups, Renee.
Oh,
Two hands there. Absolutely. You know how you hit your head on the goalpost in the NFL and the NBA. You got to get in those chin-ups.
And he plays at a different level. You just throw it up there. He will go get it.
Down low for the Blazers. That's missed. Rebounded by the Lakers. Looks like that's a foul.
Yeah, there was a foul
Portland.
on the baseline.
So you look at John C. Smith playing with the Blazers, the 3 seed, down as many as 11 or 12, cut it to 3. Here come Fayetteville State. Ahmad Moore playing with them, representing Fayetteville State. FSU lead back up to 5, trying to get it even more comfortable here.
Yeah, I like that John didn't panic. He got down early, but he didn't panic. came back, put a little run together of his own. But look at this. Woo! That's an easy one. That's an easy one.
Get up to get down, Renee Montgomery. I know you had hops like that at UConn, didn't you?
I wish. I don't know what the air up there is like, but it looks nice.
It's rarefied, my friend. That's what that air is up there. We don't know anything about that.
Listen, LeBron James says he's the highest one in the room. So
that's a mid shot by the Blazers. One of their few offensive rebounds. Put back does not go. Controlled by the Lake Show. Lake Show up 7. It was just down to 3. 4-0 run by the Lake Show. LeBron.
No, sir. You can't let a full freight train, full steam, dead ahead, LeBron James go to the basket uncontested.
Boy, that is what we like to call just disrespectful. That's what that was as he headed to the lane. LBJ, back come the Blazers, down by 9 now. Dame Dollar gets the bunny to go. And one.
He's just a solid. When I say he's solid, that's a compliment. And like, you just know this guy is going to be good every single game. Like it says, he brings it every game. He has this chip. You can see his chip on his shoulder. Like he actually plays with it sitting there. I love it. You love to see it.
As a point guard, you know all about the trials and tribulations leading the team. But you can finger roll. I know you can do it, Renee. You might not be able to jump, but I know you can finger roll.
Larry Laptop, I've been finger rolling since you could finger roll, okay? I've been Tootsie rolling too, but I don't know what the air up there is like, okay? Sweetest girl, let me see.
Good stuff here for the Good Trouble HBCU Takeover, the NBA 2K tournament. Larry Ridley here from SNY TV. NBC Sports, a little bit of that. Madden NFL, also a little NBA 2K League. Two-time WNBA champ. Renee Montgomery, we got a good one going on here. Lakers up by 7. It was just down to 3. A little 4-0 run, though, to extend that lead, Renee.
Yeah, and Ahmad, John went on a run, but Ahmad answered with his own run. So that's basketball.
Up ahead. Oh, he had the layup. He had the angle. Oh, and he still went in for the nice finger roll we just talked about.
Figaro. That's what it says. But yes, that's what you have to do. Everything, if you've noticed. Goodness.
LeBron James attacking the rack.
Listen, if you've noticed, most of the Trailblazer points are at the basket. Go there. Come on. Dame is trying to get his teammates. Come on. Work with him.
Under a minute to play here for this Good Trouble HBCU Takeover. NBA 2K tournament, the 3 seed. Keenan Johnson representing John C. Smith playing with the Blazers. 6 seed, Fayetteville State's Ahmad Moore playing with the Lakers down right now. Well, the Lakers up right now. Blazers down by 7. Here come the Blazers trying to cut back into that lead. Got Dame Dollar as a foul call there.
Wait a minute.
Boy, JR.
Wait a minute. That's what I was about to say. Wait a minute. I had to look for a second. Shouts to my guy JR back in the league. I don't care what nobody says. He's a bucket. There is nothing you can argue. Okay, time and score. I know people are going to say that. This guy's a bucket. So LeBron know what he's doing. JR has made it. Okay.
He's a bucket until he calls an unwarranted timeout. Then he's not a bucket. Then he's a headache at that point.
He's a bucket, though. Okay? He's a bucket. You're right, but he's a bucket, okay?
Going back to the finals a few years back. Lakers up by 5. Blazers keeping it close. Lakers.
Bully ball.
More. Yes, down the lane. Gets it to go. Lake Show back up now by 7, 28-21. Time running down. Under 10 seconds to go here. Tick, tick, tick.
What we got. You got to get one off. You can't not get a shot off.
Oh, he did not get it off. I don't think that was a great court awareness there or time awareness there. And we'll go into the second quarter here for this Good Trouble HBCU Takeover NBA 2K tournament. John C. Smith being led by the Blazers and Keenan Johnson trailing against Fayetteville State's Ahmad Moore and the Lakers by 7, Renee.
Yeah, no, look, the thing about it is you like that the stars are showing up. LeBron felt that things were getting crazy, started playing bully ball, backing them in. Look, that's just smart basketball.
Absolutely. Here come the Blazers down by 7 in Portland. Blocked
Wait
there.
a minute.
Back down low. Back out again to Dame.
They got to attack that basket. Got to. Even though he missed that layup, you have to attack the basket. You can't let the length of the Lakers make you shoot all threes, all perimeter.
That's what they want. They want you out on the perimeter. There's a bucket and one. Hoop and the harm for Ant Davis. I thought might had it. Well, he was on NBA 2K20, so he can't be back-to-back covers. But now that, hey, that lead back up to double digits, Renee.
Yeah, I mean, the Lakers are the contenders. Everybody talks about it, so it's no surprise when the Lakers are playing great against a good team. Like that's just what they do.
How about the 6th seed from Fayetteville State, Ahmad Moore, going on the road up against one of the top 3 seeds, and right now living comfortably with a double-digit lead here. Air ball picked up by the Blazers.
That was a pass then. That's called a pass. What you mean? I didn't see an air ball. I saw a pass and an assist. How about that?
That was a 24-second violation. They're back the other way. Here come the Lakers up by 10, trying to get the lead to 12, which I think their largest lead was 11. And there it is down low.
But look how they're playing. You see, they're just playing smart basketball. It's not pretty. They're backing it down every time. It's a bucket.
12-point lead, Renee Montgomery here. Largest lead of the ball game for Ahmad Moore at Fayetteville State and the Lakers. Blazers in a world of trouble. What do they need to do, Renee?
They need to calm down. It looks like a fire drill right now. It looks like there's an actual fire drill. Well, excuse me. My bad. Was that Dane?
It's that time.
What?
It's that
My
time.
bad. Okay.
They
Way
need
to clean
right
it up.
now.
Way to clean it up. I stand
Hey.
corrected because it was looking crazy, but they might have drawn it up like that.
Right now, Blazers down. Still pretty comfortable lead for Ahmad Moore. Been in complete control. He's had the lead the entire time. Keenan Johnson from John C. Smith has trailed the entire game. And here come the Blazers down by 10 once again. It's been in between, basically 5 to 10 points the entire time, Renee.
It has. And again, layups. You got to push the issue. You can't score on just the long length of the Lakers. You got to push it. Come on, guys. Let's get it.
Anthony Davis at the foul line. Lakers down or up actually by 9 now. Make it 9. They were just up 8. What's the play here, Renee? You've been on some teams that maybe didn't have size and played a little bit smaller, small ball there. How do you sort of combat that length?
Yeah, you got to do your work early. They're letting LeBron James, Anthony Davis catch it right at the block. They take 2 power dribbles and they're shooting a layup. That finger roll you talked about, they're shooting it. So you got to push them out further, make them start the back down way outside the paint.
Yeah, Dame Dollar with some teardrops and some layups early. Oh,
Woo!
the alley, rocking the oop, Anthony Davis, rim rocker.
Oh, man. Listen, that's the highest percentage shot in basketball. Can't give him a lot of those.
Hey, man, got to throw it up, man. This is reminiscent of the old Lob City days. Renee, the Lake Show looking good right now. How about Ahmad Moore so far? I know he had a layup, and I don't know. I think he hit the wrong button. But you kick it back out for 3. Oh, he misses that, Renee.
I was about to say, I think Ahmad was just going for the 3 then. I was gonna give him that.
Kyle Kuzma, hey, he's a streaky guy. Depending on the hairstyle, depending on the day.
Oh my
you never know what you might give him
goodness.
on Kyle Kuzma, huh?
Yeah, I'm an athlete, so I gotta say, when he's healthy, I think that he can green light it and go. But I know he was like trying to battle injuries and get back in the rotation. But this guy, yeah, he's certified bucket too.
He's a talent. Absolutely. You're definitely right about that. Long a 2 from, that's one of those shots in the NBA and the WNBA now. Those 20-foot jumpers, those are no-nos, right, Renee?
Yeah, people just aren't in love with that shot anymore.
How about
Okay,
Anthony
Anthony
Davis? You
Davis
see?
with the little
The
shimmy
dream
shake. I seen a little something.
Back come the Blazers. Keenan Johnson, the 3-seed from John C. Smith, down right now by 12, tied for the largest lead of the ball game. The 6th-seed, Renee, from Fayetteville State, Ahmad Moore and the Lakers, early 12-point lead so far. There's a foul
Yeah,
there.
and the 6th seed is looking like the 1st seed right now. I mean, he's playing great. And when I say that, a lot of people fall in love with, let me just shoot threes because I want to. He's literally going about his business like, this is my advantage. We're taking it in the post every single time. Like, so that's smart basketball.
Absolutely. Larry Ridley here, SNY TV, NBC Sports, Madden NFL, NBA 2K League. Renee Montgomery, the 2-time WNBA champions, the Good Trouble HBCU Takeover, NBA 2K tournament here. It's the 3-seed. Keenan Johnson from John C. Smith and the Blazers down so far to the 6th-seed. Fayetteville State's Ahmad Moore and the Lakers, Renee.
Yeah, and look, there's still time. This thing about sports, you can go get hot in a hurry. We can see a lot of green.
They need lots of 2K momentum right now.
A lot.
Down.
They could
Down
really
by
use the
12.
wish right now.
And you're right. It's just been bully ball. Oh, another lob this time. To
Another
D.
one.
Howard. Looking like the old Orlando Magic, Dwight Howard.
And you know what? It's all about personnel too. You got a lot of tension on the ball. Throw it up.
Yeah. Almost threw it away. Almost turned it over.
Good find.
There you go. But he missed the bunny, Renee.
Oh man.
Put back.
Yeah.
No, doesn't go.
That's
the
the ones you. I mean, you have to get that one, especially when you're down. You have to get that one.
It's just been running at the rim each and every time down the court. Lakers got to be shooting well over 50%, probably in the 60s right now, doing a great job, and it's their largest lead of the ball game. Renee, they're up by 16. This thing is getting out of control in a hurry for John C. Smith's Keenan Johnson playing with the Blazers, Renee.
Yeah, and sometimes when you get down 15 plus, you gotta just put your pride hat on and just go to work. You don't even look at the score. You just go to work and know you got a lot of work to do.
Fadeaway jumpers will not get it as we go to halftime. I think we're halftime here, and the Blazers down by 16. Wow. You know, as we continue to go on, that was the third quarter, actually, as we head here to the fourth quarter. Good Trouble HBCU Takeover, NBA 2K tournament here, and the Lakers, played by Ahmad Moore and Fayetteville State, up big, 16, now 17, going into the fourth quarter now, Renee.
And look how many free throws. You know, Lakers have been living at the free throw line. They're attacking the basket every time. Portland's going to have to do the same.
18-point lead, Renee Montgomery, largest of the ball game for the 6th seed. I got to admit, Renee, I didn't see this coming, although that was a much-needed basket and a bucket right there, Renee.
Yeah, I didn't see it coming either. But again, it's the pros are about matchups, and the Lakers are a hard matchup for anyone.
Absolutely. Down the lane, missed layup by the Lakers, but once again, the rebounding been the story here. Lakers a much bigger team, better backcourt by the smaller team, the Blazers, but haven't seen CJ McCollum do anything since the first quarter, Renee.
Yeah, and he can't go silent. He's one of the main guys. He has to get big numbers as well as Damian Lillard because that's what the team is predicated on.
Yeah, especially when you got guys like Nurkic and some of those other guys for the Blazers.
Yeah, they're more roles players. They get their points off of a Damian Lillard or a CJ McCollum. So
late show.
Goodness. This is
with the left hand.
They are putting on a dunk show.
Renee,
Late show's
down the court looking at his hand like, did I just do that? That thing's on fire.
Yeah, he did that. You did that.
Largest lead of the game was 20, was over 20.
Yeah, now you got to do some math. They going to make you do some math.
Or you could just get in another cram session by LeBron. It's back up to 20. Largest of the ball game, 51-31, Renee Montgomery.
Listen, I don't want to have to kick anybody off, but Coach K said it's my duty. So we're not allowed. We're not allowed, you guys, but you better fight the urge.
30 points means you got to get off the sticks. So far,
fight the urge to get up. Fight the urge to give up. Like, because I've been hearing that sometimes gamers just give up. Fight the urge.
Wow, what another lob there by the Lake Show. And LeBron doing the patented put it down.
Yeah, it's starting to get filthy out there. It's starting to get filthy.
The last jump shot that I saw the Lakers hit was late in the first quarter, maybe early second. And they're still up by 20. That means they're getting a lot of bunnies, a lot of dunks, and that is a recipe for a win, right, Renee?
They're getting the highest percentage shot at a high frequency. Yeah, they're going to win. They're going to win by a lot.
Fourth quarter action here. John C. Smith of the Blazers. Keenan Johnson down big to Fayetteville State's Ahmad Moore, the 6th seed, playing with the Lakers. There's a jumper. That's missed, but once again, another rebound, Renee. Lakers doing this all game long.
You know, they say usually an O-board results in a three-pointer, but that one resulted in a turnover. I want to add, I don't want to just say the Lakers are only doing offense because they're actually playing great defense too. So this is just an all-around good game for the Lakers.
Can't wait to look at the rebound numbers. It's got to be at least a 2-1, maybe even 3-1 at this point. So Lakers have dominated on the glass, and now they're just dominating, throwing lobs. Anthony Davis.
You know, this is starting to feel like the layup lines and warm-ups where you're throwing up lobs and it's fun. Like they're having fun out there.
I've got no recollection of that, Renee. I don't get up that high.
Well, I've never thrown them either, but we've all seen it, haven't we? Listen, I want to throw one.
Now I can dunk with a tennis ball.
Can you really?
Yeah, I can. Absolutely. Yeah.
Oh, he said absolutely.
Yeah. Well, 43-year-old man, I can still get up and get down, you know. Not like I used to.
I like that. I like that.
Oh, wow. Still a big lead here, hovering around 20 points here. Actually, it's a 24-point lead, largest of the game, Renee. And this thing has been
Yes.
dominated from start to finish by Ahmad Moore. Can't say enough about this young man from
Yeah,
Fayetteville
Mod.
State. He didn't even, look, guys, Renee, he didn't even have an Xbox a few days ago. Don't tell
Excuse me,
anybody.
Ahmad.
Ahmad Moore didn't have an Xbox a few days ago, and he's
Wow.
come onto the stream as the sixth seed in this HBCU Takeover, the Good Trouble HBCU Takeover 2K tournament, and he's laying it on Keenan Johnson representing Johnson.
Spoiler alert. Spoiler alert. This is going to be like March Madness. You see, spoiler alert. The number 6 seed came through, handled his business, but I'm telling you, he went about it a certain way. It wasn't going to be pretty, but he was just going to keep on doing it.
Man, I'm so impressed by the young man because a quiet young man doing his thing at Fayetteville State. They're starting some esports initiatives and programs there, just like we see at a lot of these other historical black colleges and university. But I'm going to be honest with you, Renee. I'm pleasantly shocked here.
Yeah, I'm impressed, but I like it. I like that we don't know what to expect now. You know what I mean? So I like that the unpredictability, the seeding means nothing here. We see right here the number 6 seed is holding it down.
Holding it down, and he's going to get his shot coming up against Langston if this score holds. And right now, he's got a huge 20-plus point lead here. Larry Ridley from
It would
SN1
have to
TV
be
and Renee
talent.
Montgomery.
It would be talent to blow this league. Like he would have to intentionally blow this league because
It's almost impossible in 2K.
yeah, exactly. But kudos to him. Like, people love the underdog.
Well, it's
We have our
42 points.
first Cinderella.
We do, the sixth seed. You don't know anything about Cinderella, so don't talk to me about Cinderella. You were the big dogs at UConn, number 1 seed. There's no such thing as Cinderella to you guys.
Yeah, but sometimes we didn't come in as the number 1 seed, so we felt a little Cinderella-ish in that aspect.
You guys didn't come in as the number 1 seed? When?
Yeah,
When? Really?
plenty of times.
Oh,
Plenty of
okay.
times.
I'm
Yeah.
talking about when you were there. I'm talking about when you were there.
That's what I'm talking about. When I was
Oh,
there were some gunners we had to get through. So yeah.
okay. All right.
So, when we was the number 2 seed, I felt like we had a chip on our shoulder. Like, wow.
That's when you know you're good. You felt disrespected by being the number 2 seed. That's when you know you've got a powerhouse program, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like
Using motivation, they disrespected us. They
yeah,
made
we
us
got
the
some work to
2
do.
seed.
Yeah, like we got some work to do, guys. Not for real. Like, let's get serious because they out here trying us like that. Yeah, it was that tone.
Speaking of work to do, Keenan Johnson, John C. Smith, the 3 seed, and he'll have another opportunity at this. We're going to continue this situation that we're doing and this program here with HBCUs. Here, the Good Trouble HBCU Takeover, the NBA 2K tournament, and it goes final, and it is a huge win, a 24-point lead, 59-35 for Ahmad Moore.
Shouts to Ahmad.
Yes, moves on in the bracket. Coming up next, he'll get the 2 seed against Langston. That should be a good one. So, Renee, what do you think here, man? Coming up, he's got to knock out another top 3 seed. Hey, if he can get to the finals, that would be a true Cinderella story, Renee.
I would be here for it. But what I like about it is like he really, I think he can because he's not into the glitz and glam. Some people want to shoot threes, they want to be flashy. Look, I think this guy has the right game plan. So, Ahmad, kudos, bravo, you did that.
Yes, Ahmad Moore. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, if you didn't hear that a minute ago, he literally just got an Xbox, just got the game, and just got
wow.
Xbox Gold. The only thing he had before this was the internet. That's it.
Oh my God.
Fabulous performance by Ahmad Moore representing Fayetteville State. How about FSU moving on, knocking out the 3 seed, Keenan Johnson from John C. Smith University and the Blazers there. Once again, props. Clap it up.
Yeah.
For Ahmad Moore. I mean, that was spectacular, Renee Montgomery. Any final thoughts before we get out of here and head to the next matchup?
Nah, more of the same. I like that Ahmad came in there with his head on and focused. So I want to see what the next guys bring.
All right, coming up next here for the Good Trouble HBCU Takeover, the NBA 2K tournament, we'll have the 4th seed, the Jags, down there in Baton Rouge, SU Southern University. Jamal Young playing for Southern University, and the 5th seed, 4 versus 5. This can go either way. It's like an 8 versus 9 per day in the NCAA tournament, being played by Melvin Forrest and Hampton. I'll put you on the spot when we come back. We'll have much more of this Good Trouble HBCU Takeover NBA 2K tournament. Larry Ridley from SNY, 2-time champ. Renee
think the
Montgomery
other
from
game is still going
the
on.
WNBA. We'll come back with much more of this Good Trouble HBCU Takeover
So
NBA 2K tournament
they
after
started
this.
the game late. I think they're
The right to vote is precious, almost sacred. It is the most powerful nonviolent tool or instrument in a democratic society. We must use it. I saved that tweet from Congressman John Lewis from 2016. John Lewis, pioneer, activist, tireless warrior. You were called one of the most courageous persons the civil rights movement ever produced. We honor you for putting your life on the line so that we could retain the right to vote, a right that is today under attack. Voter suppression is happening state by state, with many laws being passed that are creating more barriers for people to vote. But voter suppression also happens in another way, making us think that our vote doesn't count. Throughout my television career, I have lived in 5 states: Georgia, Florida, Wisconsin, my home state of Michigan, and right here in California. My parents always reminded me when I planted roots in a new state to always register to vote. They said it is your duty to know what is happening and be involved and invested in the communities around you. It would have been easy to say it's inconvenient, I'm working all the time, or my vote doesn't matter. But my parents were around before the passage of the Voting Rights Act of 1965, when certain communities found it almost impossible to register to vote. We can't let that right be taken away, and we cannot let the work of John Lewis and so many others be in vain. Congressman Lewis, icon, warrior, fellow HBCUer, Fisk, Spellman, you lit the torch for us, and we all carry it because of you. Thank you for making good trouble. God bless you.
Those co-founders, we can all be heroes, right, Tracy? All of us, no excuse.
I mean, everybody here went to different colleges that did not include the HBCU experience, but we have we not, partaken in a little bit of some homecomings, a little bit of
a step show here or there. Okay.
We can all do that.
Hey, I was married once to an AKA. What did they used to say? 06, 08. Everything else just a little too late, right?
Okay.
Okay. Shouts to the AKAs. I need to become an honorary AKA. My family, my sister's an AKA. We have family members that are that, so I need to get in there.
Become an honorary one too. Maybe we got to. I don't
know. Michelle Obama, right? AKA.
Okay, come on, our forever first lady. Come on now.
Michelle and Renee. Yeah, let's do it.
Okay.
Hey, even Renee, talk about West Virginia State, those country roads in West Virginia.
Huh? Okay. A lot of people in the older generation will know West Virginia State University because a lot of different performers went there. That was like the first stop before they blew up and different things like that. My parents met there. My sister went there. My mom went on to teach at West Virginia State University. So I am HBCU bred, even though I didn't go there.
I feel you on that. I grew up in Greensboro, North Carolina for part of my life. I'm from Pittsburgh originally, but when I moved to Greensboro, yes, Steelers all the way. When I moved to Greensboro, that's home of North Carolina A&T and Bennett. But A&T, they got that G-Ho going every year, the greatest homecoming on earth. I going there when I was at least maybe 13 or 14. And I'm telling you, it really was. I mean, it was the entire city turned into G-Ho growing up. So that's my HBCU introduction and experience. Even as far as recent as last year, George went to Carolina's homecoming, which was the same weekend as G-Ho. So I had to represent for our foundation, and George had to represent for his Tar Heel basketball team, right, G?
Love it. Love
it. 1993 North Carolina national champs. My mom went to Fisk, so I got a little HBCU in my blood as well. We remember.
Does your mom know the congressman, Larry?
I don't think she does, but they are Fiskites, I guess, over there on W. DeVos, West Nashville. I just drove by Fisk. I was in Nashville this past couple of days, so got to see Fisk University and Tennessee State University as well in Nashville. Yeah, the big blue Tigers down there and the Tiger Bells and all the good stuff out there. Tennessee State University, TSU.
TSU.
That T stands for Tennessee. That S, STATE, the U, University.
Wait a minute.
TSU. Don't let me get started now.
Wait a minute.
I'm just saying, don't count us out.
Okay.
G, let's tell us about your experience as a head coach at an HBCU. You got the true experience.
Yes.
Real
and
quickly.
Rob Covington, who is also one
Yeah,
of
my is Tracy still talking?
No, go ahead. No, you got the floor.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I got to travel all around the FIAC conference. Great schools, great tradition. I enjoyed the bands. They would come on the floor at halftime and do their thing. Every once in a while you had and of course all the dancers, that represented their schools throughout the conference. That was a sight to see. Sometimes halftime speech short, so I can go out there and see the festivities and the entertainment at halftime.
Yeah, good stuff. George Lynch, of course, head basketball coach at Clark Atlanta. A couple of seasons down there in the A, where Renee's at. Renee,
Yes, sir.
Renee, tell the folks where we can find you, Renee.
You can find me in the A. I'm on it. What's up? You know you better not ask me that.
I just put it on a T for you, Renee. I know how you roll.
You better know it. So, yeah, I'm ready. That's why we work well together. We are here with the energy.
Hey, 96 minutes, this great documentary of the movie, John Lewis, Good Trouble. Great movie that just came out July 3rd, nationwide in select theaters, on-demand streaming services. You can go get it right now. You can get it at hbcuheroes.org. Once again, go to hbcuheroes.org, and you can grab that video right now. 96 minutes, rare footage, archival footage that the great Don Porter, the director, was able to get access to. And Eric Alexander, we talked about that, cousin Pam from The Cosby Show and Living Single. So good stuff. We're going to talk to those girls and those ladies coming up here shortly. Also, we got Eton Thomas coming up, guys. Going to do a little debate with Chris Broussard and others. Emerald Gardner, Eric Gardner's daughter, and some other folks there. Onyx and Talent, the comedian as well, right?
Yep, Free Drum, I think it's called.
But
I have to say this, because I'm not sure if the guys are in ready to come on or not. But I had a little bit of an Erica Alexander story that she will not remember, but I do. When I was living in LA, I went on a double date. This was years and years and years ago. The guy picked me up. He said we were going to go on this double date. We get to the car, and the back seat was Erica Alexander and her boyfriend. And I was like, oh, is this what we're doing?
Oh, that's some LA stuff right there.
Is this what we doing?
Me and Erica went on a double date. I don't even remember her boyfriend's name. And then this was my first date with the guy. He wasn't my thing, but I was so Erica that we went, and I'm vegan now, but I was eating chicken, and I remember us, eating our chicken and
finger licking good.
That time, but then he and I never talked again because he wasn't my thing. So I've never talked to her again since then. Wow. Because I guess he quit me or I quit him or something that night. I don't know.
Somebody quit.
Somebody quit. But I consider me and Erica friends because we went on a double date together.
You said you consider y'all friends.
We're besties. She may not know it, but we're besties.
Listen, I got a couple of those. So Issa Rae, shouts to Issa Rae. I think we should be best friends in real life. No. So I get that.
Oh man.
I hear it.
I was gonna say the guy had no shot. He gets in and she's in the same vehicle with Eric Alexander. The dude is like, you're just nobody after that.
With her because that's when she was on Living Single, and I was like, wait, I don't even remember his name anymore because Eric is in the backseat. She got in the back so I could get in the car. Now,
wow,
that was class right there.
Oh
now,
my goodness.
I'm gonna tell her this when I talk to her because she needs to know we're besties. I mean, she doesn't.
She needs to know
we're besties.
Let me tell you something.
But I'm just going to say this and shout out to our girl, Valerie Harris, who is the publicist extraordinaire on this film. She's with Creative Public Relations, and she's also a Tar Heel like myself and George Lynch, and she has gone to the ends of the earth for us on this. I mean, she has, Larry. I mean, she's made calls, she's booked talent, she's done everything. And so, Val, I know you're listening and I know you're out there, but we still love you.
Yes, Val.
Val.
Yes, Val.
We've done it all. Thank you, Val.
Nothing but love. Nothing but love. Yes, yes. Nothing but love. The great Valerie Harris. Thank you so much for everything that you do.
Yeah,
Yes,
you know,
yes,
just a little snap.
Nothing but love. Nothing but love. Yes,
If I
yes.
have to
Nothing
leave
but love.
early, y'all, it's because Erica and me, because we're besties. We got hang out.
You know what?
Well, speaking of leaving, we need to take a short break, and we're going to come back. We'll have Eton Thomas and crew doing a little debating here. It's the Good Trouble HBCU Takeover. Got some NBA 2K coming up. We got the great Don Porter, director, and Erica Alexander, the producer as well. Larry Ridley, Tracy Pennywell, Renee Montgomery, and George Lynch will come back after this break, and we'll have more of the HBCU Good Trouble HBCU Takeover.
My philosophy is very simple. When you see something that is not right, not fair, not just, say something, do something, get in trouble, good trouble, necessary trouble.
He was always different than every member of Congress. Everybody knew what he had done. He was John Lewis.
We're marching today to dramatize to the world that hundreds and thousands of Negro citizens denied the right to vote.
Congressman Lewis gave us the blueprint to organize and to legislate.
The reason why he's effective as a leader is because he's lived it.
We made a decision to march in an orderly, peaceful, nonviolent fashion from Selma to Montgomery.
You are ordered to disperse. This march will not continue.
I was hit in the head. My knees went from under me. I thought I was going to down the bridge.
If John Lewis, as a 19, 20-year-old, wasn't doing what he did, I would not be here.
We will march with the spirit of love and with the spirit of dignity that we have shown here today.
The whole time he was in the movement, it was frightening, knowing the danger, knowing what could happen.
You cannot replace a John Lewis.
He's the most courageous person I ever met.
Too many people struggled and died to make it possible for every American to exercise their right to vote.
He challenges the conscience of the Congress.
Bring common sense gun control legislation to the House floor.
40 years later, John Lewis continues to inspire us.
Are you with me? Let me hear you. 3 civil rights workers that were murdered for trying to help people get registered to vote are looking down on us.
This is a time for action. That's what I learned from John Lewis.
There are forces in America today want to take us back, but we're not going back. We're going forward. That is not right, not fair, not just, say something, do something, get in trouble, good trouble, necessary trouble.
He was always different than every member of Congress. He was John Lewis.
We're marching today to dramatize to the world that hundreds and thousands of Negro citizens denied the right to vote.
If John Lewis, as a 19, 20-year-old, wasn't doing what he did, I would not be here.
Too many people struggled and died to make it possible for every American to exercise their right to vote.
He challenges the conscience of the Congress.
You cannot replace a John Lewis.
Are you with me? Let me hear you. There are forces in America today want to take us back, but we're not going back. We're going forward. Philosophy is very simple. When you see something that is not right, not fair, not just, say something, do something, get in trouble, good trouble, necessary trouble.
He was always different than every member of Congress. Everybody knew what he had done. He was John Lewis.
We're marching today to dramatize to the world that hundreds and thousands of Negro citizens denied the right to vote.
Congressman Lewis gave us the blueprint to organize and to legislate.
The reason why he's effective as a leader is because he's lived it.
We made a decision to march in an orderly, peaceful, nonviolent fashion from Selma to Montgomery.
You are ordered to disperse. This march will not continue.
I was hit in the head. My knees went from under me. I thought I was going to down the bridge.
If John Lewis, as a 19, 20-year-old, wasn't doing what he did, I would not be here.
We will march with the spirit of love and with the spirit of dignity that we have shown here today.
The whole time he was in the movement, it was frightening, knowing the danger, knowing what could happen.
You cannot replace a John Lewis.
He's the most courageous person I ever met.
Too many people struggled and died to make it possible for every American to exercise their right to vote.
He challenges the conscience of the Congress.
Bring common sense gun control legislation to the House floor.
40 years later, John Lewis continues to inspire us.
Are you with me? Let me hear you. 3 civil rights workers that were murdered for trying to help people get registered to vote are looking down on us.
This is a time for action. That's what I learned from John Lewis.
There are forces in America today want to take us back, but we're not going back. We're going forward.
Everybody, and thank you for tuning in to Good Trouble. And this is a great event that we're doing for HBCUs and combining with HBCU heroes. We have a very esteemed panel, and we're going to express the art of debate. Debate is something that in our society right now, we haven't been able to really see it being done correctly. We've seen the wrong way to debate done, all the time when we look on the TV. So what we're going to do is we're going to all debate. We have a esteemed panel. I'm going to go through them very quickly because we don't have a lot of time. My name is Latan Thomas, former NBA player, author, actor, poet, activist. We have Talent, the comedian, one of the kings of comedy. He's a great brother. He's going to be doing big things. Going to be starting a tour soon, and he's doing part of Fly TV, which I'm also a part of. Much respect to him. We got Fredro Starr from Onyx. I grew up listening to him. Before every game, that's who I was bumping. I even turned my son on to Onyx right now, so he be bumping you right now. And oh, by the way, he wants you to do a remix of The Last Days. We both want you to do a remix of The Last Days, but he wants it to be featuring Kodak Black, Lil Baby, and Youngboy. I said it should be J. Cole, Kendrick Lamar, Ice Cube, and Kweli. But we both want you to do a remix regardless. We got Chris Broussard. This brother, I've been with him in the trenches from Rikers Island to, doing the panel discussions during All-Star Weekend. He's a great brother with Fox Sports right now and the King Movement. Love him to death. Always support him. He always supports me. And then we have Emerald Garner, the daughter of Eric Garner. She's, working on her next book, her first book. She's doing a lot of great things in the community, pushing for laws to be changed. And I have nothing but respect for her as well. So we're going to jump right into it. And this is my first question, all right? So the first question is, right now in this current climate, is it a good time to gather in any way, shape, or form, whether we're talking about protests and marches, whether we're talking in rallies, whether we're talking about the NBA start down in Orlando, whether we're talking about hip-hop concerts or comedy shows, because of coronavirus concerns? That's my question. Now you have a lot of different mixed information going out. Some people are opening, some people are closing. There's a lot of things, that are going on. My position itself is that nothing should be open. That's my personal position. I think it's too risky right now. I hear the president talking every time, trying to push for economic reasons, wanting everybody he just did a speech, at Mount Rushmore. Nobody needed a mask, nobody, anything like that. I think it's crazy. But that's my personal position. And I want to start off, we're gentlemen here, so we're going to start off with the lady of the group, Emerald, And I want to kick it right to you and ask you right now, do you think it's a good time for people to be, I'll say, protesting in marches and rallies with coronavirus concerns? That's my question.
I want to say thank you so much for having me on this platform and allowing me to be a part of this discussion. I think for gathering right now, it's very, it's like a hit and miss kind of thing, because we want everybody to protest, we want everybody's voices to be heard, but then we have to worry about this vicious virus that's attacking and killing mainly Black people. So I always, like, I've been saying, like, you know, we have to risk our lives to save our lives, because, you know, although you know, we had to lose someone else, George Floyd, and have massive protests again like we had in 2014, you know, this time is much more dangerous. So I just say everybody is putting their life at risk. Like, either way, whether you wear a mask, have hand sanitizer, you're still putting yourself at risk, because you're close to other people, you're in a large gathering, and yeah, you're outside, but you know, you can't really protect yourself, because we still don't even know how it's spread. So they could say it's spread in your breath, it's spread in the air, or whatever it is. It's still out there, and you know, it's killing Black people mainly. So I think that it's a good idea, but then again, you know, I think everybody should just go home and do things the virtual way right now, at least for now, because now that we're opening up, everything is spiking back up. So I think, like, right now, people shouldn't gather. Like, I want people to protest, I want people to hit the streets, but you know, try to remain as far apart as you can, because it's getting like super real outside.
And that's the tricky part about it, because you know, you want to be able to gather. We saw Dave Chappelle have his special, and people were kind of separated, and there was a way that could do it. And I want to kick it to you, Talent, right now.
Right.
You know, Talent, are you comfortable, you know, going back and doing shows right now? I mean, Dave Chappelle kind of saw how it could be done. It wasn't an extensively long set that he did, but how would you be able to do that right now?
I mean, but then we saw DL Hughley, who I'm sorry, we saw DL Hughley, who was traveling around being safe, and then he tested positive for COVID, and he was doing the safe things and staying. Yeah, and then he fainted because he didn't know. So imagine if he didn't faint, the people that he would have come in contact with, because he doesn't have symptoms.
I agree. Talent, what do you think?
Well, I think in the DL situation, you know, DL kind of did it like an oxymoron, where he said himself he went to a part of the country that they didn't care about the people, which was kind of weird and backwards to me. If you're going to Lion's Den, you're going to get bit by the lion. Like you put yourself in that place. For me, what we're doing now, I feel totally comfortable with this whole drive-in comedy thing, because when you pull in with your car, you're automatically socially distanced. You're in your car. Everybody's apart from each other. You know, wait staff comes out of the establishment into the parking lot, takes the order, serves that way, like a takeout thing.
So everybody stays in their car the entire time.
Yes, you're in your car. They have. It's two ways they've been doing it so far. This is going to be the thing for comedians through the summer, probably through October. One way, you ever been one of those silent parties where they have the headphones?
Mm-hmm.
They do some of the drive-ups do that, and then some have what they call a frequency box. So even though it's set up outside with the speakers and the stage, you turn your FM dial to a station, and you get it in your car. Just like you're listening to Fredro Starr and Onyx and all that, you're listening on your radio to the comedy be projected. So that's cool. I'm cool with that through the summer. I don't, for another couple of months, don't book an actual comedy club, like an indoor setting, because I am not comfortable fully yet for that.
That makes perfect sense. And I have to fully agree with you, Fredro. I want to ask you, because right now we've been seeing, you know, it's interesting. It was funny. I kind of laughed when I saw Vanilla Ice was playing this big concert. And then, of course, he, you know, later on, he canceled everything. But he was just going to do it with no restrictions at all, like a Trump rally, no restriction at all whatsoever, and just do a big concert. What are your thoughts on doing hip hop concerts and shows right now, the way that like somebody like Vanilla Ice was going to do it?
Nah, right now, nah, it's not cool. I mean, it's this thing. It's the invisible bully,
right?
Like Biggie say, you can't see it coming. So the best thing is just stay at home as much as you can and try to do virtual shows, because you can do shows now on your live IG. You know what I'm saying? There's other ways to do live events. We have a actual live event on a channel called Nug TV, something like that. But you just gotta find creative ways to reach your audience. But as far as like getting out there protesting, that was something that had to be done. So it was like we was willing to risk everything for what we thought was right. You know what I'm saying? So that instance, there was no coronavirus. It was just not. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like look past that because it was a serious situation that's been going on for so long. We just didn't care about that. You know what I mean? Because we had to sacrifice. But nah.
Yeah,
I'm staying in the crib, man.
No, I feel you. So I mean, we're on agreement so far. And interestingly enough, you know, my daughter, I gotta give her a shout out, quick, baby Sierra. You know, and this is my wife's idea, but we did like a drive-in movie type of a thing at our house, birthday party, where everybody stayed into their car. So it's really like what you was talking about, Talent. And because we had to do things differently. But now, you know, we've all agreed. So now come to Chris Broussard. So this is where we might start disagreeing. You know, and that's in the NBA restart. So my position has been that I don't think it's a good time, and I have the utmost respect for Adam Silver. You know, he is the commissioner that the NFL wishes they had. To be honest with you, you know, what I mean, so the way that he is, you know, conducted everything from Donald Sterling back then to the way he communicates with the players and to the different things. I mean, the players, they might have Black Lives Matter or police accountability on the back of their jerseys. You know, that would never happen in the NFL. But I have to say, I don't think this is a good idea about this NBA restart in this bubble, Chris. I honestly don't. Tell me what you think.
Well, it's several things I want to address first. First of all, a Fredro concert would never be like a Vanilla Ice concert. We know that. not in any way, shape, or form.
That's true. That's true.
And I would say this too about the protesters, kind of jumping off what Fredro said. I'm with you. I mean, I've been basically social distancing. You know, I've for the most part been in my house. I did go to one protest with my family. And you can kind of distance, you know, when you're marching and stuff like that. But when I look at what's been accomplished as far as tearing down a lot of these statues and getting names changed, you know, potentially on at army bases and football teams and things like that, I do think that's been great progress. And I think now it's time to move to the next step, which you don't necessarily need to keep protesting. The next step to me is to start working on some legislation, maybe some proposals for reparations or what have you, and get the lawmakers and politicians involved. So it's not just marching anymore and protesting. So that's in line with social distancing as well. But as far as the NBA, I gotta be honest, number one, man, this thing has become so politicized that it is difficult to know what's the truth.
Okay.
You know, I mean, it is, you watch CNN and MSNBC, you're getting one thing, you watch Fox News and something else, and you're getting a whole nother story. So stuff is definitely blurry. But I'm trying just to believe the doctors and the epidemiologists. Okay. And if they're saying that the NBA in this bubble is safe and okay to do it, then I'm with it, because for the players, like they're going to lose like $1 billion anyway this season. And then the amount of money they'll lose if they don't play at all is even more. And that's really going to hurt the players in the future. So I would like them, like this was even my thinking when Kyrie Irving and some other players have brought up not playing because you don't want to be a distraction to the protest. I'm with that. And I like that line of thinking, because I think our athletes have great power to make change. But I would say, first of all, you got to have a definite, like a great plan in place, number one. And number two, I was saying, go ahead and play this year, get the money up so that you don't have to, you know, the salary cap doesn't drop too much where you lose too much money for the future seasons. And then think about, we'll sit out if we don't get certain demands. So that's my line of thinking. If Florida keeps spiking, then I think they may have to stop. And anytime, I've said this on my radio show, if what we did in March was legitimate. When we stopped, the NBA and all the other leagues for one player, Rudy Gobert had it, and we stopped everything. Okay. We went to a shutdown in the country. If that was legitimate, then I do have to say, why are we even thinking about playing?
Here's my question, Chris. Here's my question, Chris. So the things that you listed were economic reasons. And from an economic standpoint, I do think that it makes perfect sense for the NBA to start. The same way I think for economic reasons, it makes perfect sense for Trump to push for the economy to open back up. But I give NBA Commissioner Adam Silver much more credit than I give Trump. He's not Trump. So he's not going to do things solely for economic reasons. So there has to be a reason where you have to care about people's health and their concerns. So right now we've had, 20 players that have tested positive for the coronavirus so far, for NBA players. We don't know the long-term effects of the coronavirus on your kidney, your liver, whatever. Rudy Gobert, who you mentioned earlier, said that right now, 3 months afterwards, he can't taste the same way. So we don't even know what the final symptoms are. So right now, they're telling me that the best plan, even though I understand for economic reasons, is to go to the worst place in the country, which is Florida, of coronavirus cases. They're going to have a protective bubble that they put everybody in. The players are going to be quarantined in there, but the people who work there are not going to be quarantined in the bubble. They go out into Florida, which is the worst place in the country of coronavirus cases, and then they come back into the quarantine bubble. It doesn't make logical sense to me.
Yeah, I think, number one, I think the primary reason for the NBA returning is money. Now, I think Adam, as you know, I have respect for Adam as well, and I think he does care about the health of the players. But, man, he works for those owners. And this is about money. If money wasn't really an issue, I don't think they'd be coming back. And so I think the players feel that way too. I think Chris Paul, the Players Association, and many players are strictly going back for the money too. Because I've been told that a lot of players that are going back really don't want to play. But they understand that the owners, a collective bargaining agreement is coming up soon. And the word is that the owners are going to come hard at them if they lose this money.
But again, that's all for economic reasons. And this is my question.
I hear you, but and it's beyond that too, because you got people in the league office, many of whom are African American, that are pushing for them to play as well. And I hear you. And like I said, I wouldn't have any issues if they did cancel the season. But I at some point, you do have to factor in economic reasons, at some point, and that's throughout society, not just in sports.
And I definitely think you have to factor in economic reasons and talent. Let me go back to you real quick, but I think that when you're looking at, when there's only economic reasons, so you're looking at the details of going back to work right now in this economy, and you look at the details as far as who is more susceptible to catching the virus. Me, I would be more susceptible. Y'all know that I had open heart surgery when I was playing with the Wizards. So now my immune system is compromised. So I'm in that group of people that could be more susceptible for catching the virus. But then you have other people, like the people who are older, who are in the group, which is the people. Most of the coaches are in that group. You know what I mean? On the staff, a lot of the staff are also older. The announcers, the commentators, besides the young, youthful Chris Broussard, but we got a whole lot of old fogies that are coming in there that have been around for a long time. And they're also putting themselves more at risk as well. To me, as I'm looking at the unknown, it just seems like it's not worth it to do any of it. And that's my position as I see the numbers spiking everywhere in all the places that happen to be red states that are now spiking everywhere and now starting to maybe pull back on their opening up. What do you think?
Hey, Tom, but let me say this. When we say economic reasons, we're looking at it one-fold. We're looking at the league and the billion they're going to lose. Let's break it down to a more minute position, and let's look at these individuals as people who are out of work, right? And let's look at everybody's situation being a different situation. The reason why Kyrie's thing, I think, probably doesn't resonate with the majority of players is because I'm not getting the Kyrie check. Kyrie's getting a different check and has a different situation than your average NBA player, as you know. So when you break the economic reason down to each family and each household and how they still got people depend on them, and they want to go to work so that they can keep that economy going, that personal economy, not the overall structure of the league gonna lose $1 billion, but let's break it back down to my thousands, where I'm dishing these thousands out to either raise my kids, because we don't know what the future is gonna hold, right? So right now, every ducat in the bucket counts. So even me, as afraid as I am, I had to come to a working compromise so that if the opportunity permits itself, yeah, I'm working for less money. Yeah, I'm doing it unconventionally than what I'm used to, but that's my compromise so that my economic reasons, which is this household and raising these kids, and kids still got to go to school, whether it's virtual or not, that's still got to get paid. Ain't no school come to me yet and say, hey, talent, don't worry about the bill. It's a pandemic. Don't worry about the bill. People, if you listen closely, even our politicians, they're double talking, right? So they say stuff like, hey, we're going to halt evictions. We're going to halt rents and all that stuff. Halting means it's stacking up. You didn't eliminate it. Right. Like, you didn't make my living situation fit the pandemic, so to speak, and being out of work. Right. They're like a pause where it stacks up. So every month, if my rent is $3,000, every month is still stacking up. So by the time we so-called get the cure and everybody gets back to normal and can go to work, I'm $100,000 in the hole or whatever it is a year and a half later. Them threes are adding up.
And I agree, and I agree 100%. But my question is, at what point do you put your health above that? And I understand that people have different situations, but you're no good to your family if you're not here. If you're on a ventilator and you're in the hospital, you know what I mean?
You're no good if you're homeless either. So we gotta. It's a juggle right there. I like what you said. You made a good point of when you said, "Hey, we're gonna put these people in the bubble." Everybody that needs to deal with that, from the team doctors to the coaches, everybody needs to be in. Every staff member needs to be in that bubble.
But they're not.
You said, but I'm saying that you said that would be my Band-Aid to this thing.
The NBA could pay for that. You could pay for the employees to live in the bubble.
But that's not on the table.
That's where the money comes in. Here, I would say this to you, Etan. If I'm Mike D'Antoni, who's 69,
right,
and I'm Alvin Gentry, who's 65,
most of the coaches. You can name most of the coaches. They're all in that. Like, really, all of them.
They're over 65, including Popovich. Yeah, I'm so pulled out. If I'm Alvin Gentry, I don't know why he's going, because they're not winning it anyway.
I mean, that's not the point.
Even if they were going to win it, I wouldn't go.
I feel you. That ain't the point. Emerald, let me ask you this, because going back to the social activism piece, and we're talking about, we do a lot. You do a lot of work with Reverend Sharpton. I do a lot of work with Reverend Sharpton. We have a lot of respect for Reverend Sharpton, right? Now he's calling on a big march that's going to happen in DC. I think in August, September, something like that. And my first thought was, ooh, I don't know if that's the right time for this. Honestly, that was my first thought. What is your reaction?
Well, I'm in the at-risk group because I'm chronic asthmatic, and I have 3 kids at home. As you know, my sister passed away of a massive heart attack at 27, and I'm raising her 2 kids along with my own child. And I'm taking care of my grandmother, who's 95. And I'm afraid to go. Everyone's making all these plans, and, oh, Emerald, are you going? And, I'm a little afraid because I'm like, I've been to a couple of protests in New York, passing by. I was outside and I seen a protest, and I just stopped by to say hi to the people. And I went to a march on June 20th that my cousin put together. There was social distance, and it wasn't a huge crowd. I would say it was like less than 50 people, and I felt a little comfortable. But this one is gonna bring out the masses.
Right.
And when Reverend Sharpton calls a march, everybody wants to be there. Everybody wants to go. They get on buses and stuff like that. So I'm curious to see what the layout is going to be. Like, I honestly don't think that I'm going to make it, because of the spike in the coronavirus and everything. But I want to see the layout, because the charter buses is 2 seats per row. You can't really open windows on a charter bus. Like, nobody wants to get on the school bus. So, it's gonna be kind of difficult to, put that together. But I'm sure that they have a master plan and they're getting it together. But I'm definitely a little afraid.
Yeah, and for good reason. And we'll see how everything plays out. I just think that right now, where we are in this society, and we're getting a lot of bad advice every time that Trump opens his mouth, and that doesn't help at all. But I want to, before, I know we don't have a lot of time, but I want to touch on this topic as well. And I'm gonna kick it to Fredro. Kanye West, all right? Kanye West is running for president, right? He's running for president. And it's I'm somebody who always applaud, athletes, entertainers, rappers, actors, everybody for using their platform, even when I disagree with them. But I got to be honest with you, Kanye West is a big question mark. I don't know where my man coming from. Help me out on the Fredro.
Everything Kanye West say, people criticize, say, he shouldn't have did that. But look what happens. You know what I'm saying? He always comes out right, it seems. You know what I'm saying? Like, he always comes out on the right side of his decision to do whatever he does, even though it seems crazy, right? So, Kanye West running for president, he's hip hop, so I gotta rock with hip hop over everything. You know what I'm saying? Like all the Biden, Trumps, all of the candidates ain't hip hop. They're not for the culture. So if we can get Kanye West in there a little bit, I think the weed laws would be better. You know what I'm saying? Because look, you gotta understand though. Kanye West has the biggest power over Trump and all of them. He has the hip hop culture, and music brings. I always say music, hip hop brings races together.
True.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you can go to Russia, you can go to Germany, right? Doesn't matter. Hip hop brings because they are part of the culture now. Because they're getting it on the internet, they're getting it from everywhere. So Kanye West has more power than all of the candidates because he has the hip hop culture, he has the music behind him.
Yeah, okay, I feel you. You know what I mean? And I feel you, and I respect that. But I honestly don't know where Kanye West be coming from. Like, okay,
He's not gonna win. We know that. Maybe I can't. Maybe. Like I said, he got.
Listen, we didn't think Trump was gonna win either.
That's true, though. That's true. But I don't even know where. So he's running as a Republican. So is he? So I mean, he could take votes away from Trump. I mean, that's one thing I thought about. Honestly, I don't even know. Is it too late for him to come in? They've already had the primaries. I'm not an expert on how politics work.
As an independent, I mean, I don't know what he like. You're right. I mean, it's in a couple months. I think, man. Look, I support Kanye. Like Fredro said, I like that he's hip hop. I support his spiritual awakening. But we've had almost 4 years now of a reality TV president, and Kanye's black, but he still would be a reality TV president. Like, he wouldn't know. I don't think he'd know what he was doing. Just like Trump don't know what he's doing. I think he talk off the top of his head like Trump does.
Like Trump, yeah.
I think he's emotional. We've seen him just blurt out things.
Right. I mean, so is Trump, though. I mean, you're making a case. You're making the wrong case. I'm like, well, that's Trump.
I think he would be. I mean, policies aside, as far as his character, not character, but just his demeanor, I think he'd be like Trump. And we know Trump is not presidential. I don't feel like Kanye would be presidential either. I think we really need somebody in there. Like, this coronavirus has really Trump was exposed before to many people, right? But his handling of this has exposed him to everybody.
You would think though, Chris, you would think it would expose everybody. But when I look at the Republicans and now the Republicans came down to my hometown of Tulsa, Oklahoma, right? They came in there, no masks. They said, we don't need to worry about no mask because Trump said we don't need to worry about it. You know, they came, it's like a brainwashing. It's like a cult. You remember that movie, Children of the Corn, where all the little white kids and their eyes would turn? That's what I think of when I see the Trump supporters. It's like anything he says, they believe. It's the weirdest thing that I've ever seen.
Well, I mean, let's face it. Kanye's off his rocker, right? But he's a genius at what he does. And the one thing I think that we cannot look forward to, even if he was to win, he's not going to be as divisive. You know what I mean? My biggest problem has become with Trump. I've come, after 2 years, I've come to the conclusion, okay, he is what he is. 4 or 5 is what he is. He's going to be what he is. But it's the divisiveness which makes me have this disdain for the brother. You know what I mean? Like this, now I got to cut you all the way off and separate from you. Now your verbiage changes, like your president, not my president.
Right,
Is your president, not my president. Because the divisiveness, man, everybody knows one thing we can agree on. We don't need that right now. This is about to explode.
I agree. And it's getting bad. Go ahead. Go ahead, Fredro.
I look at running for president, and I really don't like any of them. You know, somebody like JC would be a good president. You know what I'm saying? If he was representing hip hop culture instead of Kanye West. But I'm going with Kanye, Team Kanye.
I don't, Fredro, you my man. I don't know if I could do Team Kanye. I don't know if I could do it. But hey, that was quick. That was a quick half hour. I appreciate all y'all for coming on. And listen, this is a preview of what we're going to be able to do going forward with all HBCUs. You know, it's important that we support HBCUs. I love the fact we didn't even get a chance to talk about McCurr going to Howard and what that means for HBCUs. You know, I hope Mikey Williams follows him and goes to, if they team up and go to Howard, it'd be amazing, to be honest with you. I mean, there's an awakening of the importance of HBCUs because for a while, it's like people started to, and when I say people, I mean mainstream America, started to not think that HBCUs were important anymore, or that they were needed or necessary, or didn't understand the value of it. And of course, I think sometimes some of us buy into that notion that mainstream America tries to push out. But that's why what I love what HBCU Heroes is doing. I love this program. So thank you all for taking time out to be a part of this. And please, everyone, enjoy the rest of the program. And we'll be back. You'll see more of us with this debate series. Bless.
Peace.
All right, join now here on this panel to continue the conversation. Good Trouble, the movie that came out on Friday. It's the HBCU Takeover, and we got Good Trouble royalty, folks. We're actually going to get into some Good Trouble here from SNY TV, NBC Sports, Mad NFL, and we have a great panel here. We're going to bring in Areva Martin. She's a civil rights attorney and also TV host, and we're also going to bring in the director of Good Trouble movie. That would be Don Porter, and also the producer of the film and the documentary. That would be Erica Alexander. You probably know Erica Alexander. She is Cousin Pam for all y'all newbies out there that don't know anything about TV, and Maxine Shaw from Living Single. Guys, let's go ahead and begin this discussion. Areva, let's go ahead and talk to these fine young ladies here.
All right. I'm super excited to talk to strong, powerful, creative African-American women, and not just talk to you all about girlfriend stuff, which is what I love to do too, but talk to you about this really important movie that's about to come out featuring John Lewis. I first want to talk about your relationship because I read somewhere that both of you were working on different projects related to John Lewis, and rather than there be 2 movies, you all decided to get together and put all this power together and make this one incredible movie. So tell us a little about how the 2 of you came together.
I am happy to start that. And thank you both for having us. And thank you to HBCU Takeover. I have been so thrilled to see how you all have been showing up for this movie on Instagram and Twitter. It just warms my heart. And I know Mr. Lewis really appreciates this too. So I had done a series about Bobby Kennedy. And, you know, I was joking with Netflix and I was like, this is going to be the blackest Bobby Kennedy you've ever seen. And basically it was about how Bobby Kennedy became the civil rights hero that he became. And really it was through the influence of so many Black people, Marion Wright Edelman, John Lewis. So in that film, we had interviewed Congressman Lewis, and he was just a star. So CNN came to me. they said, would you be interested in doing a feature on him? And I just jumped at the chance, of course. So we were on our merry way, just skipping through the documentary development world. And then out of the blue, I get a call from Erica Alexander. I'm like, who's that? And they were like, Cousin Pam. I'm like, I want to speak to Cousin Pam. Are you kidding me? So I got on the phone. I tried not to fangirl and like, because I am a lawyer in real life, but like Maxine is everybody's heroine.
Yes.
So she says, hey, I'm just like eating my soup and whatever. She's like, hey, I want to talk to you about a John Lewis movie. I'm like, the movie I'm already doing. So we started talking and we just hit it off. Cousin Pam is real. You will love Cousin Pam in real life. So I was like, okay, we could either do like the Spike Lee and we could snatch each other's hair, or why don't we do this and work together? Actually, we didn't think about snatching each other's hair. Like, we just hit it off right away. And I have to say, it was such a blessing to have Erica and her partner Ben come into our life. And just, she is, because she's a creative person, she just really pushed me to, to like take this and help it soar. So it was the easiest partnership to come through, and I hope to do many more things with her. I just admire, her creative brilliance, her generosity, and Erica brought so much to the table. Partly because she had been working, I'll let her talk about this, but because she's so active in politics, she really, really, among so many other things, but was really helpful to us in we wanted to get so many members of Congress to be in the film, and she just like boom, 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 could just nail that down. So that's how it started.
Yes, that is like one of the best, I couldn't have made that happen any sooner, any better than if you had like gone to a speed dating site. Like, how do I find the best partner for a movie? But Erica, Dawn is so right. I don't know if you remember this, but the last time I think saw you was at the 2016 Democratic National Convention. We were in Philadelphia going to that big convention center. I don't know if it was the night Obama was talking, or, if it was the night Hillary was accepting the nomination, but I just remember seeing you there. So yes, your activism is well documented. So I can understand how Dawn jumped at the chance, because you do have all of those incredible political connections. So how did you bring, your connections to this project?
Well, she's being incredibly kind and generous, because the truth is Dawn Porter is one of the best documentary filmmakers of her generation. And although it really helped that I might have had those relationships, she already had so many already in place. She had already worked with John Lewis, and she and her partner, Laura Michael Chisholm, they are dream team. So because destiny sort of struck and we were able to decide to work on this film together, it was complimentary that she, being a filmmaker and being incredibly kind and generous, as you can see, was a natural born storyteller. So she was a calling card to all of these people, because what they want to know is it going to be professional? How are they going to be handled? They have not only reputations, but they have built a whole, they want to know that they're in good hands. And you could say, you've heard of Bobby Kennedy for president. Oh, really? And it just, then the rest of the conversation is over, and she's done Gideon's Army and all these wonderful projects. So that made it a lot easier for me to have these conversations. But because of the past, and I tell everybody that I was really happy to have been Hillary Clinton's surrogate, but it turns out I'm her most traveled surrogate. So that meant she sent me everywhere, and I got to meet John Lewis campaigning with Stacey Abrams and Ayanna Pressley before they were national figures. So they knew me, and we came up together in terms of our association with him. Of course, they were going to want to speak about him. They just happen to be political stars right now. And, obviously with Hillary Clinton, she and President Clinton have known him for years. They're peers and colleagues. They jumped at the chance. He's his own best calling card, and we just got out of the way.
And you say something really interesting about John Lewis being his own best calling card. And here's a man who's 80 years old, who has spent probably the better part of 60 years being a social justice activist, being on the front lines. But for many, we think of him as kind of the sidekick to Martin Luther King. So that's what I find so incredible about this documentary is that you are taking this figure who should be iconic and is iconic in his own right, but giving us an opportunity to learn about him and his history. So Don, why is it so important that we don't see Congressman Lewis just as the guy that's in the picture with Dr. King, but that we see him for the the giant that he really is?
You know, when I started the research for the film, the first thing you do is kind of, I read everything and I watch everything I could. And it's exactly what you're saying. He was always like, the wingman, to Dr. King, or to so many of the other civil rights activists. But then when you start to piece together what John Lewis did in his life, starting with writing a letter to Dr. King, seeing if he could become a plaintiff in a desegregation lawsuit. Then he goes to Nashville. He studies with Jim Lawson. He studies nonviolence. He becomes one of the leaders, because the leader of SNCC. He helps integrate Nashville lunch counters. Then, because getting beat over the head like in a lunch counter is not enough, he goes and does the freedom rides, right? And then he's the youngest speaker at the March on Washington. I was speaking with a man named Reverend Jim Lawson, who literally is one of the fathers of the nonviolence movement, who worked, I'm talking to this man today, and he says, well, Martin and I would go take walks and talk about nonviolence. And I was like, Martin, like, how many people call him Martin? Nobody I know. But John Lewis was there too. He was a disciple of those two giants. So it really felt like there had been a few pieces about the congressman, but not as many as you would think. And so I felt like there was a real opportunity to put all those pieces together and to shine a light on him while we have him here, and while he could answer all the questions that we wanted to have answered. So, but I think one other thing was really, really important to me is Black people are often given credit for being brave, right? You think of John Lewis, they're like, he's so brave. He's so brave. You know what else he is? Smart and strategic. And it's just the words that we use to describe people really, really matter. John Lewis is a political genius. To come and at the age of 19 to plan a way to desegregate downtown Nashville with other, civic leaders, but to be part of that and to systematically keep showing up until it happened. Nashville had been segregated for more than 100 years. I mean, so, and to go from there to joining the freedom rides. So he's like civil rights Mr. Magoo. He's everywhere that's important, and so I really wanted to put him front and center, and that also led to some other director artistic choices in the movie.
Well, Don, I have had the pleasure of going to a church here in Los Angeles that Pastor Lawson was the pastor of for many years. So he was the pastor at Holman United Methodist Church right here in Los Angeles. So I've had the privilege and the honor to be in his presence and to learn from him. So I completely understand what you're saying. And I want to ask you, Erica, I know that making this film, it's interviews with John Lewis, interviews with powerful people in government, his family, his friends, and you mentioned that you had a chance to actually campaign with him in the South with some of the rising stars in the Democratic Party. What for you, is there any one piece of this man's just incredible life and journey that stands out for you that just kind of warms your heart when you think about it?
Well, I love that he's got this Good Trouble moniker and that he's earned it the hard way. I think that anybody who's fighting for justice for all, and with doing it, with putting his own body in harm's way, with just the courage of his convictions and that philosophy of nonviolence, peaceful protests, and this beloved community that he constantly talks about, that's something that I'd like to take with me somehow to show that it's just not enough to talk about it. You got to be about it. And in what way are you willing to sacrifice and put yourself in harm's way? When I say in harm's way, it doesn't have to be bodily harm, but it could be harm to your career. People say, oh, I do that, but I don't know if what's going to do to my brand. I said, what brand? You're not a brand, you're a personality. Get over yourself,
Right.
Procter & Gamble is a brand. You know, you have a personality bond. You're a person. You can take on these things and you can live past them. And if Belafonte and these types of people who've shown us the way, Sidney Poitier, even Marlon Brando, so many of those people put themselves in so-called harm's way in their career, and they spoke out for Native American rights and women's rights and these types of things. I can do my part, and I'm getting to a little good trouble.
So for Don, I just want to ask you the timing of this movie. You know, we are living in this incredible moment in our history. You know, we witnessed what happened, that horrific murder of George Floyd, you know, those excruciating 8 minutes, 46 seconds where that ex-officer had his, you know, knee on the neck of George Floyd's, you know, his neck. And we just watched him kill George Floyd. And we've watched the protests that have occurred all over the world. And everyone is saying this is a different moment for us. How do you think this film, this documentary can be viewed in the context of what's happening today in terms of the protest, in terms of the Black Lives Matter movement, and this, you know, this real pressure now in this country to once and for all confront our, you know, our horrible racist past?
Mm-hmm. You know, I think John Lewis and all of the other people, all of our ancestors who came before us and spoke up and got into good trouble, you know, we are the beneficiaries of their legacy. So John Lewis has never given up that fight and has never given up speaking out. It's we are now catching up to him and we are catching up to them. And I know how proud he is of all of the people. You know, when people say nothing has changed, everything's the same, well, that's not true, right? When John Lewis and the civil rights workers were protesting for, you know, nonviolently in the South, there were not protests like we see today in all 50 states and around the world. That is some meaningful progress. I think what John Lewis understands is a protest is not enough. You have to have a plan. And that's what the civil rights movement was. They were people with a plan. That plan, you know, there were many voices and there was a lot of discussion and there was a lot of, you know, kind of struggle for the soul of the movement. But it was a movement, and it was a movement with a goal. And that is what I think we need today. Is I am tremendously proud and relieved to see so many people of all races and backgrounds out in the streets protesting, making their voices heard. And I think now we're looking towards who is going to step in and lead us from this moment to the next step in our path towards progress. What is that going to look like? I think we're waiting for that, you know, that kind of leader to step in. So I think seeing that John Lewis has done that means it can be done, right? So we're not facing a situation where there was legal segregation. Legal discrimination was legal when he was doing this. So we're not in that situation. We ought to be able to take that ball from him and run it down the field, right? That was for you, Larry.
I got the reference. I certainly
got
did.
that. Did you hear that?
Eric, I want to talk about these college students. So we are here talking to HBCU students, and all right, Morgan State, you go, girl.
My niece Soleil Brown.
I was like, what's she doing? It's not that kind of show.
All right, you represented, you're doing it well. We're proud of you, Morgan State graduate.
So Soleil Brown Alexander is going there, this new freshman. That's my niece.
Oh, congratulations.
You're gonna love that.
Congratulations. So you know how people are justice allies? I'm an HBCU ally, okay? I'm an ally. But what do you think students, what are students, you know, gonna take away when they see this incredible documentary made by these two powerful African-American women telling this story of this civil rights giant? What are these college students going to take away?
I'm hoping they take away that the power of a voice, the power of the collaboration of several, and you put several in a room, you put several outside on the streets, and you can change things. I mean, he knows that he talks about the vote being the most powerful nonviolent tool for change. And they need to know that. They need to build their strong democracy. It is a moving target justice. And I hope that they, like you, Ariva, start to have the position to want to take up the roles of being attorneys, like Dawn, and talk about how they can represent a more justified America by actually helping to bring it to the fore. I mean, we're living right now in such unprecedented times. I'm grateful to be alive. A lot of people have died. I know it's hard to focus on work, but it's important for us to keep going and stay safe. I think because the virus has changed so many things about our lives, especially here in Hollywood, it's completely shut down. And we talk about what we do as fiction, but the nonfiction part of our lives is much more dramatic than anything we could have ever made up. No one could have dreamed that you could put this type of administration in place in the middle of a pandemic and have all these social issues rise. And yet we are made for this moment. So I'm hoping that they see that they were born to this, and their expectation is to, and I don't know where I heard this, and could have been Dawn that said it, that on a race, this is their leg of the race, and they got to keep going. And they've got to also stomp out misinformation. There's such misinformation among our young people, and not just young people, just all over. But they have the power of not only Google and their professors, but also to have the power of discernment. These young people, like Dawn said, they were smart and they looked into things before they took them on. They taught themselves, they read, they prepared themselves, and they need to have the armor of truth and knowledge, but also information, right information. And I hope they know that that's on them to make sure that they've got it and they're not just being used as tools for whoever wants to put something in their head and then they regurgitate it like it's nothing. It matters what they say.
This will be, Eric and I did a big meeting with faith leaders. This will be the first major civil rights effort that is not led by houses of worship. So there is a real need for, John Lewis was 19 when he first sat on, that lunch counter in Nashville. And so I am very much, we have seen, I love the TikTokers who like what they did with the rally. I couldn't have thought of that. So we celebrate you. We love you. We support you. We're so proud of you. And I just want people to know what we would like them to do is whatever they want to do. Like no one is asking, if you're an introvert, you don't have to get out into the streets. But what Mr. Lewis always would say to me, I would say like, oh, the president who shall not be named did X, or, this is bothering me or that is bothering me. And he would kind of steer it to what can you do? What do you feel good about? Do you feel good about not participating in racist behavior, not participating in racist humor, about not letting a racist professor or comment slide? You don't have to take them all on, but you can take some. And coming to school and to work and to your jobs and your relationships with your full self. I think that's the most important thing, because when I see Mr. Lewis and what he's doing the work he's made to do. People keep asking me in reviews, like, what made him do this? What made him do this? And, my answer is so simple. It's he hated discrimination. And I think a lot of people think there must be more, there must be something else. And I don't think so, because John Lewis wasn't looking to create a big movement. He was looking to the thing right in front of him that he could do. And then he just kept going and putting one foot in front of the other. And when he looks back now over the last 6 decades of his life, it is as a movement leader. But that's not where he started. He started doing what he could do. And that's what we hope that all of the students will do, because I know that you can do great things. And we are so excited to see your creativity and the energy, because you inspire us to keep going. When I see my 19-year-old doing things and going out and protesting and having his voice heard, as long as it's not at my dinner table and against me, I am so supportive of all of that.
So well, you just wait. I have 2 of those millennials. It's going to be directed at you sooner or later, Don.
Oh, it's directed at me. I meant the other stuff he says, like the good stuff, the good trouble.
The good trouble, exactly.
I think you're so right. I mean, we are seeing this unprecedented level of activism amongst millennials and Gen Z, Gen X, all of these, different demographics are coming together. And I'm just so encouraged by it. Again, as a civil rights lawyer, having watched what has happened in this country over the last couple of decades. And I feel like you, Don, this does feel different. And it feels different because it's not just the protesters in the street, but we have legislative action, moving in DC, not as quickly as we would like for it to move, not, led by the White House in a way that we had hoped it would be led when we were all, thinking that Hillary Clinton would be our president. But we have to be willing to recognize, we have to be able and willing to recognize what progress is. So I want to ask you, Erica, I always love when we look at iconic people like John Lewis, there's always something personal about the person that we can't read on Wikipedia, we can't read in the history books, we can't pick up the newspaper and read, but you and Don have been up close and personal. You've been in his home, you've been traveling with him. So tell us something personal about him that we're not going to know but for hearing it from you because you've been with him.
Well, Dawn is like a daughter to him now, and so she has a lot more stories. It was important for me to absolutely stay out of her way because they needed to create a relationship that was close, and it was a space that I thought was sacred as well. But because I had campaigned with him, I got a chance to stay, get a little bit closer with him then, and I can just tell you this, that it wouldn't surprise people to know that he's a gentleman, that he treated Stacy, me, and Ayanna like we were his daughters, opening our doors, helping us up steps, making sure we were okay before he went to the microphone, making sure his chief of staff made sure that we needed to be where we were going to be. It was like we weren't even, doing the job we were supposed to do. And then he would see to himself. So he's a huge sacrifice. And I love that old school love because I had a dad who was a preacher, and my dad did a lot of things for show. And I'm not saying he wasn't capable of it. He's old school too. But there was something about the quiet calmness of John Lewis. And to be around that, and I'll just say as a female, as a woman, was very reassuring. And I think that Black men need to know that when they're giving that aura out to take care, I don't take that for granted when a person or a young man does that for me. I think the love and care that shows is that we're making sure that you're all right, queen, they'll say. And then they treat you as, let me get you something. Are you okay? And I loved it. And I saw our lineage through that. A lot of that comes from, the fact that we had to take care of the massa, frankly, and make sure that they were okay. But the truth is, once I went to Africa, I realized that's our tradition. We take care of us.
Caretakers.
So I was very glad to see that. But Dawn has some great stories.
Okay, can we just have a hug moment? Can we just do a virtual hug? Because Erica, that made me feel so like I just wanted to be enveloped by all of that love you just said that he exuded while you were in his presence.
It's for you. But let Dawn speak because she gives the best stuff. And I think the young people would like to hear this.
And this will be it right here, and we'll wrap it up, guys. This has been excellent, by the way.
Okay.
All right, Dawn. So take it away.
It was the honor of my life to spend so much time with Mr. Lewis. As Erica says, he is the most gentle spirit. He is funny. He has a lot of great jokes. You have to really listen, though. He is so calm and thoughtful. I guess my favorite things are how much he appreciates art. He has the largest collection, I do believe, of Jacob Lawrence paintings. He and Charles White. And so he is really such a gentle spirit. In his home, there's just a lot of calm. There's a lot of light, and he has beautiful art all over the place, and he'd love to tell you about it. But I guess my favorite things are that he's always dressed up. So we would come to his house, 8 a.m., he'd answer the door and he'd have dress slacks on and a V-neck sweater and a dress shirt. And I said, Mr. Lewis, we're supposed to be doing that. You're casual. This is casual film day. And he says, Dawn, I do not have a tie on. This is casual. My other favorite thing is, like all good Black people, he likes to go to Costco. So we would show up at his house and there would be like all these muffins and he'd say, I just got you all a few things. And then he's learned which muffins we like. And so he's a real caretaker. But I think, obviously the favorite thing is John Lewis loves music and he loves to dance. And you will see a little memorable shout out to his love of his favorite musicians.
Well, with that, we're going to leave it there. Thank you, John and Erica. You ladies, I can't even just tell people how amazing this film is and how just inspired they are going to be watching it. Thank you both for just doing this and giving us this at this time. We so need this. We need more John Lewis in our life today. So thank you, ladies, so much.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate this. It's so good to be with you. Yes, this was such a joyous conversation to have. So I appreciate you all.
Thank you,
Absolutely.
Larry.
Yeah, no problem, guys. Let's get into some good trouble and continue the fight. The moments equal momentum. This is a movement, social justice, racial justice, criminal justice reform. We're all about those causes and those reforms. Reva Martin, criminal justice, civil rights attorney and TV host. The great Don Porter, director of the Good Trouble movie, and Erica Alexander, cousin Pam Tucker. Maxine Shaw in the house today. She is the producer of the Good Trouble movie. Ladies, thank you so much. You guys are royalty, and I mean that. And we'll see you down the road. And let's watch this movie, and hopefully it brings some more attention to the causes that John Lewis fought for. All of these.
Yes, makegoodtrouble.com. See you.
It. Good job.
Thank you.
Good job, Gabe. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
Thank you. Larry, I want you to know my younger son is trying to kill himself playing Madden all day long. So I'm sure he listens to your analysis as he picks his virtual teams. So should you ever happen to say Don Porter, you could just rock his world.
Oh.
I don't know how you work it in.
No. Typically, I did Madden 14, or actually it was 25, but 14, 25, 15, 16, 17, and 18. That was my last game. But I will just say, hello, everyone. I'm Larry Ridley, and this is the NFL on EA Sports. Today, we got the Patriots against the Bucks. It's a matchup of Tom Brady against the hoodie, Bill Belichick. So there you go.
Thank you.
That is oh, I love it. Oh.
I love it. All right. Thank you so much.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you,
Take
guys.
care.
Okay,
Thank
take
you,
care.
guys. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it. Live to the John Lewis Good Trouble movie HBCU Takeover. Got the NBA 2K tournament that will continue as well. Got a lot of a plethora of guests joining us today as we continue to educate and inspire to get everyone to get out there and vote. Remember, November the 3rd coming up. I want to make sure we get out there and exercise that franchise with participation with the HBCU students. Going down in 2016, want to make sure that's a different story here in 2020 when it comes to November 3rd. Larry Ridley here, SNY TV, NBC Sports guy, two-time WNBA champ, my buddy, the queen of esports extra, Renee Montgomery. Got UNC champ, 1993, George Lynch, former NBA player and co-founder of HBCU Heroes, his partner in crime, his Bonnie to the Clyde right there. Tracy Pennywell, co-founder of HBCU Heroes.
Larry, you got to say I'm the cheerleader.
Hey, the cheerleaders are important too. That's right.
I think that I found myself a chill. Y'all not rolling? Okay.
T-O-R-Y.
Okay.
Victor, right?
Yeah, we're here. We are in here.
Popcorn on the train. Your team ain't even ready. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So we got Kim Whitley coming up, Tracy, and a special shout out to the Whitley family, right?
Yes, to you know what, her dad called when we were on the phone earlier with her, and her dad called, and Kim said, "Hold on, because when my dad calls, I got to say hi to him." So we all said hi, and
hello.
Hey, Mr. Whitley.
Hey, Mr. Whitley.
Yes, and we know that you're watching. Kim texted us and said you are watching. We love your daughter. She is so funny. I don't even know how you guys, when she was growing up, I'm sure she kept you out laughing the entire time. So we got to say hi to her brother Kyle too. Kyle went to Howard. So, and Kim went to Fisk. Kim went to Fisk, and she's a Delta. So she got it all covered, Renee. She got all
Delta, Sigma, Theta, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Throw it up for the D's out there, the DSTs, the ladies in the red and white, the Deltas. I was in Nashville, and I wonder if Kim next time she comes, it's like a different city now. It's just totally blown up now. So if she ever comes back to Nashville, she probably won't recognize it when she comes back to Music City, USA, the Ville. So let's go ahead and toss to Kim Whitley. She's an actress and also comedian, and also Reva Martin as well, civil rights attorney and host as well. Let's talk to these ladies as they talk about the importance of voting, especially with this demographic, HBCUs, and the students there at these historical Black colleges and universities. Take it away, ladies.
All right. This is John Lewis, Good Trouble, and the HBCU Takeover, and I am with the amazingly talented actress, comedian, Kim Whitley. Kim, what are you doing over there, girl?
I'm trying to get it together. You know, it's a lot going on during the Corona shutdown pandemic. You know, I'm just trying.
I know you have been holding it down. You've been entertaining us on your Instagram page with your Corona Chronicles. You've been helping parents who are dealing with homeschool. You just got it all covered. You're just that all around, you know, like badass chick. So we couldn't do an event about HBCU graduates. You know, I did a little research. So I looked up like who are some of the most famous people that went to an HBCU, and your name came up.
I heard my name was between like John Lewis and Nico Giovanni, and then there was little old me. I was like, you daggone right. You daggone right.
Yeah, I was like, who are some of the famous people that went to Fisk? And you in some good company, girl. There's W.E.B. Du Bois. Yeah. There's Ida B. Wells. There's Nico Giovanni. There's Constance Baker Motley. And
don't forget Beyonce's daddy. Beyonce's daddy was the Fisk.
You know, he's on that list. Matthew's on the list. I was like, okay, this is an interesting list. But I was like, there's my girl, Kim. So Fisk, tell us, like, this is about HBCUs. And we, you know, those of us who are HBCU allies, we didn't go to an HBCU. What is so unique about that experience? And as a graduate, what would you say to students today about how they can use that education to change the world?
Oh my God, that's a whole mouthful. But let me just say this about the HBCU. So whoever's listening, if you have never ever considered going to an HBCU, now is the time. Like, you want to be in that school. That is the school that's going to keep you woke. You're going to feel the community. It's all about culture. And that, right now, that's where you want to be. You want to be with your community instead of in a different school or a big school where, you know, it's a little different. And I thank my parents for having the foresight to put me at an HBCU. My other family members had gone to Fisk University. They put my brothers at Howard University. And I was in a white neighborhood. I grew up with all white friends. So it was a culture shock to me. Wow. It really, I didn't even know what hot sauce was.
I gotta keep it real now. So you grew up in an all white neighborhood?
Yeah, I mean, I grew up like in Cleveland first. It was in the black neighborhood, but you know, moving on up.
You just don't say I grew up in a white neighborhood. Something about you say I've been around black people all my life. I don't know. That's just how.
Some about me, my daddy. Yeah, some about me. I got one foot still in Cleveland, but they moved over to Shaker, which was good because I got the best of both worlds. But I grew up with all white Jewish neighbors, and so when I went to, because this is the craziest story. I told my mother when I was in 12th grade, we were in the grocery store, and I had told my mother, I was like, someone said, so Kim, where are you going to school? I was like, Cornell. And you know, my black mama was down there. She said, no, she ain't. She going to an HBCU, Fisk University. I was like, ooh. So, you know, but I was glad because I was like, my mother had filled out my application, sent it in. I didn't know, what? They dropped me off.
That's why we love black mothers. We just do what we do.
They picked me up 4 years later. That was the last time I saw them. It was like, that's where you going.
Well,
it changed my life.
Hats off to Mom for making that decision because you were in such great company. And we're talking about Congressman John Lewis. And, you know, a lot of people know him as kind of Martin Luther King's sidekick, but he is such an iconic civil rights figure in his own right. So I'm so happy that this movie, Good Trouble, really highlights his accomplishments. And one of his biggest accomplishments is around voting rights. And we know in this election coming up, we've got to vote like we've never voted in our lives. So what message, Kim, do you have for HBCU graduates and students who are still in college? How do we motivate them to get them to the polls?
Well, you know what? They were motivated, the generation that put in Obama. We have got to re-energize. We are fighting for our lives. If they look like, understand that we are fighting for our lives, these young people are saying, oh, my vote doesn't count. Stop believing the hype. You got to remember, everything is set up for us to fail. So you got to put your part in it. You've got to go vote. You've got to encourage everyone to vote. When people say that, you've got to say your vote counts. So it hurts my heart to hear that the HBCUs have fallen off in the voting area. I'm going to do everything in my power to get out there and encourage people to vote, especially the young people. The young people, they're doing it. They got to show up and show out like they did for these protests. The young people are motivated. So they have got to be the ones to really get out there and do it. If we think about what John Lewis went through and all the people in the civil rights, and I mean, come on, we're not getting hoses turned on us. We don't have dogs. You know, we've got to look at our history and say, if they did it, we could at least go vote.
Yeah, it's so important, Kim, in terms of taking the power that we're seeing in the protest and the power from the streets and translating that into policy. And the way we do that is by voting, is by changing the occupant at the White House. And not just the White House. It's so important for young people to know that when we vote in this 2020 election, we have a chance to flip the Senate. And if we can flip the Senate, you know, the 2020 Policing Reform Act introduced by Kamala Harris and Karen Bass, we can get that passed. You know, we can get the Eric Gardner law that prohibits chokeholds across this country. We can get that law passed. So many of the things that young people in the streets are protesting about, we can actually have implemented as laws in this country, but we've got to have the control of the White House, we've got to control the Senate, and we've got to keep the control of the Congress. And we can do it. I mean, the cards are lining up for us to do it. We've just got to keep this passion and this power going. So I just want to ask you, Kim, so you have this enormous platform. You know, you're a comedian, you're an actress, you have a huge social media following. People know you from seeing you on the big screen and from TV. How does a celebrity like you and your celebrity friends, so talk to them too, use this enormous platform to reach, you know, college students, to reach people who, like you said, may think that their vote doesn't count? How can you all use this platform to reach those folks?
Well, I think it's just about being conscious and posting. And when people ask us if we can do something, to show up. But I wanted to go back. It's also about education. Not only us being educated, but educating young people. I wasn't educated in college about flipping the Senate. If we don't understand what we're doing, we got to go back, you know, to Schoolhouse Rock. We got to go back educating everyone about how important, not only for the presidential vote, but we, you know, our senators and Congress and judges and all of this. But if we start something, you know, flip the Senate. But I think that is the biggest thing, is education and having fun about it. My colleagues, actors and singers, we formed a group called Entertainers Alliance. We've done nothing with it right now, but we got everybody's email and everybody's phone number, and I think it's time to mobilize, send out everybody, say it's time, we got to start pushing, but then also looking to you and people like you to say, and John Lewis, what's our message? What do you need us to do? Because as celebrities, you can just go do your own thing, but we need direction. That's the thing. When you get someone and say, hey, we need y'all to get to the HBCUs. We need y'all to do a free concert. We need something to push this vote and to get our message out.
You know, if you ask me, what can you do? You know, I got an assignment for you, right?
Yes, you got an assignment.
You know, you just said that to the wrong sister when you said, what can we do?
And then that is the question. We all, because, you know, everybody got their own hustle, but we will come together as a group. So we definitely are ready, but it's time to mobilize.
here's one thing. When you talk to that group, Kim, I love what you just said about education, because I remember in the 2016 election, I was talking to groups and groups of millennials. I would go on any podcast, any show, anybody that would listen to me, I was talking to them, trying to get them to understand how that election was so much bigger than Hillary Clinton. And I would have these millennials say to me, I like her. I don't think I can sit down and have tea with her. She's not relatable. And I wanted to just shake them and say, you know what? You ain't having tea with her. Don't get over it. You ain't gonna be having tea with Hillary.
Right. This ain't about your friendship.
I was trying to get them to understand it. It was that same energy, because this was right after Mike Brown. This was after Tamir Rice. This was after so many horrific murders of African Americans by police, like we just have now with George Floyd and Breonna Taylor, and Rashad Brooks. And I was trying to get them to understand, do you know that the president appoints the attorney general? Do you know that? And it's the attorney general. It was Eric Holder that Obama appointed, that went into Ferguson, that said that Ferguson had a bigger problem than that cop that shot Michael Brown, that Ferguson had a systemic racism problem. So educating people about what the vote means beyond just that one person. President is important, but damn it, they ain't the only person important in an election. So I would implore your actors, entertainers, your colleagues, start having these conversations and helping people understand what this election means beyond Joe Biden, because we can get Joe elected, but Joe brings with him Black people, brown people, Asian people, women, gay people. Everybody is going to have a seat at that table, and that's so important.
So important.
I'm all excited now.
No, that's what I'm saying. It is very important, and we're running out of time, so we gotta really get it together. And I'll change my wig, put on a different wig each time, and be a different person. I'm gonna do whatever it takes to make sure we get out there. And my biggest concern is how they're taking away these polling places. They're trying to get us to stand in line for 6 or 7 hours. There's got to be a way to stop this. That's the thing that concerns me. But even my friend Sherry Shepard was like, how can we go down, maybe rent a bus, help people get to the polling places? But we got to do that all over the country. Yeah. Did
you see the LeBron initiative? Did you see that LeBron is teaming up with one of the big, I think it's Stacey Abrams voting rights initiative, so that they can use stadiums, these big stadiums where they play basketball games, so that those stadiums can actually be polling places, and they can have volunteers come in, so we don't have people knocking on the doors at 6 o'clock like they did in Louisville, Kentucky, and not be able to get in. So there are some initiatives that are moving amongst actors and entertainers, and you have such a powerful voice. I'm just so grateful that you're using it in the way that you are, and I would just encourage you to keep doing that. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for being a part of this. Mr. Lewis, any last minute shout out you want to just say? Mr. Lewis is going through a very serious illness right now, but despite that, he remains on the battlefield fighting for justice and equality. So, he's such an inspirational figure, and we want to make sure that he feels all the love from people like you who went to his alma mater.
Well, first of all, let me say, I didn't say I was finished with the interview. Just because you want to end the interview, did the little people in the back send you a text message or something to say, oh, you need to get Kim off because we got a bunch of other people, Oprah coming up, something like that. So now I got to get off. Oh, sorry, Mr. Lewis. My bad. I digress. I want to say.
No, your people said you were important, and I needed to keep this to 15 minutes. So I'm just trying to respect that you're important, and then maybe you waiting to go on Oprah.
Really? I'm on your board of directors. This is what we're doing now? Okay. What I will say.
I thought maybe Oprah was calling you or something. I don't know.
Hold on, Oprah. I'm talking to Reba Martin. We talking about John
Yeah,
Lewis.
wait a minute, Oprah. She's talking to important people right now.
Yeah, okay. Can you make me some tea? Okay, you hear that? I got Oprah making me some tea. Thank you. Right. Yeah, right.
All right, thanks, O.
I know, that's crazy. Mr. John Lewis, all I can say is we love you. We love you. Thank you for your sacrifice. Thank you for continuing to sacrifice for us, to teach us, to be a leader. We need you. I just, just your face, sir. Let me just tell you, just your face. It's a brand. It's when we see it. It means it means hope when I see you. So I just want you to know that you are loved. Your work is appreciated every day. So keep on keeping on, and we're gonna keep on keeping on with you. Thank you, Mr. Lewis.
Powerful words from actress comedian Kim Whitley.
All right, good stuff there, ladies, with Ariva and Kim Whitley there talking some good stuff about getting into some good trouble. That's what this is all about, getting into some good trouble. As the great John Lewis would say, this is the John Lewis Good Trouble HBCU Takeover. We got some NBA 2K coming up. But right now, we're talking with real NBA legends right here. We're talking about NBA royalty. Let Larry Ridley from SNY-TV, NBC Sports, got the two-time WNBA champion, Renee Montgomery. Can we find you at, Renee?
Oh, on our it's Renee M. Are you talking about social media?
Oh, in Atlanta. You're in the
Wait, okay. You already did that, Larry Laptop. Y'all know you can find me in the A. I was like, wait, what are you asking me here? I'm in the A. Got a partner in the A over here too.
Thank you. There's the segue. There's the segue.
There you go. Sorry, alley-oop. Sorry, my bad. My bad.
She blew the alley-oop. Coach, if she was in the game and she blew the alley-oop, would you sit her on the bench?
Got to get her out. Get her out.
Hey, Renee says she's gonna step back and shoot the three.
That's why I stay in my lane, okay?
That's what they all do now. They just all shoot the three.
That's it.
Listen, call it the Steph Curry, Trae Young effect, okay?
Layups and threes. That is the NBA. Let's welcome in NBA head coach of the Atlanta Hawks, Lloyd Pierce. Also, we got George Lynch, HBCU co-founder, national champ with North Carolina in '93, also former NBA player, and also another former NBA player. He is the trivia question that a lot of people forget about. He's the only player to outscore Michael Jordan in a playoff series. He would be Terry Cummings right here. We had him on Esports Extra. That's a nice little nugget right there. Terry, how often do you get reminded of that stat? I know we talked about it a few weeks ago.
Well, I think that's about the first time it actually came up. to be honest, I think a lot of times people forget what you did when you did it, and sometimes you forget it yourself. But there was a time when I played in the league the first 9 or 10 years of my career. I was in the top 10 scorers every year. But when you step away from that game, people forget a lot of stuff that you've done, include yourself. So, that was the first time I realized it myself, to be honest.
Yeah, good stuff. I'll never forget that. Milwaukee Bucks and MJ's Bulls, Terry Cummings in the 80s outscored Michael Jordan in the playoff series. It was less than a point, but he still technically outscored Michael Jordan in the playoff series.
It counts. Yeah, it counts. Come on now.
Don't shortcut it. It counts.
It counts. Almost 20,000 points in the league, multiple All-Star appearances. So, yeah, Terry Cummings, look it up. When you look up bad dude in the dictionary, you see his picture there. So let's go ahead and, guys, let's dive in. We were talking about voting here. We're trying to get into some good trouble. And I know Don Porter and Eric Alexander, the director and producer, respectively, of this documentary, would be happy that we're discussing this. Lloyd, tell us about some of the things that you guys are doing in Atlanta. We know about LeBron James and the More Than a Vote campaign, but you guys down in the A, the ATL, are doing some very big things also when it comes to pushing voting in the Atlanta area, correct?
Yeah, it's only fitting. This is where Congressman John Lewis makes his home. So it's only fitting that we really try and enhance the work that he's done for years, which is, get everyone to exercise their right to vote. And we're proud and honored that we'll be able to open up our arena here in the city, primarily for Fulton County. The arena will be able to allow Fulton County residents to come down to State Farm and vote, take part in the early voting. I think there's a misconception, it's all about early voting for us and really allowing folks to get in their absentee ballots. And the county is going to use the entire arena to do so. And we're proud to be a part of that.
Well, I think it also it helps, a lot of causes there, Coach, because you can socially distance in an arena, and you can also get a larger crowd there in the arena too. And also the public
transit, yeah.
There's transit. That's a pretty
the
good
MARTA. Come on now, the MARTA goes straight into it.
No excuses, right?
No, and I think that's the beauty of it. We want to represent the vote as much as we can, and to get as many people in the county, in Fulton County. That's the heart of Atlanta. We want to get as many people in and registered and educated and be able to participate and something really that's going to be as meaningful as anything in their life. 2020 presidential election that's coming up could be one of the most impactful and meaningful of our generation. So to have the space, to have the opportunity to increase the numbers for this city, for this county would be tremendous. And we're excited to be a part of that.
Terry Cummings, the former NBA All-Star there. Terry, your former city in Milwaukee, I know they're talking about doing some things as well. We saw the long lines during their primaries as well in Madison and Milwaukee, Wisconsin. You got a lot of African Americans in that area. How important is voting, and what are they doing in your former city there to sort of improve that?
Well, you got me, because I'm another one of those transplants. I live here in ATL too. Following that really closely, and the Chicago thing, because that's hometown. But I do realize that, the whole political scenario right now is really difficult, because there's so much redlining and so many different things to keep us from the polls. I think the real significance is that, I'm 59 years old. I've never seen anything like this in my life. And so I think it's an opportunity for us all, not just through our vote, but through our protesting and through, I'm an avid and adamant believer in prayer too. These are the three things, or two of the three things, I think that'll really be, really needful for us in this election to get what we want. And don't stop till you get it. Don't stop with the vote. Continue on with it.
Rock the vote, absolutely. Exercising that franchise. Renee, let's talk about more than a vote. And you've been on some of these calls with the NBA players, and you've seen some of the work that they're doing. What is the latest with More Than a Vote, and how can that be impactful in our communities?
Yeah, so the More Than a Vote campaign, it does a multitude of things. It first gives a platform for athletes like me to be an activist and to bounce off ideas of. Secondly, they want to tackle voter suppression. So one of the things Coach Pierce talked about it, opening up the arena. So when you talk about making it easier to vote, that is a direct way to battle voter suppression, in a sense that if you have mail-in, absentee, different things of that nature, people have different ways to vote. Some people, after experiencing here in Georgia, there were people that waited 9+ hours to vote. That's unacceptable. So when you start doing things like the Hawks are doing and Coach Pearson and them are doing, where you give different ways, different solutions, that should help battle voter suppression. So I think it's amazing. I think that, as Coach Pierce talked about, this is a template. The Hawks did it first, and I'm saying that because I'm proud of him. Coach Pierce, I already said it to him. He's like, no, it's not a competition. I'm like, look, the Hawks did it first, but everybody, this is a thing that every arena could do. And I hope everyone does, because it's it's a simplistic idea, and I'm wondering why we haven't done it before. But it's this is needed right now in this climate.
Yeah, Coach, I also wanted to bring up, with you guys, the 22 other teams going to the bubble in Orlando, my old stomping grounds. I was a sports director down there in Central Florida, so I know that the campus very well at the Wide World of Sports complex. We're hearing about, some possible names being allowed on the back of jerseys or representing social causes. Just want to get your thoughts on that, and is that a good direction that the NBA is going, and how they're able to work with the Players Union on that to get certain messages out?
Yeah, I'm glad, and you hear a lot of the information about what's going on with the Players Association in the league. And I think Terry just said it. Even with the voting, that's not the end all be all. That's just one of the steps. We have to stay prayed up. We have to get out and encourage people. And as Renee talked about, if we want a competition, the competition should be how many people can we get registered to vote.
Yes.
Let's compete there. And that's really the encouragement of seeing Milwaukee open up their arena and Detroit open up their practice facility. Let's encourage more people to do it. Let's compete that way. But I think when you talk about the NBA resuming in Orlando and the names and the things that are going on the jerseys, it's a great statement. By no means is that a knock. It's a great statement. But we need more than just the statements. We need conversation. We need action. We need legislation. We need people to vote. We need people to continue to protest and march. We need everything. It isn't, one over the other. It's all inclusive. And so I think it's really an encouraging step that the NBA is doing. And I think it's even more encouraging that the players fought for that. But now, once those names or statements are made on the jersey, what's the follow-up? What's the conversation? What are we doing to talk about the change that's necessary? because everybody's going to see that, and then what? And I think that's even more important than just a statement.
Yeah, I mean, Terry, we're talking about this is an important step, but you played in the '80s and into the '90s. Did you ever think that you would see maybe like Black Lives Matter on a court or other, social justice reforms and causes on the back of jerseys? Did you ever think you would see that in today's NBA?
Well, not back then, but nowadays, yes, because I think that this is new inroads. This is new ground, and I think that the difficulty with most people living in this generation, as opposed to my generation, is that my generation only tends to want to see things from the '80s and the '90s perspective, and maybe the early 2000s. But what we're living in now is a new era where change is taking place, and always with change it's a very difficult process for most people to reach it at the same time. You have the young people who are always going to be the ones to spearhead any revolution. If you look through history, it's always been that way, and it'll always be that way. I would like to think that our role and job in this as seasoned people is to be able to give them reflection points on what we could help them to overcome before they get to it, because we've seen it and we've been there. We've been through it. My generation had a time, all of us have had a time where we could have gone out and done what is being done now. But this generation has an opportunity to do something we've never done. And so the answer to your question is, I think I've always seen it. This generation is a different generation of young people. They pursue what they want, as all young people have before them, but they have gone the extra mile. And I think that's the difference right now.
Guys, we got about 5 minutes left here on this panel here. We're talking with NBA legends here. We got the great George Lynch, the great Terry Cummings, the two-time WNBA champ, a good buddy of mine, Renee Montgomery, and the head coach of the ATLians, the Atlanta Hawks down there in the A. Lloyd Pierce. Lloyd, let's get your thoughts on just using our platforms. All of us here, we have a platform. Renee, she's a former player. I'm a sportscaster. You guys are former NBA players with George and Terry, and yourself as the head coach of one of the 30 NBA teams in the association. How important is it that we use our platforms for positive change?
Well, it's everything. If you sit around and expect someone else to fight for you or to speak for you, then we'll be in the same boat. We'll be in the same place. Not much is going to change. I have a microphone throughout the course of the year. I have a microphone in front of me 3 times a day on game day. I have the greatest opportunity to speak for others, in addition to speaking for myself. And really, as you will see coming up, all 30 of our head coaches understand what our role is right now. And that's going to be to keep the conversation alive about racism and really educate ourselves on the history and educate others on studying the history of African Americans in this country. I think this movement has been about trying to find ways to enact change. But it's hard to enact change if we don't know the history of our country, the history of oppression, the history of the systemic racism that we're seeing. And we have to, and we feel we can do that. Our players, and Terry just said it, young people are at the head of this movement. And so if we can get our players to open up and talk about it, the impact that they have, the connections that they have, social media reach that they have is even more powerful than the people of the past, because they can reach and make and affect change a lot greater than we can. So we have to keep this conversation alive. We have to encourage them to be able to talk about it. And once their voices are empowered and full with the information, I think that's when they're really going to take off. And they're starting it already. That isn't the case. They're already starting that. We just have to support and help them along the way.
Real quickly, in about 20 seconds or less, what have been your conversations with Trae Young? Kids call him Ice Trae, doing his thing down there in Atlanta, and also other workout in Oklahoma where he's from.
It's all of them. This isn't an isolated deal. I speak to all of them the same about being educated. It's hard. They're going to have mics in front of their face, so they better know what they want to talk about. When someone asks them about the death of Rayshard Brooks here in the city of Atlanta, what's their reaction? They need to educate themselves on what's going on and why it's important. So I'm trying to talk to all of them individually and collectively.
Yeah, get your thoughts, Terry. Being a former athlete, the platform that you have as well, trying to encourage people, man. One would be voting. Just the importance of using our platforms for positive change or to affect change.
Well, I often Is it for me?
Yeah, absolutely, Terry.
Oh yeah, I speak a lot. I've been in ministry over 40 years. I pastor a church here in Atlanta, and I work outreach in the inner city streets of Stone Mountain, Scottsdale, Georgia, Decatur, Georgia, different parts of the state. And one of the things I constantly tell people is just be aware. Don't go out there and act like you're surprised by everything that's going on, because there's really, ecclesiastically, there's nothing new under the sun. Everything that is has been before. So it's now our opportunity to really strengthen the people around us. And something you said earlier, you were just saying, is we have to be conscious of the fact that it is our role and responsibility to educate people as leaders. Our role is to give them the opportunity to know, to have the knowledge of what to say when the time comes. Our young people may not be as educated, may not be as affluent or articulate, but by giving them the premise of what's on the line here, and then to give it to them from a place where they can understand it, also presents them an opportunity to go out and represent us, because they will. We don't play ball no more. We need to put the ball in the hand of the ballers, but also give them. When I was in high school, my teachers told me, you're not going to go out there and be a dumb Negro. You're going to go out there and be articulate. You're going to learn how to speak and represent us. This is the same conversation we should be having with our players, with our sons, with our daughters, with all the people we can affect. We should have this conversation with them, so when they go out, they say what we say about it. We educate them.
Yeah, absolutely. Before we go out, I'd be remiss if I didn't get you to do a little singing for us. Give us a little
Yes,
song.
sir. He said right when you said church, take us to church.
You're the preacher, man. Come on, you had an album. I mean, come on, you got a great voice.
I'll just give you something I know we all know.
Yes, sir.
Because I ain't got in that place yet, but I'm not gonna back out on you. And I didn't sign up for this. This is you all's idea. You all sing with me.
Oh no, we're not gonna sing with you.
In our lives, we all have need. Come on, sing with me. We all have sorrow,
but
if we are wise,
this is a solo.
We know that there's always tomorrow. Lean on me when you're not strong. I'll be your friend. I'll help you carry on. 'Cause, come on.
It won't be. You don't want me to sing.
You not gonna leave it like
somebody to lean on.
Yes, sir.
There you go.
This whole interview.
Sir. Hey, I know when to duck out. I'm gonna leave it to the professionals.
Yeah, that was a solo.
That was.
And I'm taking that, by the way, ecclesiastically, there's nothing new under the sun. That is beautiful. It's true. I love that.
Absolutely.
The thing that have been is the thing that will be. We can't act surprised anymore. We just need to be bigger than the circumstances that show up.
Beautiful. Hey man, as Renee Montgomery likes to say, man, hey, take the win, man. Put it.
I'll take it. A win is a win. I always say, I don't care if it was ugly or not. We will take any wins. A win is a win.
Moments equal a movement. Absolutely, man. To the great Lloyd Pierce, you're doing such a great job with that young team with the Hawks. I enjoy watching those guys. Terry Cummings, all-star veteran of the NBA. Yes, sir. Preacher man as well. All-around good guy. And then the great George Lynch and Renee Montgomery. Guys, thank you for joining us on this panel. Let's get more and dive into this NBA 2K. Steve, let's go ahead and get ready for game number 2 here of the HBCU Takeover NBA 2K tournament. And we're back with more of the Get Trouble HBCU Takeover NBA 2K tournament here. Larry Ridley, SNY TV, NBC Sports Madden NFL, little NBA 2K League. Renee Montgomery, 2-time NBA champion. Hey, we got the second game here in this HBCU Takeover, the NBA 2K tournament. It's the 4 versus the 5, and we can put up the bracket real quickly. Southern University being represented by Jamal Young from the Mavs. Number 5, the 5th seed. Oh, those tricky Pirates. Hampton University. Melvin Forrest playing with the Sixers. Renee Montgomery, what do you think right here? This is the tough one, supposedly, right? 4 versus 5 can go either way.
Yeah, and these are the games you love to watch because of that. So I want to see, can we get a buzzer beater? I don't know. Am I asking a lot? But I want a buzzer beater.
All right, let's go. It's the 4 versus the 5. Larry Ridley here from SNY TV. Also, Renee Montgomery, two-time WNBA champ, playing with the Atlanta Dream, won a chip with the Phoenix, the Lynx, excuse me, not the Phoenix, the Minnesota Lynx.
You better get that right.
Get it right, the Minnesota Lynx. All right, let's go ahead and dive into the game. We'll tell the players to go ahead and lock up, guys. Get on those sticks.
Let's get it.
Stick skills. It'll be Southern U against Hampton U. Jamal Young from Southern University playing with the Dallas Mavericks. The 5th seed, Melvin Forrest, playing with the Sixers representing Hampton University. As we go ahead and dive in, we're on the home court of the Sixers. That would be in Philadelphia.
Philly.
Sixers in white. Mavs in blue. How about the Sixers coming back from this bubble, man? Healthy and whole again as they.
It's dangerous. That's a dangerous thing for the Sixers to be. I mean, we know the talent level is there. If it ever clicks,
Speaking
look
of
out.
talent, just taking it straight to the cup with 2 hands right there, Renee. That is big talent.
Yeah, and I mean, that's a lot of athleticism. That's a lot of talent. That's a lot of good things.
We call him the Zinger. Porzingis, and then you got Luka here for the Mavs. Early 4-4 ball game. Battle of the big man with Porzingis and also Joel Embiid.
Right.
And then you got the power, you got the 3s and the 2s there with Luka and my man Ben Simmons. I like this matchup, Renee.
Yeah, it's a good one. That's why I said it's a star-studded matchup. So that's why I'm excited. I don't know what's going to happen. We see the stars are starting out early, though. I like to see that.
Yes, sir. Sixers, the home team. Once again, that's Melvin Forrest, the 5th seed from Hampton. The 4th seed, Jamal Young and the Mavs on the road.
Ooh, got him up in the air.
Yeah.
Hit him with a little shot fake. Got him off his feet.
Sure did. Sixers with the early 2-point lead. Larry Ridley here. SNY. Renee Montgomery down the middle of the lane, down Broadway. Blew the bunny, Renee.
The bunny. I mean, that was a gimme.
Here come the Sixers. 2-point lead. MB will let it fly.
And Embiid has been paying attention to his shot selection in real life. We got to do it in the game, too.
Hey, Embiid be rocking out there in the suburbs, man, from deep. He don't care. He'll let it fly.
Because he knows he can make it.
Yeah, he can. He makes them every now and then. We got to get things up. Speaking of getting up, got up the shot there. And that is the Zinger. Kristaps Porzingis, the former New York Knick, covered him here.
The unicorn.
The unicorn, as Katie likes to call him. Absolutely.
Yeah. And he's a unicorn because, he can shoot, dribble, get to the basket. I'm happy just to see him back, honestly, because, he had a bad injury and he was a huge talent on the rise. So I'm happy to just see him back out there.
Absolutely. Had that torn ACL about 2 years ago with the Knickerbockers, playing now in Dallas. Mark Cuban got him a nice little squad down there in Dallas. Luka, Zinger.
You and the Zinger.
Missed shot by Ben Simmons, back the other way. Mavs, an early 1-point deficit. Here come the Sixers, back the other way. Pull it out. Let's see your boy. Let's see if it's MB going to throw it up. Oh,
listen, that's a good find. Oh, my goodness. That was a good find. Somebody fell asleep, but the ball movement is unbelievable right now.
Sixers playing well early on, up by 3. Tobias Harris and those guys. Ben Simmons.
Shouts to Melvin. Squad. Okay, Melvin, I see how you're running your team.
Melvin Forrest. Do we have another upset in the making? The 5th seed.
Listen, I like when people play smart basketball. And that's what it's looking like so far from Melvin. I mean, look, Jamal's not too far behind, but I'm just saying, Melvin, I've liked what I've seen so far.
Left-handed bunny there for the Mavs. Back in it. Down only 1. Sixers. Easy layup off the glass. Sixers up by 3. Early 10-7 here in the first quarter. I love this one right here. Back and forth.
Yeah, the pace is great.
Oh.
Woo!
Yes.
Goodness.
Right down the lane. That was right down in the heart of South Philly right there.
I love this pace, though. Look at the pace.
Oh, how about
right back at you.
Al Horford.
Al Horford. He was a big get. A lot of people don't talk about it, but he's one of those glue pieces. And when you have a lot of superstars, you need a lot of glue.
Absolutely. Had those great runs with the Hawks and then spent the last few seasons in Boston. Had that nice contract with the Celtics. Went over to the Sixers. You talk about Al and those guys. They admit it freely. They had some chemistry issues this year with the Sixers. No surprise there.
Those shocker there. They had to announce it freely because we knew freely. But again, that's why Al Horford is a big get for them.
Really, really, absolutely. A real good glue guy. Excuse me. Very good glue guy in Boston, in Atlanta. A good guy in the locker room down there in Philly,
Absolutely.
trying to show some leadership with the Sixers, who I think will be very dangerous. That's a team you do not want to face in that first round if you are a third seed. Because right now they're in the sixth. Maybe they can move up, but right now the sixth seed in the Eastern Conference.
Oh, yeah, you definitely don't want to face them because even if you do advance, they're going to make you work for it. So you're going to go into the next round definitely more tired than a lot of other people.
Yeah, but I could see that team, beating you or maybe taking you to seven, and also a nice little gentleman
Yeah.
you get down and there's the three release
Okay.
rotation. The result, the third rock
Is
there.
is that our first three of the night? I don't know, but
It
I
is.
just feel like okay, because I like those things. So
Absolutely.
thank you for that.
Back
Wait a minute.
Oh, Kristaps, no, he didn't hit it at the end of the horn, at the end of one. How about the Mavs on the road? Down by 6 to the Sixers, the 5 seed. Melvin Forrest from Hampton University, early 6-point lead over Southern University's Jamal Young and the Mavs in this 5-4 matchup. What have you seen so far, Renee? I've seen very good play from Melvin Forrest looking to pull off the upset.
Yeah, Melvin's playing great. I mean, Jamal's not 6 points is not a lot. I like the pace. I like the pace. And with this pace, 6 points is nothing because I mean they're getting up and down, which is fun for us to watch.
Speaking of pace, we'll pick up the pace here. Start of the second quarter. A long three there by the Sixers does not go. Melvin Forrest from Hampton playing with the Sixers, an early 6-point lead. Here come the Mavs in the paint. Kick it back out. Top of the key there.
Reset.
Absolutely. They call the foul on that one. I thought that was a pretty good block, but he did get him with the body there. Going to the line for the Mavs, who are down by 6 early. First free throw is up and is good. Got a 5-point game. Renee Montgomery. There's your boy Luka.
Look at Luka. I'm telling you with the graphics. But that's what they need to do. That's what Dallas needs to do. That's what Jamal needs to do. You got to get some free throws to switch up the momentum, break up the rhythm.
Did get one of them. 5-point lead. Melvin Forrest for Hampton University. Oh, ticky-tack foul there for the Mavs.
Looks like the refs are calling it tighter. Like we didn't see a lot of fouls and these kind of, not away from the basket fouls. But, each game is different.
Absolutely. Long two there. Not a very good shot, especially from that team. The Sixers, one of the worst three-point shooting teams in the league. Here come the Mavs.
Okay.
Yes, off the glass.
We had to hold our breath because we've seen a lot of missed layups. So if people were wondering, we were both like, what's going to happen? We've seen a lot of missed layups, but he finished that one.
Luka Doncic gets the easy bunny there. 17-14. Mavs down only 3. It was 6.
Woo.
Mavs down to 3, but hey, just throwing it down with 2 hands right there. Back up to 5. The Sixers with their early lead.
I mean, at this pace right now, I mean, this is basketball. I know a lot of people, defense wins championships. We want to see offense, and they're giving us a lot of it.
Hey, that's the price of admission right there. We want to see the offense, although in that bubble, there will be no price of admission. We'll all be watching on TV down in O-Town in Orlando.
We will.
ESPN Disney's Wide World of Sports Complex. Been there plenty of times when I worked on TV at the NBC station.
That's a bad shot.
Orlando. It was a very bad shot. Back come the Mavs, down low. Does get the foul there. He'll head to the free throw line. Just a 3-point game, an opportunity here to get it within 1, Renee.
It's a big opportunity, and when you take bad shots, you start the other team's offense. So when that was a bad shot, you kind of knew something good was going to happen on the other end.
Absolutely. Under a 5-point game here. As we get going here. Once again, 2-point game, 19-17, the lead for Melvin Forrest.
Listen, don't call it a comeback.
Hey, just a quick 6-point lead, but hey, it's been steady. It's been between 3 and 6 the entire time. After that early, I guess it was 4-4 to begin the game.
Yeah, it was close to begin the game, but it seemed like, Melvin had a hold of the game from start to finish. And so, wait, Melvin, let me make sure I'm getting the right teams right. Yeah, Melvin with
Melvin,
the I'm just making sure. I want to make sure I give Melvin his credit. But yeah, Melvin, he seems like he's had control of the game. So when I say don't call it a comeback, it looked like Jamal is coming into the driver's seat.
The very first game, it was Ahmad Moore from Fayetteville State. He was in the driver's seat.
Exactly.
Got out to that early. What was it, 9-4, something like that? 9.
And that was it.
And never looked back. Never trailed in that ball game. The 6th seed moving on. He'll get the top seed from Virginia State, Keon Smith, for a chance to be in the final. Here is the 4-5 matchup. Melvin Forrest, the 5th seed, and the Sixers up right now by 7 over the 4th seed from Southern University, Jamal Young, playing with the Dallas Mavericks. And there's the shot by Luka. Comes up a little short. Here come the Sixers back. Here's an easy layup if he can get it. Oh, nice little closeout.
Yeah, great defense.
Got the left-handed floater. Was that Ben Simmons? I believe it was.
Yeah, and people, when you say great defense, good offense will always beat good defense. So somebody can play great defense and a good offensive player or a great offensive player can still score. That was good offense and that was good defense.
We used to say that all the time when you see Kobe Bryant or Michael Jordan or LeBron
Exactly.
James or Kevin Durant, somebody like that. Hey, good O will always beat good D.
You just tip your hat like good shot, man.
Well, hey, tip your hat right now to the Sixers, Melvin Forrest, largest lead of the ball game right now. 9 points, Renee Montgomery, 26-17, under a minute and a half to play. And it's been all Melvin Forrest representing Hampton. Those tricky Pirates, Renee.
Yeah, it's the game of runs. I always talk about it. Jamal had a run. Now Melvin returned it with a run of his own.
Well, see, I've got an issue trusting Pirates, but right now he's making me a believer. You can't trust a Pirate, right?
Oh my goodness, I don't have that same issue, so I see what this Pirate is doing, and I trust it.
Hey, right now Melvin Forrest is saying, "I'm the Pirate. I'm the captain."
Look at me. I'm the captain now. Yeah, I see where you were going with that.
Yes, sir. Got the big lead so far. We'll see if Jamal Young can turn it on right now. Another turnover. Turning. Give me that.
Yeah.
Rock the 3. Oh, inside with the layup, and it does go. And
that was a great decision.
Lead of the ball game now by 14, Renee, 31-17. It might be 22nd timeout time, right?
It might be something. You could really use a wish right now. And what I like is, though, he turned down the 3. The 3 was open. He turned it down, got a layup. Again, I trust it. I believe that. That's smart.
That's when you know you're very confident, right there.
Yeah.
Turning down open shots to get even a better shot.
Better shot.
Absolutely.
Turned down a good shot to get a great shot, as we would call it, and he did that.
And those Minnesota Lynx teams that you were a part of, they were really good at that.
Yeah, because we had a lot of players that any shot is a great shot, so they had to be selective.
As a floor general, what is it like playing with a bunch of snipers out there?
Oh, kid in a candy store. You get a shot. You get a shot. You get a shot. I had to spread out the love. That's a good situation to be in.
All right, Renee Winfrey. Oprah Montgomery.
I felt like that. I'm like, who am I going to go to this time? Let's go with Maya this time. All right, it's you. I'm like, I'll call your play. I got you.
Oh, I saw you right there, name drop. I saw you.
Listen, Simone was next. Simone, I got you. Put Sylvia. Okay, Sylvia Fowles, I got you. The play after that, Mama's on a burner right now.
Well, speaking of Sylvia and Augusta, Simone both played in Baton Rouge.
That's why you see what I did there. You see what I did there. I was hoping that somebody listening would know those names, the bona fide superstars, so I had to spread the love.
Yes, sir. As we head into the break now, and there's the lead. Right now, 33-19. I believe it's a 14-point lead. Is that right? As we start the third quarter. Actually, 18.
It's 18, so yeah.
18-point lead. Starting the third quarter here for Good Trouble, the HBCU Takeover NBA 2K tournament here. 15-point lead for the 5th seed from Hampton, Melvin Forrest, the Sixers, against Southern University's Jamal Young and the Mavs, the 4th seed, Renee.
Yeah, you got to have a run right now. Got to. It's a 15-point lead. Well, you're down 15. Start of the third quarter? Well, It's the third quarter, so make a good push now. You don't want to do everything in the fourth quarter. That's a disaster.
Let me ask you this: as a team that's down big, and we all know this in the NBA, everyone makes runs, including the W as well. When is it time to start making it helter-skelter, start trapping, speeding up the game, if you will?
In the pros, that's not until you get to desperation times, in a sense of you're not going to get a lot of pros pressing and running and trapping. We got a game in 2 days. I'm just being real. I'm just being real. Like, that's why if people wonder why you don't see that a lot, you see it at the very end when you're like, we got to steal possessions. For 2K, I would start doing it now. Your energy's there. I would start doing it now.
Thank you. Down by 15, tied for the largest lead of the ball game. Melvin Forrest rocking deep. No, the three does not go. Rebounded by Embiid. He's going to do some bully ball. Here he is. Dream shake, fade.
Oh, that was pretty, though.
It was pretty. Rebounded by the Zinger. Poor Zingas. 3:40 to play here. Sixers get the turnover again.
He threw an interception on that one. I mean,
Al Horford up top. Up ahead. And there's a stoppage and play foul there by the Zinger, old number 6.
He's not happy about that.
No, he's not. That was a 3-second. That's what it was, Renee. 3 seconds.
Oh, wait, what?
Defense, yeah. So free throw.
Well, what's he mad about? That's somebody else's problem. I think he must have thought they called a foul. Look, I know it's a game, but that was confusing.
Oh, here comes some subs into the game. Largest lead of the ball game, Renee. Here in the third quarter of the Good Trouble HBCU Takeover, the NBA 2K tournament. Larry Ridley here, SNY TV. Renee Montgomery, 2-time WNBA champ. How about Melvin Forrest, the 5th seed, doing work against the 4th seed from Southern University. Jamal Young and the Mavs down by 16 and running out of time, Renee.
Listen, what was his name? Ahmad, right? It's looking like we're going to have 2 convincing wins. These are convincing wins. I'm almost starting to get excited about that matchup. If you think about it, both of them are playing smart basketball. Which one will break sooner and go for the easy trick bag candy and shoot threes and try to do things that didn't get you there?
I am a little disappointed. Haven't seen a lot of threes, but you don't need to shoot threes when
they don't stop you from going to the basket.
It's like ole, ole.
Yeah, if they're gonna give it to you, you should take it.
Absolutely. Good stuff here with my good buddy Renee Montgomery, the 2-time WNBA champion. If you guys have not heard and have been under a rock the last week, she was the first WNBA player, first player in professional sports to opt out of the season, doing some good work, yeoman's work, fighting for social reform, social justice, racial justice, and criminal justice reform here. Renee Montgomery, the floor is yours, man. So proud of you as you take this fight to the streets and to the communities across this great country of ours.
Yeah, no, the thing that I feel like I can excel in is I've been a communicator my whole life in sports. Basketball, that was my thing. I can communicate at a high level. So I'm really going to take that skill set that I used in sports and just try to communicate. I think a lot of people want to listen now. So this is not the time to blame, point fingers, be mad. If you want to listen, I want to talk. So that's kind of going to be my stance right now. But I'm excited. I mean, at first I was nervous because you didn't know how everyone's going to take it, but I got my brothers like you behind me. You guys were so amazing. Yeah, for real. They just sent those words of encouragement, like, we got you. And in a time where it was like, I don't know what's going to happen when I make this announcement, that was very comforting. So I want to shout out to my esports crew. You, of course, Larry, laptop leading the way, Coach K. OG Derwin, because I felt like I had a group behind me that wasn't going to let me fall. So I appreciate that.
Good stuff here as we dive back into the game. Renee Montgomery, social justice reform there. Good stuff there. Fighting for equality for all of us. Oh, I thought he was going to throw it down.
Me too.
But he did. He threw that thing in reverse, made it actually a more difficult shot.
Finesse.
Here come the Mavs, only down 14. I thought they were going to just fall up that teeter-totter, but they're still hanging on, Renee. Down by 14 as we get closer towards the end of the third quarter here.
They got to fight the urge. They got to fight the urge. I say it all the time. Fight the urge to give up. It's easy, so I don't want to see anyone giving up. If you're on the sticks, be on the sticks.
Show some fight, as we like to say in Madden.
Yes. Compete forever.
Oh, and there's the Zinger. Luka over to Porzingis, and it is just a 12-point lead. It was as high as like 16, 17.
Yeah.
Now it's down to 12. We'll see if you can get it on. Remember, you're a professional player. You want to get it single digits, under double digits going into the fourth quarter, right?
Yeah, we used to always say, let's just make it interesting. Like especially if you're on the road or something, or you're down big, look, let's just make it interesting and see what happens. So that's always your goal. When we say interesting, get it under 10, because then that gets very interesting. That's a 3-possession game.
Melvin said you can take your interesting and shove it anywhere you want. He just knocked down a long triple try.
He did. He said, shh.
To extend it back to 15. And how about the Sixers? At home, the lower seed, now 13-point lead. Luka Doncic gets the bucket there. as we come down here, under a minute to play here in the third quarter, Renee Montgomery.
Yeah, the Sixers, they put their hard hat on. Again, shouts to, yeah, it's pretty. It's so pretty. Shouts to Melvin. Like they came in, they started the game, and they've handled the game.
Largest lead of the ball game. As we said it was down to 12, and now it's back to 16. He was wet from three, and that's a long three. Does not
That was
go.
deep.
It was. He did not need that.
And the thing about the game, y'all got to play for pride. I don't know, but I like bragging rights. Is that not a thing in esports? Fight the urge.
Yeah. Well, there was pride right there. He was not going to let him have a free
I like it.
up there. Jamal Young playing with the Mavs, the 4 seed, down big now. Oh, it's an 18-point ball game, Renee Montgomery. Largest
like
lead of
that.
the game. That 2K momentum, man. Thought he was going to he had the ball. A
He
chance to get
did.
it under
He
10.
had a shot. He had
Yeah.
a shot at it. Because if you get it under 10, the other team starts to get a little nervous. You start to have that NBA 2K momentum that we talked about. But it can
Last
switch
shot, he
the
doesn't
other
get it
way.
off. Didn't see it, didn't notice it. 17-point ball game, 45 to 28, 17-point lead here for Melvin Forrest of the Sixers, Hampton University. Larry Ridley here. Renee Montgomery, two-time WNBA champ, as we get ready to head into the fourth quarter here.
1 quarter left.
Jamal Young, Southern University. He's got work to do.
Come on, Jamal. There's a quarter left.
Jamal Young and the Mavs on the road. Got plenty of work. He's got to win this quarter something like, 27 to 10, something like that.
He needs to have a big quarter. So now is the time we let it fly. It's that this is the time.
Absolutely. Now's the time. Doncic not able to get that ball. That's an unforced turnover right there. Back over to the Sixers. Melvin Forrest and Hampton has the ball in the lead. Now you can start sitting on that clock and you start whittling down those possessions, Renee.
Yeah, I'm curious if he's going to do that. See there, that was not a slow down the clock. I think that he's not concerned about the clock. Honestly, I think that he's like, I'm going to just play this out and see what happens.
Well, what just happened was the bucket there by the Mavs down to 15. We'll see if he can start milking the clock and understanding that he's got the lead. It's possessions. You get 24 seconds and he's launching threes. It does not go. Didn't need that shot.
And if people don't understand why you don't shoot early, because the more times you shoot, the more chances the other team has to shoot, which in turn has them a chance to catch up. So, you can't take quick shots. And if it is a quick shot, it has to be like a dunk or a layup, something that's a given bucket.
Absolutely. Pull it out, work that clock, run your offense. Al Horford with the ball at the three-point line. Once again, Good Trouble, the movie, out July 3rd, HBCU Takeover NBA 2K tournament here. First of its kind, 6 HBCUs, Virginia State, Langston, John C. Smith, Southern, Hampton, and Fayetteville State. In this matchup, the 4-5 matchup, Hampton being played by Melvin Forrest and the Sixers against the 4 seed from Southern University, Jamal Young and the Mavs down right now by 15, under 3.5 minutes to play. By my math, it's probably near impossible.
It's all cosmetic from here. It's cosmetic from here. And just going back, great movie, The Reason We're Here, great movie, came out July 3rd, correct? So, yeah, great movie.
The legendary, the iconic John Lewis served in Congress. Like we said, arrested over 40 times, marched with the great Martin Luther King Jr., Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.
Big time.
On the Pettus Bridge in Selma, on the march in Selma, Alabama. Lifetime of achievements, voter rights, human rights in the U.S. Congress. Great movie and a fine documentary by Don Porter and Erica Alexander. Old cousin Pam from the Cosby Show.
Listen, I just took the John Lewis Freeway exit the other day. So the guy is iconic. And I'm glad that we're giving people their roses right now while they're still here.
Absolutely. We talked about that on our show, Esports Extra, the other day. You're absolutely correct, my friend. Mavs down by 15, under 2.5 minutes to play here. And they're running a lot of clock. They do get the layup. All right, closest as they've been in a while, just 13 points. We'll stop and play here. Good timeout here by Melvin Forrest. You do not want to give him any hope here and get this thing down to like 7 or 8 with about a minute and a half to play. And now you're really in a dogfight. Take a timeout. Figure out what you need to do. I like this timeout right here. What say you, Renee Montgomery?
Yeah, we've been talking about Melvin a lot, and rightfully so because his team has basically had control from start to finish. But shouts to Jamal. It takes a lot to put these runs together to keep the confidence to. I mean, got it to what, 13 now? It ballooned to 18, fought it back again, has it at 13, forced the other team to call a timeout. So I want to just shout out to Jamal for fighting. Way to fight the urge. I like that.
Oh, look at that batter of AI. We talking about practice? Not a game, Renee. Not a game.
We talking about practice.
What you mean I am the MVP?
That's before the NBA realized you can't play. Yeah, that's pretty.
MVP. Yeah. A most valuable performance there by Ben Simmons, just throwing it down with two hands. That may have been the dagger right there.
And that's how you come out of a timeout. If you're going to take a timeout, that's how you come out of it.
That's it, Renee. That will do it. You can go ahead and put dirt on Jamal Young, Southern University, and the Mavs right now. That was a heck of a play coming out of a timeout. Looks like they are going to roll on in this game. A great ball game by Melvin Forrest as they run out the last minute and a half, minute 20 here.
And I wanted to say that, this score is not reflective of the game per se, because this was actually an interesting game to watch. Great play, great pace. Jamal and Melvin, I think, both had shining points. Like the game of runs, it didn't just feel like it was a run over the whole game. So I will have to give shouts to Jamal with his Mavs and Melvin for being disciplined.
Well, it's just like very similar to the first game, pretty close early on. And then the second and third quarter, that's where we start to see
some separation.
Growth, some separation. Absolutely. It went from 5, 6, 7 to 20. And you get down by 20, it's hard to come back unless the other guy allows you to come back in a lot of cases. And with those guys, Ahmad Moore and Melvin Forrest from Fayetteville State and Hampton, respectively, there. Very tough, very difficult.
Yeah, like I said, it's cosmetic from here, but I like the fight. I'll always say that. Like, there's people that you want to play with. I like the fight. So it looked like both teams fought that out.
Under a minute to play here, Larry Ridley, SNY TV. Also, Renee Montgomery, two-time WNBA champ. Good Trouble, John Lewis, Good Trouble movie. The documentary was just out July 3rd. HBCU Takeover here, NBA 2K tournament as we wind down under 30 seconds to go. And it's a 15-point lead for Melvin Forrest, and we are 25 seconds or so away from a second straight upset, Renee Montgomery.
Look, don't listen. This is a Cinderella bracket. It just turned into a Cinderella bracket. And you know what? That's actually what people are missing in sports. They're missing that excitement, the unpredictability. So I appreciate these guys for bringing that to us.
How about the 3 and the 4 seed? About to go night-night. Bye-bye.
You want to go night-night?
You want to go night-night?
Yeah, but you know what, though? Honestly, even with the seeding, I like the style of play that the winners won with. It was discipline. So it wasn't anything special or dramatic. Bully ball in the first game. This game, they were driving to the basket. They didn't settle for a lot of jump shots. Simple.
And a great job on the boards as well. Both guys controlling the glass and the rebounds. And that will do it. And just like that, the game is over. And how about Hampton's Melvin Forrest playing with the Sixers? Gets the nice win, a rather comfortable win, another 18-point win here.
What's up, sexy people? What's up, beautiful people? What's up, HBCU people? My name is Nikki Gilbert Daniels, and I am so honored that I was asked to moderate this incredible panel with two very smart, beautiful HBCU grads. I was telling them before we logged on, you guys, I'm a little lightweight jealous, but that's okay. I'm going to live vicariously through all of y'all. But before we get into this really incredible conversation about the importance of voting and how women of color just show up and show out at the polls, I just want to share some stats with you guys. You may already be familiar, but Fortune reports that Black women have emerged as a key voting bloc going into the 2020 presidential election. The U.S. Census Bureau reports that 55% of eligible Black women voters cast ballots in November of 2018, and a full 6 percentage points above the national turnout. Fortune also reports that in 2012, Black women had the highest turnout of all voting groups. Hello, Black Girl Magic, but we're going to leave it there. Black women have long been immersed in politics. During the push for voting rights in 1960s, Black women like student leader Diane Nash, Dorothy Cotton, were at the center of violent demonstrations. last late U.S. Representative Shirley Chisholm, a New York Democrat and first Black woman in Congress, drew national attention in 1972 when she became the first Black candidate for a major party to run for president. And during the 19th and 20th centuries, Black women played an active role in the struggle for universal suffrage. During the 19th and 20th centuries, Black women played an active role in the struggle for universal suffrage. I am so proud to be a Black woman. What about y'all, ladies?
Okay, of course.
So, of course, I have to introduce my beautiful, esteemed, intelligent panelists. First off, this lady, y'all know who she is. She is quite accomplished, and I am super excited to have her on this panel. Her name is Karen Ceesay. She's an actor, writer from Stranger Things and The Walking Dead, Black Lightning, and more. She is a proud HBCU graduate from Spelman College, an activist within Metro Atlanta's entertainment community. Give it up, give it up. Boop, 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 Karen.
Hello.
And this sister has just educated, informed me, empowered me so much with her voice. She was the chief of staff of the city of Detroit. She knows so much about politics, it doesn't make any sense. She checks me often because I get a little discouraged. Well, not checks me, she informs me and inspires me often. She is the mother of HBCU students. She is an HBCU student herself. Christine Beatty, whoop, 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 whoop. Ladies, enough from me. This conversation is basically for us to unpack and dig into the reality that HBCU students voting is down. And women of color are such a powerful, influential voting bloc. What do you think we can do? First of all, let me ask this question. Any one of you take it. Why do you think that voting is down among HBCU students?
I'll jump in real quick. So the statistics shows that voting for HBCU or that group of students was down in 2016, but you have to remember 2016 was a very unique election, right? We had Donald Trump and we had Hillary Clinton. And unfortunately, a lot of African Americans did not turn out to vote in 2016 because people viewed it as a lesser of two evils, right? The Hillary Clinton thing played out with, her comments about, African American men and African Americans being super predators, and it playing a role in terms of the criminal justice piece where we are today with African American men and African Americans in general being locked up disproportionately compared to white men and white counterparts. So that played a heavy role, and voting, that was really a way to kind of depress the votes, to kind of keep that out there. And it worked, and there was nothing really that African Americans got excited about. I think what you're seeing now is a return to the excitement of voting and people understanding the power of the vote. I think you will see that statistic rise dramatically in this election because you see what's at stake. HBCU students have been on the front lines with the protests in every city, from Atlanta to Washington, D.C. So I think you'll see that activism return and change. But 2016, people depressed the vote on purpose, and unfortunately it worked.
And we also have to say, if it's really, it's kind of a come down because there was probably a record number that voted in the election prior for Obama. So it went up, 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 and then dropped down. We also have to look at the culture of the generations, and when you look at like young baby boomers and the Gen Xers and maybe young Gen X that are like that millennial Gen X, the whole mentality of getting out to vote, we were still pretty much connected to the civil rights era, even though the civil rights era was before, the majority of Gen X people were born, but we were still connected to it through our parents. We were connected to the struggle and we can conceptualize it. Whereas, millennials and younger, they're much more removed from the concept of the fight for the right to vote. They've also been a part of a community where everything is online, everything is at their fingertips. So the concept of like going out and to the polls, and now we're seeing such a pushback at the polls with it being so complicated for something that should be very simple in certain communities. So it's like, well, do I want to deal with that hassle for something that I'm still getting pulled over by the cops anyway? So what's the difference? So I think right now, the newer generations are beginning to see where their voice fits in and how, and they're able to concretize what voting means to them.
So, go ahead, Christine.
No, I was just gonna say that was a great point, and I think too, like when she talked about the millennials and Gen Zers is what this group is. Not connecting your vote to your everyday life, right? And a lot of people are unable to do that. It's not just young folks. You know, Nikki, you and I have had a lot of conversation about that, but it's tough for people to see, okay, why do I need to go and vote? What will it do for me? And I think now with coming into, especially with, you know, the charging of police officers and the murder of citizens and African American men, you see, oh, my district attorney has the ability to make that charge. Oh, my vote for the district attorney matters. Oh, the mayor is the person who helps set policy for police departments in my city. Oh, I need to be voted for my mayor, and council will pass that budget to fund or defund police departments. My vote needs to matter in that way. So again, now the connection of the vote is really powerful.
Yes. Okay. So I have a question about when we talk about voter participation. Everywhere we look, or over the last few weeks, we saw our youth out in the streets in record numbers, and they were protesting the mistreatment of Black people. Do you think that that excitement is going to last through the election cycle? Do you think that that's something? And if not, are there ways? How do we, as such an influential voting bloc, empower and inspire kids to really keep that same energy? You know how they say, keep that same energy? We need y'all to keep that same energy from protesting at those polls, even though it's hot and the lines is long.
Well,
so what do you ladies say?
You know, and I don't know if I know Christine says she's mom. I don't know if you're a mom too, Nikki. You know, that's what we got to be. We got to be the cheerleaders, right? You know, our kids go out there, they get interested in something, and you know, it's a fresh interest at first, but it's up to us to keep them motivated and keep them on the task, and know that there is a finishing point. There is something to grow to. So I think it's really, really, personally, I just gotten so jaded after 2016 that I just completely just pulled out of politics altogether. I did work with the Stacey Abrams campaign here, you know, and wanted to do that, but I was just so jaded that I was like, whatever. I still voted, but I wasn't involved in the process. And now, after seeing these protests and seeing so many people, seeing changes really starting to occur, that I'm still like, you know, it's got me excited, and I'm talking to a lot of other people that are excited, and that's what it's up to us to help them know that there is a rhyme to this reason. There is a place that we're all trying to get to, and we need you. And we're here to support everyone through that process.
Absolutely. Christine?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think she hit the nail on the head. You know, our job as African American women, you know, Black women is what we do. We keep the trains moving. We keep the process going. You know, it's to motivate and inform and make sure that we use all of our networks and, you know, sororities and HBCU connections and professional connections to make sure that we keep the message out that voting, and you know, voting is important. I think it will carry over, because we just saw here in Georgia that the primary, it was a record turnout. And I think that is a result directly of everything that you've seen happen in the last month and a half. People are energized. People do get it. And I think going into the November election, we're going to see that same energy going into it. And our job, like Karen said, is we can't let it go. We have to make sure the momentum keeps pushing.
And you know what? And I'm going to add on to that. It's the generation that's coming up after this generation now too. My son is 15, and he's involved with his class committee. He's involved, started a white ally group to try to work on race relations from a new generation. And it's really up to us. You know, I had to, again, watch how I was talking and my jadedness, you know, to make sure that I'm not throwing shade on his vision of what can be possible for him. So yes, we need to engage the people who are of voting age now, but just like our parents did for us and encouraging us to be a part of the process, we have to find a way to get them engaged and get them looped in even before they have the right to vote.
Yep, absolutely. And I think it's important for us to look to our friends, look to other people that we know who are very versed in politics, like I do with Christine Beatty. Also, if you don't know a whole lot, there is a website, ballotready.org, which will break down a lot of the candidates and all of that other stuff. Ladies, I want to thank you so much for taking this time out to join this amazing panel. Shout out to us getting in good trouble. John Lewis, good trouble. Hello. And y'all get in good trouble and get out and vote, contrary to what anybody is telling you, Kanye and all of them. The only thing we can do to change anything in this country is to vote. Thank you, ladies, so much. Thank you to HBCU Heroes. I want to do this again tomorrow. Y'all gonna call me so I can do this? Okay. All right. All right, everyone. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you.
Vote.
The right to vote is precious, almost sacred. It is the most powerful nonviolent tool or instrument in a democratic society. We must use it. I saved that tweet from Congressman John Lewis from 2016. John Lewis, pioneer, activist, tireless warrior. You were called one of the most courageous persons the civil rights movement ever produced. We honor you for putting your life on the line so that we could retain the right to vote. A right that is today under attack. Voter suppression is happening state by state, with many laws being passed that are creating more barriers for people to vote. But voter suppression also happens in another way, making us think that our vote doesn't count. Throughout my television career, I have lived in 5 states: Georgia, Florida, Wisconsin, my home state of Michigan, and right here in California. My parents always reminded me when I planted roots in a new state to always register to vote. They said it is your duty to know what is happening and be involved and invested in the communities around you. It would have been easy to say it's inconvenient, I'm working all the time, or my vote doesn't matter. But my parents were around before the passage of the Voting Rights Act of 1965, when certain communities found it almost impossible to register to vote. We can't let that right be taken away, and we cannot let the work of John Lewis and so many others be in vain. Congressman Lewis, icon, warrior, fellow HBCUer, Fisk, Spellman, you lit the torch for us, and we all carry it because of you. Thank you for making good trouble. God bless you.
Philosophy is very simple. When you see something that is not right, not fair, not just, say something, do something, get in trouble, good trouble, necessary trouble.
He was always different than every member of Congress. Everybody knew what he had done. He was John Lewis.
We're marching today to dramatize to the world that hundreds and thousands of Negro citizens denied the right to vote.
Congressman Lewis gave us the blueprint to organize and to legislate.
The reason why he's effective as a leader is because he lived it.
We made a decision to march in an orderly, peaceful, nonviolent fashion from Selma to Montgomery.
You are ordered to disperse. This march will not continue.
I was hit in the head. My knees went from under me. I thought I was going to down the bridge.
If John Lewis, as a 19, 20-year-old, wasn't doing what he did, I would not be here.
We will march with the spirit of love and with the spirit of dignity that we have shown here today.
The whole time he was in the movement, it was frightening, knowing the danger, knowing what could happen.
You cannot replace a John Lewis.
He's the most courageous person I ever met.
Too many people struggled and died to make it possible for every American to exercise their right to vote.
He challenges the conscience of the Congress.
Bring common sense gun control legislation to the House floor.
40 years later, John Lewis continues to inspire us.
Are you with me? Let me hear you. 3 civil rights workers that were murdered for trying to help people get registered to vote are looking down on us.
This is a time for action. That's what I learned from John Lewis.
There are forces in America today want to take us back, but we're not going back. We're going forward.
All right, welcome back here live here to the John Lewis Get Trouble HBCU Takeover. Got a little NBA 2K tournament that's going on. The third game will be coming up to see who plays in the championship game. So that should be very interesting with those 6 teams: Virginia State, Langston, John C. Smith, Southern, Hampton, and Fayetteville State. Larry Ridley here from SNY TV, a little NBC Sports, Madden NFL, NBA 2K League as well. Got a great panel now. We're talking about National Football League royalty. We're talking about some of the best corners to ever play the game, and they were homegrown at an HBCU. We got Everson Walls, yes, from the Cowboys. Won a Super Bowl with the Giants. I don't know how that happened. How you go from the Giants to the Cowboys, Everson?
I had to go where I was needed. when you have Lawrence Taylor on the front line, I want to play defense behind Lawrence Taylor's front line. That's what I want to do.
That makes a lot of sense, my friend.
There you go, baby.
And then we got the 2-time Super Bowl champ from the New England Patriots, played up in Boston. That means Ty Poole, he can park the car. He can go to Harvard Yard. He can head over to Fenway Park. And he really wants to hang out. He can go out to Dorchester. Right, Ty? Is that right?
There you go, Larry. Hey, I just want to thank God for this opportunity, man. And I got to say this. Now, Everson, follow his career, man. Every time when I talk to Everson and just be in his presence, man, I just got to thank him. I bow down to him, man. He's one of the guys that I looked up to him. There you go, man. OG.
Yeah. But you have more Super Bowl trophies. So,
Ty, are those real? Tell us about those. Where'd you get those? Did you take those from Kraft?
Yeah, you know what? I should have, but no, those are the replicas. And if it had not been for those Giants in which Everson played for, then probably we would have 8 Super Bowl trophies. But
you're welcome. Let me say this: you're welcome for Belichick. Can I say that? You're welcome for Bill Belichick.
Exactly. Great coach.
Guys, you guys are HBCU royalty, your NFL royalty. We'll start with you, Everson. Of course, we know about your very good career with the Cowboys and Giants, coming from Grambling. Just talk about playing in HBCU and how impactful that was for you, and what you sort of learned from that, and how it's sort of shaped your life.
Oh, there's no doubt it shaped my life for real. I don't think I'd be able to talk to you right now if it wasn't for Grambling State. Had a decent upbringing, but Coach Robinson's words were always a reiteration of what my parents had always taught me. Parents, grandparents, the whole neighborhood that I grew up in Hamilton Park, here in Dallas, Texas. It was all about an HBCU. It was an all-Black neighborhood. All the parents there had gone to HBCUs. So it's really what I was accustomed to. But at the same time, when I got to Grambling, I was pleasantly surprised at just how influential Coach Robinson was going to be for me. He was the best. Let's just be real. It wasn't just a good coach, but he was an orator. He could speak on so many different topics, and they all touched a young man's heart. And I think that's the main thing that mattered at that time. He understood how to talk to young men to where we had a lot of pride in ourselves. And we knew that by the time we left Grambling, we'd have all the tools to make it. That was his goal. And I truly believe he succeeded in most of those efforts.
For a while, of course, the great Eddie Robinson was the all-time winningest coach in college football history until Joe Pa passed him, about a decade or so ago. Ty Poole, Fort Valley State. FVSU, stand up, baby. How impressive was it for you to be at Fort Valley State, and some of the lessons that you learned down there in the Valley?
So one of the things I learned is perfecting my work ethics. I think that is what allowed me. And if you ask anyone from HBCU, we've learned how to do more with less. So when you give me an opportunity to work with more, then you just see how much greatness I really have in me. But just going to an HBCU taught me family. And I'll tell people about the instructors. When you go to an HBCU, they really are like your parents. They don't care about what the outside world thinks about you. It's like you didn't do what you were supposed to do in my classroom, and I'm going to give you that bad grade. You're in trouble. So I really had great times and learned great values that actually helped propel me to a lengthy career. And I would tell anyone at HBCU, hey, go to it. It's not where you go, it's what you do where you are. So HBCU is really like family.
Guys, we talked about this before. You look at some of those diamonds in the rough, if you will, at some of these HBCUs, the SWAC, or whether it's the MEAC, or the CIAA. How do we get more HBCU talent into the NFL? Because there was a time when there was plenty of talent that went into the National Football League. You look at those great Cowboys teams, the Ed Too Tall Jones and some of those guys. How does that happen? Everson, we'll start with you. How do we get more Gramblin's players or any of these other HBCUs into the National Football League?
Well, it's that's a very difficult question because, you can do all you want. And if they don't want to see you, they're not going to see you. When Doug Williams had finally graduated from Grambling State, he was all the hoopla that any HBCU athlete had ever had. And when he left, it's almost as if the scouts couldn't wait to stop coming to Grambling. It's like, man, I'm so glad Doug is out. Now we don't have to go down there and see any of those guys at these small schools anymore. We don't want to waste our time. And so that's how you end up with a great team like Grambling State University, 1980, go to the 1AA playoffs. And if I'm not mistaken, we only had maybe one guy drafted in the late rounds. You had myself leading the nation in interceptions with 11. I had a strong safety, Robert Salter. He led 8 interceptions 2 years in a row. And both of us signed for free agent contracts with the same Dallas Cowboys team. So when you start just really lumping us all in there, you don't really have a plan for us. You don't even know what we can do because as a scout, you didn't really do your studying. You didn't do your homework because we were secondary to other issues and players that you wanted to deal with. Those are the kind of things that we have problems with. But when you look at guys like Cohen at the Chicago Bears, I believe it was North Carolina Central. I don't want to say his name. I don't want to give him the wrong alumni, but him doing a great job in Chicago. That really kind of shines the light on what we have plenty at HBCUs. All you have to do is just peel back the covers and take a look. So much talent there, not just good talent, but also heads up, smart players that can help your team in so many different ways.
Todd, how important is it that these HBCUs? We talk about funding all the time, whether it's the university or the whole entire college. How do we pick that up and how do we raise the bar there so they can compete with some of these other institutions that we saw this high school basketball player, top 15 recruit, signed at Howard? Maybe do we start seeing some of this homegrown talent go play in the HBCUs? You think that can happen in football? We're starting to see it, a little glimpse of it in the NCAA basketball side.
Yeah, definitely. I think looking at the sports, I think basketball is a sport where you really can allow a HBCU or you can allow a player to play in the HBCU and still be competitive in NBA. I think track and field is one of those sports as well. I consider track and field like math is universal. A 10-1 at Fort Valley State is a 10-1 at the University of Georgia. Football is probably the only sport where I feel like you got to make sure you have all the pieces in play. You got to have good competition, you got to have good coaching, and you got to get exposure. But at the same time, everybody just needs an opportunity. And also what we need to do with HBCUs, we need to continue to show off our past and present athletes and also those in corporate America. And I'll close with this. In North Carolina State Central University, I think they put a baseball player. He's basically signed with the New York Giants, the San Francisco Giants, I'm sorry. Mm-hmm. And then you look at Tennessee State. They got a guy down here with the Falcons, wide receiver. And then the Cleveland Browns, I think they got a guy from South Carolina State University. So the athletes are current. We just got to do better as HBCUs and showing the world that we have people that are out there and people who can do it still.
How impactful would it be to have some of these athletes that are, BMOCs, right? Big man on campus at some of these HBCUs, Everson? How can they use their platform to sort of drive voter turnout and get more people to take the process seriously and vote?
I've been seeing it already. You've got young players still playing in the NFL who are really doing a good job of being out there. They're showing up and they're showing out. They're leading some of these protests and they're being very visible. I think it's amazing what they're doing. If they just keep that up, I think that's the way it should go. One thing I like about the energy level that you see out in the streets these days, when you see the peaceful protests, I think it's extremely important that we keep up that same energy and just realize where you are right now, because with this being a turning point in our society like no other time in the history of this world, you have to understand, of course, the responsibility that comes with that. And it's going to move real fast. And that's a credit to these young people. So just be ready for that change and be ready to take the bull by the horns.
Ty, you look at some of these young men out there. How important is it to stress voting and use their platforms, I guess, properly? And use that megaphone or the bully pulpit that they have on social media, and getting other people to follow their lead.
Well, I think when it comes to the voting, a couple of things that I believe we got to make sure we understand. Number one, issue of right. The 26th Amendment, if you're 18 years or older, and also the 15th Amendment, which gives any U.S. citizen the right to vote. And those, is a democracy. And actually, when you don't vote, you actually are giving up the right to actually fix the things that you're complaining about. Yes, it may take time, but continuing to do it and repetitively doing it is like turning dirty water into clean water. You got to continue to pour clean water to turn that dirty water back to where it's supposed to be. And that's what voting does. Continue to vote, continue to put people in position so we can vote for them. But that's how you make change. So that's a right that we all have. And definitely young people have a bigger voice with social media to keep pushing and change the future.
Yeah, that's why they call it the franchise. You think about NFL franchises and sports franchises. It's termed that for a reason because it's bigger than the I guess the sum or the whole there. So let me get with you real quickly, Todd. Football question for both of you gentlemen. Cam Newton leaving the Carolina Panthers, one of your old teams, Ty Pool, going
Yes.
to one of your old teams as well, the New England Patriots. How do you like that, Cam, going to New England, replacing Tom Brady? I love it. We've been talking about it for weeks, and hell, it finally happened.
Yeah, I think what happened is with Cam. Cam will have an opportunity to learn more football than he's ever learned during his previous years of playing. I kind of mimicked that with Michael Vick. Michael Vick was here in Atlanta. Michael Vick probably learned more football when he got with Andy Reid in Philadelphia than he learned in Atlanta. So I think Cam's going to learn a lot of football. I think he's going to give the Patriots an opportunity to have a more athletic Tom Brady. Now, all of this is predicated if Cam comes into New England with his glass empty. If he comes in with his glass already half full, or he's thinking he's still in Carolina, then he won't last long in New England.
I just want to see the side by side photos of Belichick in a cutoff hoodie, and then Cam with the fedora or a kafefe or something. Just a whole looking like Cam. I just can't wait to see that contrast. Everson, to you real quickly. You played in the NFC East, Cowboys, Giants, the other team, one of the other teams in that division, the Redskins. Your thoughts on Dan Snyder and the Redskins giving up on this name? And we're seeing some other names, maybe Red Tails, Warriors. Your thoughts on the Redskins finally giving up on this name, which is considered a slur to many people?
Yeah, yeah. The one thing that causes change, I mean, we've been out here bitching for a long time. We've been fighting for our rights. We've been speaking up for decades, if not centuries. Let's just be real about it. The change that you have right now is that white people have come along and they have spoken up on issues that have been uncomfortable for them. But now they feel like they can come out and finally say what they feel. We have always felt like that. There's always been that with us, but everyone just looks at the Black person or the person of color as just sour grapes, for lack of a better term. They were just glad it wasn't them. As long as it wasn't happening to them, we can ignore it. Well, now they feel more comfortable to come out and say something. the younger generation right now, they don't really believe as much in the black and white as we were forced to believe in. And at this point, they are choosing to speak out and they're leading the way. You have got to have others, especially whites, speak out on this and create the change. That is the difference. Coaches have come out, owners themselves have come out and finally said, I'm sick of it. I don't have to pretend anymore. Other players, prominent players, have said things that where they have otherwise kept their mouths shut. So that's the difference in why we're having the movement. We have always been there as people of color. Yep. Now we're bringing on the white people.
I agree with you. I implore all of my white colleagues as well to join us, get into this fight with us. We definitely need their voices. I lied. One more quick question, 15 seconds apiece. I'm going to ask. God knows. The NFL this year. Who do you like in the NFL this year?
We'll go hey, Cowboys. Hey, you see it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How about them Cowboys?
Cowboys. Yeah, that's what I like.
How about them Cowboys?
Now, for real. How about them Cowboys? Yeah, for real.
Paul, what about you? How about them Pats?
Well, you know what? I like in the AFC, I like the Kansas City Chiefs. I think they would have won the last 2 Super Bowls if the Patriots had not jumped in and made that great comeback in Kansas City. The Chiefs will be looking at back-to-back Super Bowls. In the NFC, I think it's going to be very tough. I think the NFC South is going to be one of the toughest divisions with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I think Carolina with Teddy Bridgewater, they're not going to be no flunkies. Actually, I go out and make this prediction real quick. I think nobody in the NFC South is going to have a losing record this year if they play football. But I'm kind of going to go with the Saints or somebody from the NFC South representing the NFC taking on the Kansas City Chiefs.
I lied. One more real quick. When you said if they play football, they're not going to play football this year, 2020, at Morehouse. Your thoughts on that, guys? No football at that fine HBCU.
It's just like anything else. When you have people of color trying to get things done in this tough situation, we're going to be hit the hardest. And I'm not surprised at all. I wouldn't be surprised if more universities, HBCUs, chose to make some very drastic changes in their athletic programs.
Ty Poole, your thoughts?
Yeah, I think it was a reason. It was a financial reason because technically the HBCUs just don't have the money that these big institutions, the PWIs have, the Alabamas, and they have the resources and the backing to continue to test their players. And the HBCU schools, we have to make a decision. That's going to be unfortunate because there's probably some senior that was banking on this year to actually have an opportunity to get to the HBCU combine. So, it's a very tough decision, but it's a decision that had to be made.
Yeah, you talk about that HBCU combine and, the February-March area did not happen for the HBCUs. Guys, it's been a great panel. Great catching up with you. 2 good friends of mine, Everson Walls, Grambling State, Ty Poole, Fort Valley State. 3 Super Bowls between you guys. 3 Super Bowl between all 3 of us. You guys have 3 and I have none. Is that right? My math is right? 2, 1, and 0.
Congratulations, Larry.
Good stuff, guys. Let's go. That's right. Let's take a quick break, and we'll come back on the other side with the vote riders. Here's a message from more of the HBCU Takeover.
This is Bame Joyner, co-founder of Atlanta Influences Everything. And we got to vote right now just because, as you can see, the myriad of problems going on in the world, we are most definitely in need of some sort of new leadership or just new leader and leaders in general. So if you want to get your John Lewis on, shout out to the OG, and you want to make some good trouble, go out and vote. This is our time. Thank you.
Hey, I'm Bill Bellamy, and I want to give a special shout out to all my HBCU participants who are challenging our HBCU heroes today for the first ever esports tournament. It's going to be tough. It's going to be tight. But you know what? We're going to bring out the best in everybody with purpose, raising money, raising awareness, doing it right. Hey, man, it's a good time to be black, ain't it? Holla.
Hello, I'm Jasmine Burke. The election in November is one of the most important we'll see. Civil rights icons sacrificed and fought for us to have the right to make our voices heard at the polls. Congressman Lewis is one of them. He reminds us to get in good trouble. So you want to get in good trouble? You know what to do. Vote.
What's up, guys? My name is Jalen Simpkins of Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity Incorporated at Clark Atlanta University. And I want to make good trouble. And the only way to make good trouble is to go out and vote. So what I want you guys to do is go out and vote. It's very important during this time. It's only right to get your voices heard.
Hello, I'm Jonathan. And this November is one of the most important elections that we'll see. Civil rights icons fought and sacrificed for us to have the right to have our voices heard at the polls. Congressman John Lewis is one of them. He's reminded us to get in good trouble. So if you want to get in good trouble, vote.
Hey, I'm Kayla Brianna. This election in November is one of the most important elections we'll have. Our civil rights icons have sacrificed so much for us to be able to have our voices heard at the polls. As Congressman John Lewis says, get in good trouble. Go ahead and vote.
The Brothers of Alpha Gamma Chapter at Fisk University support United States Congressman Brother John Lewis.
That is not right, not fair, not just. Say something, do something, get in trouble, good trouble, necessary trouble.
He was always different than every member of Congress. He was John Lewis.
We're marching today to dramatize to the world that hundreds and thousands of Negro citizens denied the right to vote.
If John Lewis, as a 19, 20-year-old, wasn't doing what he did, I would not be here.
Too many people struggled and died to make it possible for every American to exercise their right to vote.
He challenges the conscience of the Congress.
You cannot replace a John Lewis.
Are you with me? Let me hear you. There are forces in America today want to take us back, but we're not going back. We're going forward.
All right. Welcome back, and we're live here with the Good Trouble HBCU Takeover. So we're here with my guy Sylvester Johnson III, who is the National Volunteer Manager for the Vote Riders. So thank you for coming on, Sylvester. A lot of people may not know, so can you tell us a little bit about the work you do at Vote Riders and how you try to support the voters?
Yeah, so Vote Riders is a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization, and we focus on voter ID laws and helping people get more education about voter ID and obtaining a voter ID if they need that assistance. There's 35 voter ID states throughout the nation. You may live in one, you may not, but just having that education, that background, can serve you and help you serve others, and just make a bigger, more aware voting class. So I love what I do at Vote Riders.
Yeah, servitude is a beautiful thing. So that's what I'm hearing is a lot of servitude. And speaking of servitude, it's Good Trouble Sunday. Can you tell us what Congressman John Lewis meant to you?
Yes, so like I've gotten a sneak peek of Good Trouble, and I was very excited to watch it. But I've actually been in rooms with John Lewis, and his presence is so overwhelming, and just his mission for equality for everyone. You just want to mirror that in your own possible way. So I think I've always tried to find my own way to make good trouble, and that's what I'm doing here at Boat Riders. That's what we look to do, and just to inspire others the way he inspires me when I'm in the room, when you watch the movie, and when you just hear his voice in general.
I love that. I love that. And so, as we know, 25% of the voting age of black citizens don't have a current government issued ID. Now, that's about, I don't know, 585,000 black voters just in Georgia who are at risk of not being able to vote. Who else is affected by the voter ID laws in states like Georgia and North Carolina?
Yeah, and so at Vote Riders, we work with a lot of different populations, as you mentioned. It's very high in the African American community. We work with students. We see that a lot. Students, younger adults. We work with women who may have changed their name due to marriage or divorce, so their paperwork may not always match. Elderly folks who may have had an ID at some point, but it's lapsed or expired. And then low income communities. These are communities we work with every day. We speak with them. They interact with us on our social media. They reach out to us via our helpline, and we try to help them navigate the process so that when November comes or whenever their next election comes in their state or their locality, they're ready to participate.
No, I love that. I love that. And you spoke about low income. I also have been reading about how the homeless community is one that's dramatically affected because of that as well. And watching the documentary, I was in awe that Congressman Lewis, he was a college student when he was joining the movement. Can you talk about what role college students play, HBCUs in particular, have in the turnout when it comes to the voting?
Yes, and so of course you see me repping Howard, but
I see you.
HU, and so I think it's very important just because Howard and college students and HBCUs, especially, you're that connector to the folks back home, to your larger community. So I just tell them to share your experiences, share the knowledge you're going. You get so much just being on campus, being inside the classroom, just being around all that blackness, and just to be able to share it and be that outlet so other people can be privy to that information, because you get to take up so much. You're like a sponge, but you got to release it too, so other people can have that, and they may not be able to be at Howard or Clark or Spelman or somewhere else, but they can still get some of the lessons that you're getting. And that's what I think the most important thing is, to share, to be involved, and to make sure that you're amplifying whatever you're hearing on campus, hearing in your classrooms, into the bigger community.
I love that. I love that, being a source of energy, being a source of education. Now, we're talking about Howard, so I have to ask, how excited is the Howard community? You guys landed a big time top 15 recruit. What's the vibe? What's the energy like at Howard, around the Howard community?
I am Maker Mob. I follow him on Instagram.
Yes.
Yes, I'm very excited. I just like that it's giving us a bigger platform. We've always been known for our academics, going up against Harvard all
Yep.
the time and showing them up. But we definitely have the sports. We definitely have the means to be a great powerhouse in basketball, football, cheerleading, any sport you want to name. So
You
I'm
name
glad.
it.
I'm glad that he decided to come to Howard, number 16, very high recruit. And so I'm excited to see what he's going to do. I know the tickets used to be free. They may not be free too much longer. We may have to watch a game, but I'm going to pay to see it, because I think we're going to go to the dance, go pretty far. And I'm excited what's going to happen 4 years down the road when he's a top 10 draft pick and they all see that he came out of Howard, and then what our recruiting class looks like.
Absolutely, absolutely. And see, I'm glad that I asked that, because that's the energy people need to see. It's a welcome environment. I know there's some other recruits like a Mikey Williams who has talked about, look, okay. So what the Howard University, they have already made the Maker Mob. So for Mikey, y'all might have to make another one, but that's the right direction, and that's exactly what we're trying to do here. So I'm looking forward to getting in some good trouble myself leading up to the elections. But before we let you go, where can people learn more about the voter ID laws and make sure that they have the right ID to vote?
Yes, so please, if you have any questions, reach out to us, voteriders.org. Go to our website. We have information about voter ID laws in all 50 states, even absentee ballot voting. Some states you need a voter ID when you're voting absentee. So that information. And then if you have a question, you want to text us or call us, you can call our helpline number. That number is 844-336-8743. So just reach out to me, reach out to our staff. We're going to follow up with you, and we're going to make sure that your voice is heard.
Okay, so that's voteriders.org if they want to get a hold of you guys. And then you could also text Good Trouble. Now, I know you said 844-338-8743. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you guys, you've heard it. Get in touch, because voteriders.org, they're helping people be educated to get to the polls, what you need when you're at the polls, so that you're not turned away. Please, please, please educate yourself, educate your community. And coming up next, we have the mayor, Stephen Reed of Montgomery, Alabama, and Kwame Jackson.
Hey, this is Kwame Jackson coming to you live with Mayor Stephen Reed and George Lynch, our HBCU Heroes founder. We're excited to have you, Mayor Reed. How you doing?
Hey, man, I'm doing great. How about you guys?
We're great. We're great. So you're down there in Montgomery, Alabama. I know the weather's hot as usual, right?
Hot and humid, man. Listen, COVID-19 or not, the humidity is not going to be defeated in July in the summer in Montgomery, Alabama.
We get it. We get it. We know you're down there doing big things, and we appreciate your time coming on board for HBCU Hero Streamathon, for the John Lewis Good Trouble Streamathon. I want to jump right in and introduce our founder, George Lynch, NBA champion, NCAA champion, all-around great Tar Heel. and former coach at Clark Atlanta University and HBCU expert. So, George, can you just start us off? I know you had a question for the mayor in terms of what he's up to and things that we can be involved in. So I'll let you jump in, George.
Yes. Hey, Mayor, how you doing? Thanks for joining us on this call. My first question is, what are you doing in Montgomery, and what decisions are you guys going to make for K through 12, letting the kids back in school?
You know, our state superintendent just came out with a education plan for K-12, and I think it's an overall good plan. It does leave some flexibility for local school boards to make some decisions. In my conversations with our superintendent here in Montgomery County Public Schools, they're doing everything they can to create social distancing measures as well as distance learning measures and implementation that can be utilized for parents who may not feel comfortable sending their child to school this fall. And just in case, they have to do a break that may be more extended than they otherwise would due to the COVID-19 pandemic.
Great. That's great leadership on your part. I know everybody's struggling with COVID, but we appreciate the fact that you gave us a little insight into what's going on down there in Montgomery. What I want to do is specifically in honor of, civil rights icon John Lewis and all this going on with his film, Good Trouble. I want you, Mayor, for the current students, the HBCU students who are attending this Streamathon, tell them how they can connect the civil rights struggle of the past with the present movement around Black Lives Matter. What are some of the strategies and things that we can learn from that struggle?
Wow, I think there's so much. I've been blessed because my father was one of the student leaders tapped by Dr. King to go to North Carolina to help organize the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, which Congressman Lewis led. And the thing that I've gotten from my father, who also helped integrate lunch counters with 17 other college students in 1960 here in downtown Montgomery, Alabama, this is a couple of blocks from where City Hall is right now, is that change often comes from those who are young, those who are fearless, those who are ambitious, those who have a lot of passion about their purpose. And, he will and has shared with me that, it wasn't the principals, it wasn't the teachers, who were leading the movements. That change at that time was coming from people who felt like they had nothing to lose, but everything to gain. And I think that's what we're seeing right now with the Black Lives Matter movement and what we've been seeing over the last few years with that, whether it was Ferguson or whether it's Minneapolis, is that we see people who are looking at a situation that they don't feel like they have anything to lose, but they expect and they are demanding now gains. And the thing that I appreciate about it, being a child of a activist, of a protester, and now being in this position, is I can appreciate the language in which they speak, the passion in which they hold, and the tenacity that they are bringing forth, because what they don't want from me or anyone else are platitudes. Yeah. They are looking for recognition. They are looking much like Congressman Lewis did and Diane Nash and many others during their time for results. And I think there's a direct correlation between change movements that have happened then and what's happening now. And if I can just kind of add to that, and I want to kind of put my own generation in check a little bit, and all of us are kind of close together in age, I don't think we had the power that this generation of young activists and students have at our HBCUs, at our other institutions. They're combining the passion with the knowledge and the technology, and just the way they're going about pressing this issue is forcing us to confront police reform, criminal justice reform, inequities in access to healthcare and education, as well as just our financial structures. So I want to commend and congratulate them for the work that they've done so far and where they are pushing us to go. And I think we can look back to previous generations, including Congressman Lewis and what he did, the Freedom Riders, what he did here from Selma to Montgomery, all of the leadership that he exhibited is being shown about in a new generation of young leaders from our HBCUs, and I just commend them. And I'm glad that I'm also a father of an HBCU graduate, so I'm listening to her as well. So I kind of have a little inside information about what I need to do, even when I don't want to. She's letting me know what her friends and what her peers are saying.
Mary, that is amazing to give those students hope. It's great that you have that firsthand information and to know that we can learn from the past and then push that vision forward now in the future in our current struggle. So thank you for that. Let me switch gears a little bit. Now, you see the background, you see the shirt. I know your history. Omega Psi Phi, 1911 was a good year. We know it's 2 different points, but we know it was a good year.
Yes,
I wanted to start a little Greek rivalry for all the students on the stream, because really what I wanted to focus on was the fact of what is the role for Black Greeks overall, both at HBCUs and overall, for them to have currently in our civil rights struggle for Black Lives Matter?
I think it's so important that our Black Greek letter organizations take into account our founders' circumstances, when and why all of our organizations were founded. Although there may be some slight differentiation, they were all founded on the principle of service and improving our community and improving the outcomes of others beyond ourselves. And I think what many in our fraternities and sororities have is an infrastructure. There is a network that exists. There's a brotherhood, there's a sisterhood that exists, and it's one that is really anchored in excellence. It is anchored in making a difference. It's anchored in being active and doing things within our own spaces that allow us to create positive outcomes for people who may not be a member of our organization, but certainly are members of our village. And I think as we wear our colors and as we sing our songs and we do our steps and everything else, it's important for us to connect with those who are in this grassroots movement as equals, as peers, as brothers and sisters in pushing forward, whether or not they've ever set foot on the University of North Carolina Chapel Hill's campus, or they've ever set foot on the campus of Fayetteville State University, or wherever it may be. We have to make sure that those who are out there pushing, who are doing things on the front lines, who are working in their own space with their own networks of brotherhood and sisterhood, that we combine our talents and our resources and infrastructure to move our communities forward and to really bring about the type of change that our founders of all of our Greek letter organizations sought for us.
Thank you, Mayor Reed. In the spirit of those students and in the spirit of HBCUs, as we look towards the fall and this big election that we have coming up and this big opportunity for change, what are some strategies or ideas that you would give to students to say, get out and vote, empower your communities on campus, be active at HBCUs? I was personally involved in 2016 in an HBCU tour for 10 schools driving that vote. What can we do in 2020 at every campus to be effective?
You know, I think we have to talk about the history, and I mean the recent history of presidential politics. So we lost 3 states in 2016 by less than 80,000 votes. You know, we lost Pennsylvania by around 30,000. We lost Michigan and Wisconsin by a difference of a little bit more than that. I think one was maybe around 22,000. One was as close as 11,000. So when we think about that and we think about cities like Milwaukee, we think about cities like Detroit or Philly, Pittsburgh, wherever it may be in those respective states, it's important to understand that every vote counts. You don't know when your vote is going to make a difference. Right now, Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms is being considered another HBCU graduate. Mayor of Atlanta, Delta as well, you know, is being considered for the vice presidential position. She won her election as mayor by less than 1,000 votes.
Wow.
We have to keep in mind, in a city like Atlanta, we have to keep in mind that it's not often large outcomes. Often it is small outcomes that can have a big difference. And so when we think about these elections, they have consequences. I first ran in 2012 for a countywide office against an incumbent who outspent me 4-1, had all the infrastructure backing him. I was only able to win by 3,000 votes. And it's something that we don't foresee, but it ended up being that I became the chief election official for Montgomery County, Alabama, the place where Dr. King ended his Selma to Montgomery Voting Rights March for a reason that ushered in the Voting Rights Act. And so to be able to oversee elections, Stacey Abrams, another HBCU alum, a Spelman alumni, has kind of brought a lot of focus on elections right now. And as a chief election official, I was able to deal with polling places. I was able to make sure we didn't close polling places on the HBCU campus here in Montgomery at Alabama State University. I was able to make sure we got younger people involved in election day activities and voter outreach. So I bring all that up to say that as we look toward the fall, it's very important for us to understand that when we think about the type of reform movement that exists, and we think about the type of passion and purpose that exists in these protests, we have to make sure we do the final step, and that is to vote and carry 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people with us, regardless if you believe or not in this system. It's not so much about the system as much as it is about the change, as much as it is about the process. And you can only change that system from within and having responsible people that are in place. That's why Congressman Lewis got in good trouble at the age of many of the protesters right now. That's why there was a multiracial coalition that helped out that civil rights movement in the 60s that is now helping out right now in the Black Lives Matter movement. So we have to keep in mind that while we are focused on the presidential race, and that is important, who appoints the next Supreme Court justice, who will help nominate federal judges to lifetime appointments. It's also important for us to remember these Senate races in places like George Lynch's home state of North Carolina. When we consider places like that that are on the map and in play, that's going to help us move policy. And then coming down to the local level, you know, you don't get some of these leaders that we have, whether it's a Kamala Harris or it's a Val Demings or anyone else, if they aren't elected locally first. So when we think about our bench, when we think about our pipeline, and we think about people who can make decisions closest to us, those local elections count. And often they are going to be on that very ballot in November that we're going to be voting on.
I like to hear that. See, Mayor Reed is representing Omega Psi Phi, channeling Jesse Jackson, Omega Man. I'm representing Kappa Alpha Psi, channeling Colin Kaepernick, Kappa Man. And so we really appreciate that. Now, as the students think about their future, and they're logged in and they're seeing greats like George Lynch and all his NBA legend experience, they're seeing greats like yourself, a rising icon in the Democratic Party and politics. How do they get to be like you? Offer them a little bit of a path to figure out, how can I be the next Mayor Stephen Reed? And also, George, I want you to chime in as well. How can I be the next George Lynch and have an impact on the athletic and academic and professional level? So whoever wants to go first.
Coach?
You're muted, George.
I think the most important part is always stay positive. You know, make your connections through social media. You know, post positive things, encouraging things for the next generation. You know, you got to think about the students. You know, 4 and 5 years younger. So you grow that following, and then as you become in a position like the LeBron James or, you know, Trae Young and guys like that who's stepping out now to spread that message, you will have a following. And then when Mayor Reed asks us all to go to the polling stations and vote, we have a larger support staff.
I like that. Mayor Reed, how do they become the next you?
Well, listen, I'm going to pause my remarks. I want to hear how they become the next you, because I want them to make sure they understand all the things you've accomplished as well. You're being humble, kind of moderating this thing, but I know a lot about you. But just for folks like my daughter, you know, a recent Howard University graduate who may not know just a little bit about the things you've done, can you share that with her and her friends and line sisters as well?
I appreciate you flipping that back on me. And you said your daughter's a Delta.
That she is.
Okay, so my mom is the first person in our family to go to college. She was a Delta at Alpha Chapter, Howard University, spring of 1967. So when I think about my family's legacy, I think about this saying they always say that we all drink from wells that we did not dig.
No question.
We all drink from wells that we did not dig. So my mom was drinking from a well that she did not dig. She put a little bit of water in that well for me. Now I'm drinking from it. And my goal is to really help other people drink after me. And I think that that's a great message for young people to think about as they build their legacy. It starts through education. It starts through a need and ambition to achieve. We all want to do that in our fields, whatever it might be, have that intellectual curiosity, have that drive to really go after something. And then I think it really starts with being an individual, knowing what your lane is. You know, we all sit in different pews in the church. We all run different races. And once you find that calling, once you find that vision, you find that voice, go after it and run your race and do it with reckless abandon in terms of how you want to impact and inspire others. So I encourage students to start to find their inner talent, to find their inner voice, and through that true north, they'll know exactly how they can impact the world in a very unique way. So I appreciate you turning it back on me, Mayor Reed. We're all in this together, the 1911 gang, and my man George Lynn's leading us. And so that's my answer. But I want you to close with yours.
You know, I take away a lot from what you said and what George has said. Also, you know, I think for all of the people who are looking at being the next anything, you know, I think you have to find your passion. I think you have to try to find your purpose. And I think you certainly have to stay prayed up. So those are 3 P's, not the marketing 4 P's they teach you in college, but those are 3 P's that I think are very important and I've learned. And I share this, that you have to fail up. You know, if you have not failed at something, then you have not tried hard enough. If you don't have something you look back on and say, man, I wanted it, but I just didn't get it then you haven't pushed yourself enough. And one of the things that I was blessed to do is I had a great support structure, my parents, brother and sister, friends, but they've all pushed me. Now they all humbled me too. You know, you got to have some humility in that. You know, you've got to be able to be willing sometimes to sit around the edge of the room. I like to share with people, you know, now that I didn't just start off at the head of the table, so to speak. I started off just, hey, bringing something in the room. You know, how can I find my way in? You know, can I carry somebody's bags? Can I make sure, you know, that I'm an usher at this event? Can I just listen a little bit? Then somebody invites you in the room and you don't get a chance to talk, you know, all the time you get in the room first. So sometimes you still got to understand the lay of the land and sit around the table, and you may hear a former ambassador, Andrew Young, tell some stories. You may hear former, you know, Reverend Jesse Jackson, former presidential candidate, share some stories. You may hear A. Barry Rand, former corporate CEO, share some stories, and you hear people who have done things, who have been trailblazers in business. You hear leaders and people of excellence, regardless of their field, who have opened doors that we didn't know were ever closed to us. Mm-hmm. We just think that we got there because we were, you know, good looking. We were smart. We could speak well. We could dress well. We could do all these things, not understanding that there were people who, through this race, kind of considered it a relay and carried the baton and passed it on. And that's what we're doing right now, is we're carrying the baton so we can pass it on to the next generation. And so I just share with all the new leaders, the activists who are out there on social media, using their platforms and influence in a positive way, continue doing that. Because I think rather than being the next me or anyone else, we're going to look at you to be the best and the first you. And whatever that is, and as long as you're making change to create positive outcomes for people beyond yourself, then the ancestors truly, I think, will be proud of the work that we've done.
All right. Well, I'm going to close with 2 quick picks, and we're going to go in the lightning round. So first question, and this is for George, and for Mayor Reed. First question is, in the spirit of our HBCU esports gaming tournament and pushing kids into STEM and professional careers around tech, they're playing NBA 2K. So the season's coming back. We all know that. We're all excited about the real season coming back in the NBA. Who do you have as your pick and your favorite number one, Mayor Reed? And then you, George. What team?
Wait, you gotta let the coach go first.
All right, coach, go ahead.
I want to bite off his answer.
Being a former Laker, and a Sixer, I can't count LeBron out right now with Anthony Davis, but that other team in LA, the Clippers, they can be a sleeper. So I'm going to say no fans in the stands, young legs. I got to go with the Clippers.
There we go. You heard it here first.
Wow. I didn't think he was gonna let go of that purple and gold, but since he did, I'm gonna pick it right up, and I'm gonna stick with King James. In a shortened season, he's had some rest. I like his ability to get in this playoff mode, and certainly the Clippers and Kawhi have a fantastic ensemble of talent. Doc Rivers, but I believe in the end, King James comes out on top along with AD.
All right, there we go. Now, and this is for our students out there, since they love trap music. I want to know from the mayor. They want to know what the mayor has on his playlist, what his favorite trap music is on his playlist, and then also Brother George Lynch. Tell me about your trap playlist. What you playing right now?
Listen, I got Future, Life is Good, Remix. I got Schoolie, I got Key Glock, Megan Thee Stallion, and my man Roddy Ricch.
There we go, Savage, Megan Thee Stallion. You got a whole roster. All right, George, it's up to you to close it out.
I have to be honest. I have not gotten into the trap music yet.
All right, there we go. We're gonna close on that note. Mayor Reed, thank you so much for being part of this. We really appreciate it from an HBCU Heroes standpoint. Obviously, our founder, George Lynch, happy to have you on board as well. And we're going to keep pushing forward for the students. And thank you guys. All right. All the best.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we're back with more of the Good Trouble HBCU Takeover NBA 2K tournament. Larry Ridley here from SNY TV, NBC Sports, Madden NFL, a little NBA 2K as well, joined by my good friend, my good buddy, the queen of sports extra. She is two-time WNBA champ, Renee Montgomery. Renee, we're here, semifinals. This is the money time right here, baby. You ready to go?
Oh, I'm ready to see a good play now. When the money is on the line, they got to perform now. The first games is out the way. You got to put up now. You got to show up.
Yeah, this is the money time right here as we move into the semifinals of the bracket. Let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket here of this Good Trouble, the John Lewis movie, documentary there, HBCU Takeover NBA 2K tournament here. 6 HBCUs, historical black colleges and universities, lining up to play, and we're in the semifinals. We'll go to the left side of that bracket there, and you'll see Chandler Craddock from Langston University, the Lions out there in Oklahoma. Okay, baby, against Melvin Forest, the upstart, the 5th seed. Oh, those tricky Pirates. You can't trust a Pirate, Renee. You know that.
I trusted them.
You can't trust the Pirate.
Oh, my gosh.
It is here, Renee, the semifinals. Langston against Melvin Forest. You know what? Enough talking from us. We've been doing this a lot now.
Let's get it. Let's get it.
As they like to say, lock it up, baby. Let's go. Lock it up. Get on those sticks. The 5th seed from Hampton University will be Melvin Forest against the 2nd seed from Langston University, Chandler Craddock from Langston. The Lions out there in Oklahoma, playing with the Lakers, and from Hampton University, representing Hampton University, Melvin Forest playing with the Sixers. So this should be a fine contest. Can Melvin keep this thing going, Renee? What do you think?
Melvin seems like a disciplined guy, so I'm looking to see if he keeps that going. I don't know, but I'm curious to see.
Okay, and here's a very good point. I like this matchup. You're talking about 2 of the better starting 5s in the NBA right here. LeBron, Ben Simmons, Joel Embiid, Al Horford, Ant Davis. Should be a fun one, Renee.
Yeah, I want this to be as good as advertised because on paper, this looks like a matchup that we all want to watch. So I hope it follows that trend.
And you're going to see some mashing in the paint. Speaking of in the paint, nice little easy bunny there. Lakers out to an early 2-0 lead, the home team. Langston, how about this? First time the higher seed has held a lead in any game so far. Can you believe that?
Oh my goodness. Now that's wild. No, I can't believe that. You don't usually see that, but that's been the unpredictability that we've seen on this tournament, which is kind of cool.
Sixers. Ben Simmons out to Horford. Rocks the long two. That's a bad shot there. A 21-foot two-pointer. Back up the court. Lakers. Little give and go there. Gets the bunny to go. 4-0 out the gate.
If you notice something, these are layups. Again, the Lakers like to get layups. Langston is going to get a lot of layups if you allow him to.
How about Ben Simmons? That's a tough shot. A shot he can hit the lefty shot there. Nice little 12-foot fall away. And there's a foul there. Was that McGee? I think that got fouled.
I I think it was, but what I like
It
is
is.
Embiid. Oh, the voice in the sky. What I like was that attack the basket. Attack the basket, and then he got met at top. I don't know if it was a foul or not, but I liked meeting him at the top. A lot of people just let the dunks go now. They don't want to be a poster.
No, they don't want to be a part of that poster. Meet me at the apex, Renee. You don't want to do that.
Meet me in the Discord, okay?
The gamers out there, the esports fans,
They'll
they
get
will
it.
definitely know that. That was pretty good. I was not expecting that, Renee Montgomery.
Listen.
6-2 ball game for the home team. The Lakers with the lead, Renee.
No, this is good. And look, you guys are bringing it out of me. I feel like I'm getting connected with this esports culture. I knew that was a good one. I knew it was happening when it was happening. I knew you'd be tickled by that, Larry Laptop.
Yes, absolutely, man. Hey, as my buddies, man, Migos, man. Bo,
God.
you got to do it for the culture one time. You know what I'm
Oh,
saying?
one time for the one time. Yes,
One
sir.
time or two time for the two-time.
Like it. I like it a lot.
6-2 ball game here, Larry Ridley from SNY TV, NBC Sports a little NBA 2K League, and Madden NFL. Renee Montgomery, two-time WNBA champ, won a championship with the Lynx, plays with the Atlanta Dream. It was all a dream.
I used to read.
World.
Woo! Okay.
You gotta get up and just do
Okay.
it right there. Yes, sir. No one wanted to meet him at the rim that time, Renee Montgomery. 10-2 ball game, 8-point lead out the gate, 8 and out the gate for the Late Show, Renee.
Man, I was hoping this has kind of been the trend. One team comes out, they're aggressive in the beginning, and it seems like they hold the lead the whole time. I'm looking to see if Philly can try to change that this time.
Man, that old 2K momentum. We've talked about it for the last few games here.
It's real.
For this HBCU takeover, it is real. Absolutely. Foul there as we pick it back up. 10-2 ball game. How about Chandler Craddock, the 2 seed? I made him the 2 seed based off, a bunch of factors, experience level. The lower part of the bracket didn't look so good, but how the 2 seed, he came out to play.
Listen, the 2 seed came ready. I wanted to rewind. LeBron was real swaggy right now with the graphics. I don't know if you saw, but I'm here for it. I know it seems like a lot of upsets. We're not going to put it on you, Larry Laptop, okay?
Sure.
We're not. You had good reasoning. But these are a lot of these. I mean, this is a Cinderella tournament.
Hey, Renee, if I was at LA at the Staples Center, I've been out there a bunch of times, saw the Lakers and Celtics playing 2 NBA finals in 3 years out there. The announcer would say over the PA, Laker girls. That's all he says when they come out. It's crazy how it's so Hollywood, but the announcer, it's just a Laker girls.
Laker girls. They
And
say
then we're on the
thunder
court.
sticks here. They say thunder sticks here. We don't have the Laker girls here. So we got some thunder sticks.
There you go. Yes, we got the Nick City Dancers here.
Mhm.
And also the Brooklyn Nets. They got I think they're the Nets or Donettes, no, something like that. It's something with Nets. Sorry about that if I screwed that up, but yes, they do here. Enough of that as we dive back in this game, and it's now a double-digit lead, Renee Montgomery, 12-2. Very good timeout right here. If you are Melvin Forest, Hampton University, playing with the Sixers,
Mhm.
you got to start thinking about another strategy here. Your shots aren't falling. What do you do here to get this thing going?
Yeah, if you're Melvin and you see this score, you have to do what you talked about before. We've talked about it. you have to switch it up. You can't just let the same rhythm stay. He's going to win by I don't know how much. So, you have to change it up. No, because if you keep doing the same thing, you're going to get the same results. So you have to do something different.
There's a word for that.
Insanity.
Yes.
Yes. The
Absolutely.
definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results.
And we're not talking
Yes.
about Linsanity or Vinsanity, who just retired. Speaking about
Shouts
the
to
NBA.
Vince Carter. Yes.
Ooh, okay, all right.
Here
All
for
right,
it.
throwing it down. Lakers 12-point lead, 14-2. If I'm not mistaken, is this I think it's a 12-0 run, right?
Yeah, it's not
No,
looking
no,
good.
actually, it's
It's
an
a
8-0 run.
10. Is it
10-0
an
run,
8 or
10-0 run,
10?
10-0,
It's
10-0
10.
run,
Yeah.
10. Ooh,
Yeah.
wham, with the right hand cram session. That time for LBJ. You're doing some work with the LeBron James, right? The voting thing,
I
correct?
am. More than a vote campaign. LeBron James. So you see LeBron James on the court, but we got to start giving people their roses for the off the court stuff. He has a whole school. I mean, I'm just going to throw that
Yeah.
out there. And now he has a campaign. So, yeah, you almost want to root for LeBron just because of how much he's doing.
Throw it up and have Ant Davis just rock it with the left hand. And that's once again, Renee, you just throw that left hand. Did I just do that? I got to hold this thing. I got to stop it from shaking. It's on fire right now.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, again, that's Anthony Davis over and over again. We see it. You can't stop it. There's no stopping it.
I was about to say, don't 2K. Don't let him just hit the long three like that. Early, look at this score, Renee.
I don't want to.
21-2. What happened?
I
To
don't
the
know,
great
but I was
Hampton
tasked with
University.
watching the 30-point watch. I thought that was going to be a joke.
Hey, 30 points under any circumstances, it's
Game
Katie
goes off.
bar the door. Literally, Katie bar the door. You know where that phrase comes from?
I don't know.
It's like hide the women and the children. Katie bar the door. Like, hey, we gotta hunker down. There's trouble out there. And speaking of
Listen.
trouble, we got to get into some good trouble.
Ooh, I see what you did there.
Get out there and vote, people.
I like that. That's why they pay you
Oh.
the big bucks, Larry Laptop.
I love working with the great Renee Montgomery. I can't wait to see you down in Atlanta here soon.
Listen, you are coming to Atlanta. We're open for business here if y'all haven't seen.
Yeah, we've seen.
Yeah. Okay,
We've
enough
seen
said.
it. We've seen it. And speaking of seeing, what we're seeing right now is a 20-point lead. This thing is a 19-0 run,
Fight the urge.
Wow.
I have to keep saying it. Melvin, fight the urge.
Just snapped a 19-0 run. It was 4-2, and it became 23-4. So, all right, now the lead back down to 18. We'll see if Melvin Forrest, we'll see if those free throws can get them going here a little bit, Renee.
Yeah, free throws are supposed to stop momentum. You get to score while the clock stops. That's best case scenario at this point.
Melvin Forrest representing Hampton University. Chandler Craddock here at the end of the first quarter with the lead there by, I believe it's an 18-point lead, right? Yeah, it looks like 23-5 as we head into the second quarter. Second quarter here of the John Lewis Good Trouble Doc HBCU Takeover. It's the NBA 2K tournament. Larry Ridley here, Renee Montgomery. It has been all Langston University Lions from Oklahoma. Chandler Craddock playing with the Lakers, and he is putting on a show. Late show. Man, we're just all over today with the words.
Listen, pat yourself on the back. That's why they pay you the big bucks. But somebody's got to do something and do it in a hurry.
We're always, speaking to a younger generation. I don't know if the younger kids would know who, speaking of wrestling, Barry Horowitz used to pat himself on the back. Remember that?
No, I didn't remember it when you said it before. So no, I don't think the kids will know that. I don't know that, and I'm not a kid. So that I don't think we'll get that.
Know your wrestling history, kids. Go look it up. Barry Horowitz, the great Barry Horowitz, went in with I think it was like a little leather, like little vest or something. Had a big old handprint on the back. It was funny.
Ooh, that was beautiful. It was what we call $1 million move, penny finish, but that was pretty.
Yeah, just didn't get it to fall. Long two does not go, rebounded by the Sixers. They get the rebound, and there's a foul. So here come the Sixers, down 23-2 at one point. 5-0 run for them.
Okay.
Make it a 6-0 run. Here, add another free throw. Maybe it's a 7-0 run. And now we're like Crisco. Oh, we're not kicking like grease just yet.
But NBA 2K momentum can come into play. And listen, every run has to start with 2 points. So whenever you look at this, that's why you have to keep your head down. If you look at the score, you're going to get discouraged. So now it's just keep your head down. There's actually a lot of time left.
It is.
So
Play
there's
the
a
opponent.
lot of time left in this game. Keep your head down. Just work your way out of this hole.
And there's a lid on the basket for the Sixers. I mean, for the Lakers. We're up at one point by 19, and now it's down to 15. It was down to 14, so that squashes a 5-0 run by the Sixers. Kyle Kuzma gets one free throw to go. 24-9 here, 3:40 to go. Long three does not go. Up ahead, little fast break opportunity. He's got the angle. Oh, and he beats him to the rim. Wham with the right hand. Was that Kuz?
Cool.
No, it wasn't. That's your boy. What's his name? I forget his name.
Come on, you got me all wrong. And if you guys are wondering, the screen is small, so we know these players. I don't want to hear anything about we don't know these players. We know these players. The
Yes.
screen is just small, just in case people are wondering. Okay.
That's your boy Russo. Went to Texas A&M, so we definitely know all of these players there. Speaking of
No,
this,
but look, don't look now. I mean, something's happening.
it's 28-11, back up to 17 for the Lakers.
Feels good because it's double digits. You know, I was very nervous when it was stuck at 2. That was uncomfortable for me to watch. But now that it's at 11 and now 12, okay, guys, this is momentum. That's all you need.
Down to 15. It was 16, so back down to 15. But this thing has been hovering around, 10 to 15 the entire time. There's a long three by LBJ. No, it wasn't LeBron, but missed three from the Lakers.
That looked like J.R. Smith. That might have been.
It was J.R. Smith. Absolutely
Yeah.
was. Keep forgetting he's on the roster now.
That is going to be my team to watch. I'm sorry, but it was before him. And I know a lot of people want to watch because they think he's going to make a mistake. He has to be one of the players that makes the hardest shots I've ever seen. And he makes them on a consistent basis. Like, I know everybody thinks about Steph Curry. You got to watch some of J.R. Smith's just shot selection and how the level of difficulty he makes them. Like, so I'm watching for that.
Yeah, absolutely. And sometimes you'll get some of those head scratchers as well. We saw that in the finals where
you will
calling a timeout. But speaking of head scratchers and making news, how about J.R. Smith? Beginning part of the summer with the protests and things of that nature. Remember, he beat up the guy that tried to damage his truck. He wasn't having that. So J.R. Smith gave him a 2-piece. Actually, gave him a 10-piece.
J.R. Smith gave him a 10-piece out of self-defense.
Absolutely.
Out of self-defense, J.R. had to protect his property. Someone is attacking his property, which in turn is attacking him. He had to protect himself. It's unfortunate. I don't think that people should run around just destroying property. So,
right. And we're not glorifying or promoting
No.
violence, but hey, when you mess with someone's property, you got to think that they might defend it. So,
yeah.
Yes. Back to the game. Get Trouble, the John Lewis doc. HBCU Takeover, NBA 2K tournament here. Semifinals, Langston University against Hampton University. Chandler Craddock representing Langston, playing with the Lakers. The Sixers being played with and repped by Melvin Forrest from Hampton University. As we go to the free throw line. Free throw is up. 17-point lead here, 30-13, late stages of the second quarter, hitting into halftime. Remember, Renee, 30-point lead, and it is over. So we'll see what happens. Long three. I thought he had the green, did not get it to go.
Yeah, I'm getting nervous. I'm getting nervous because we haven't hit halftime yet. It could go either way, though. A lot of times there's a tell of two halves. So you could come and it could be a completely different story after halftime. So I hope that everyone keeps their confidence. Hey, buddy, where's your confidence at?
Bad foul there. Al Horford does get one free throw to go, so it makes it a 31-14 game. 17-point lead here, under a minute and a half to play. Lakers with the lead. There's a turnover. Pass picked off there by the Sixers. Down by 17.
And Lakers are playing defense though. Like, it's not, they're working for these shots. Like, it's not like they're just driving by. Sometimes when people are up a lot, they just let people do whatever. They're playing D. Look at this.
No, Bad Bunny.
Look at this.
They are. They're scrappy and scrambling like an old college team, aren't they?
Look at this. I mean, up 20, still playing like that. That's a good sign.
Closing out on shooters, doubling the post. I like it.
It looks like he's going for that 30 nugget.
LeBron James long two. Not a very good shot there. Rebounded by Tobias Harris. That should be an easy bunny, and
Ooh,
it
there you
is
go.
a little left-handed layup there, a little lollipop
There you go. Get a little
for the
moment. Get,
Sixers.
those are energy plays. Anytime you see someone dunk, make a three, energy, a block, you need a lot of energy plays right now.
Missed jump shot there, but put back. And that's what the Sixers, that's what the Lakers can do. Excuse me.
Yep.
Grab those offensive boards there, Renee.
That's what they do well, and they do it often. So you have to box out every single time.
Absolutely. Lakers back up to 17, 33-16. Time winding down. Does not get the shot to
Oh, didn't get
fall.
it
And
off.
we'll go into halftime with the Lakers up 33-16. It's a 17-point lead for Langston's Chandler Craddock playing with the Lakers. Hampton's Melvin Forrest got a little work to do as we take a look at those banners there inside of Staples Center, Renee Montgomery.
Yeah, and again, it's not over yet. I know we feel like it's over. Well, there's the 30-point marker that might make it over. But if we're talking quarters, the same way it took you 2 quarters to get down that far, you can come back.
Absolutely. You got to think he's got to get this lead under double digits going into the fourth quarter to have a shot. Long three by Al Horford doesn't go. Not a very good shooting team, the Sixers team.
They're not, and that's not good. And you have when you're trying to come back and come back by a big deficit, threes are obviously the best option, and it's not an option for them right now.
How about JaVale McGee
Killing
hitting
it.
the little 8-foot little jump shot, killing him
You,
softly too.
you know, post JaVale McGee. So we always know Shaq in a full JaVale McGee, but people need to give this guy credit.
Exactly.
He rebranded himself.
He
He
did.
went to the Warriors. He got a
Won a
championship.
championship. Yep.
Now he's with the Lakers, and I mean he's playing well.
Absolutely. A missed shot there by the Lakers, up by 19 here in the third quarter of this HBCU takeover. Left-handed layup does go in by Ben Simmons.
Yep.
Back down to 17, 35-18 here. This thing is back and forth here.
It is.
See,
And
that
you
was
can't
JaVale
trade
McGee, a wild
baskets.
shot, but he gets it to go. No,
Okay.
does not. Actually does not go in.
No, he got to stop, but that's why you can't trade baskets. So the game is fast paced, but I think that might play in the favor of Melvin. That's a way to come back.
Absolutely. Down by 15 now. Shaved about 4 points off this lead. LeBron James, that's a green, and he'll knock that
Oh,
down.
man. That's
Back-
tough.
Back up to 17. Long two. I mean, that's about as long as it can get. That was like a 22-foot 2-point.
That's like your big toe is on the line. That's it.
Maybe it was 23 and 6 inches, maybe.
Oh yeah, it was close.
Close.
But look, a free throw, that's what you have to do. If you're the 76ers, the best case scenario is to score while the clock is stopped.
Gotta hit
So
'em.
you got to get free throws. You got to hit your free throws, but that has to be the game plan.
16-point lead here. Third quarter, Larry Ridley, SNY TV. Renee Montgomery, two-time. I said two-time WNBA champion.
That's a heat check. Heat
Yeah,
check.
that was.
Heat check by LeBron James, and I ain't mad at it.
And that's another one. Long three for the Lakers. But look, they were open, so they're good shots.
Yeah.
Third quarter here of this HBCU takeover. Semifinals here. Langston and Hampton going at it. Oh, there's a nice driving layup there, and about as close as he's been in the last 5 or 10 minutes. 14 points, 37-23. Does Melvin Forrest have one run in him, Renee? That's all we're asking for. Show some fight. Give us one run, or he can just give it to LeBron and get out the way.
The answer was no. I think we saw the answer to that question is no. That's the worst case scenario. How can you let, of all people?
Chandler Craddock slammed the door shut, literally in his face. Back
Chandler,
up to 17.
Chandler, I like how you are controlling this game. There was times where there's runs and different things, but you haven't had an answer every time, honestly.
Crucial to and one.
He flexed on him,
Anthony
didn't he?
Davis gonna go up to 18, possibly 19 here.
Yeah.
41-23, 19-point lead now. And this thing right now, this is a crucial minute and a half. Melvin Forrest has to get this thing to about 10-12, or he's got no shot in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, and it's tough because, threes are momentum plays. It's hard to score on the Lakers at the basket.
Yeah.
Where are they going to get points from?
And that's what they don't do well. They do not shoot threes. So he's going to have to – he's got to get stopped because he's not going to get back in this game hitting 8 threes here in the next quarter or so.
And you're not going to get back in the game hoping that the Lakers miss open layups like they just had.
Yeah. You look at this Sixers team, very talented, but like I said, very streaky from long distance. And this is going to be fun. What is he going to do? Ah, throws it
Hey,
in
okay.
reverse. Put that there and throw it in reverse. Yes, he did.
Oh man, he's a walking highlight reel.
Largest lead of the ball game, Renee Montgomery, 44-23. Chandler Craddock putting on a show with the Lakers in La La Land right now.
Chandler and Langston should be proud. I mean, this is the semifinals. He showed up. When the lights are on, that's the only time to perform in a sense of we don't care if you do it before the lights come on. You have to do it when the lights are on.
How about this? Uh, Ahmad Moore from Fayetteville State was the last ranked player. Didn't have a Xbox, didn't
Yeah.
have a controller, didn't have the NBA 2K game, didn't have Xbox Gold. And how about Chandler Craddock was the last guy admitted into the tournament, became the second seed, and that might be our final, Renee Montgomery. How about that?
You love to see it. You love to see it overcoming obstacles. Again, this is the good trouble, right? So that is obstacles. He overcame it. People are going to root for that kind of story.
Back down to 18, 40, 19, 46 to 27. So it was a 21-point lead, largest of the game. LeBron,
That's too
easy
easy.
bunny.
Too easy.
Ole, ole. Just should have had a red cape out there.
Yeah, we got to fight the urge. I start to get nervous when I see the easy baskets.
That might be the first three of the ball game. I saw the green.
Okay. Okay.
Give me all three of these. 18-point lead
Oh
now.
no. Oh no. Oh no.
The Rim Rockers on the other end, back up to 20, 50 to 30.
And if it was easy, there would be a lot of people stopping LeBron. So I get it. It's not easy when he's going full steam, dead ahead. Like there's not much you can do.
It is not easy. Tick, 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 tick. Last 5 seconds. Shot goes up. Oh, had a little delayed
Wait a
action
minute.
here, a little technical difficulty. It'll clear up here. And there's the shot. As the quarter runs to an end, it does not
Oh.
go. Close though. So we head into the fourth quarter, 50 to 30. Lakers with the lead, up by 20. Chandler Craddock, you got to start thinking about math here, right? 24-second shot clock, 5 minutes. Do the math. Ray Montgomery, at best, he's probably getting 2 or 3 possessions per minute.
Yeah.
That's if everything goes his way. I'm
Yeah,
just
it's
saying, that's
cosmetic. It's
15
cosmetic. It's cosmetic, but look, if I'm Melvin, I'm fighting to not get kicked off the sticks. At a certain point, you have to play for pride, and I know people might not understand that, but if you are an athlete, like there's just you got to give yourself something. I ain't about to get kicked off these sticks. I know that. Like you have to start getting some motivation.
Well, as they like to say, Renee Montgomery, you ain't got to go home, but you do. Got to get the heck up
But
out
you
of here.
do.
if
Oh
this,
my goodness.
if they keep this up,
Yeah.
we'll have to holler at old boy, my buddy Melvin Forrest, who I will say this, acquitted himself well in this tournament.
Absolutely.
For a guy
Absolutely.
that didn't have an Xbox literally just a few days ago.
Absolutely. And again, even with the scores and stuff, we know it's difficult. You can't shoot threes, you can't come back. You still just got to play that defense. You got to fight.
Absolutely. And Melvin's credit, I want to correct the record. Look, he did have an Xbox because he's a PS4 player.
Right.
So, but he had to go out and get an Xbox, and great job by him going to get one and showing up and doing a very good job, making
Listen,
his presence felt in this HBCU Takeover NBA 2K tournament. Renee.
this was just the start. Like so this is your first outing. Like you said, Larry, I think it was a great showing. Come back. Come back better because you clearly see that you can play on this level now. So I would just say this is just the first one.
First of hopefully many
Yeah.
with the good folks at HBCU Heroes, our good partners, Magnolia Pictures, the guys that made the movie John Lewis, Good Trouble. Shout out to Don Porter, the director, Erica Alexander, old cousin Pam from the Cosby Show,
Yeah.
doing her thing. Got to talk to them, and you'll see them on the HBCU Takeover, the Good Trouble Streamathon. You'll see them on that stream after the movie. So we did as well. So it was great catching up with those two very powerful and influential African American females, ladies doing a
Absolutely.
great job out there in La La Land.
You better bet on women. I'm gonna tell you right now.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Man,
Getting
this is a tough one. This was a tough one.
getting late here, fourth quarter. 20-point ball game. Looks like it will be Langston's Chandler Craddock, unless there's, something crazy that happens here, something unforeseen, something I've never seen. 20-point lead blown in the last 2 minutes. I've seen
Yeah, if I
going into the
listen,
fourth quarter, but not with 2 minutes left.
2 minute warning, down 20, you win that game. It's like the history book. So not likely.
One for the history books. Absolutely. 52-32 here, Larry Ridley, SNY TV. Renee Montgomery, two-time WNBA. Oh, I thought he had a dunk there.
He
WNBA.
did.
Little layup. That
But
was
they're
Kyle
just
Kuzma.
taking their time. They're enjoying it. Speaking of enjoying it, I enjoyed this with you, Larry. This is our first time hopping on a game together. I like it.
First of at least four.
Yeah.
Well, actually, well, it's four for this tournament, five for this tournament. Then we got four more events to do. But we'll talk about all of that, and be nice to see it on Black News Channel as well.
Come on, Black News Channel. Hi, Black News Channel.
Shout out to our TV partners, Black News Channel, Gary
Yeah.
Wardlaw and those folks, Joe Gutierrez, Jeff Walker, all those good folks, Laverne McGee, news anchor, the primetime news there. Fred Hickman, my guy down there.
I knew you weren't done. That's why I was waiting. I knew there's some more coming into that beautiful mind of yours. But yeah, the good people over there
Yes.
that have good, they have good intentions for what we're trying to do.
Black News Channel, brand new news network,
Yeah.
launched in February nationally. Beautiful, multi-million dollar, I believe 20, $25 million building down in Tallahassee.
Awesome.
Nationally, you got Anthony Amy, my guy, sports director, have the same agent as I. All those good folks there, man. All of them are doing a good job. How about my girl Brittany Lockley doing the weather
Hey.
on the weekends? We lead into the primetime weekend edition of the Prime News down there.
Shouts to Ashley Leotis. I know her. She did
Yeah,
a piece
Ashley
with me.
Leotis, absolutely.
Leotis, sorry, Ashley, for your last name, Leotis. Shouts to her. She did a piece on me.
Absolutely. New York City-based reporter
Yep.
for the Black News Channel. Very good network. Enjoy watching those guys grow. And I do watch the primetime news and some of the other shows. Kelly Wright, some of the other shows. I love the women's shows there.
Yeah, definitely.
Jane Marks, my girl. What up, Jane Marks? Doing her thing. I see you, you and Laverne. I see you guys. I watch. Hey, I'm a viewer. I watch.
I like this. I like this, Larry. I like this side of you.
Yeah.
And I know, look, we've resorted to
24
shout
point
outs.
lead
Yeah, we resorted to shout outs.
24-point lead here.
Yeah. So again, it's more of the same on the game. But I just want to shout out these guys because putting yourself out there is not an easy thing to be judged. So these guys are playing the game. We're watching them. We're judging them. I know as an athlete that's not the most comfortable thing. So having people that aren't used to it coming and doing it, we appreciate you guys being good sports about it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So we wind down here. About 30 seconds left. Largest lead of the ball game, 26, largest anyone's had in this tournament so far. Renee Montgomery, 26-point lead, 38. Was it 58-32?
It's getting dangerously close.
Time winding down.
Coach K has tasked me with watching the score. Is getting close.
Oh, he's got that bad. So anything that he throws up, it's going straight up and down.
Yeah.
Back up to 26, and that should just about do it. 14 seconds left. They'll run out the clock. Sixers didn't have a whole lot left in the tank after that win against the 4 seed, Southern University. Jamal Young, Hampton got that win, got into the semifinal against Langston, and that will do it. And that's a final 60-34. Nice win by Chandler Craddock, playing with the Lakers, representing Langston, the Lions. He moves on to the championship game. Shout out to Langston University. Well played. Probably the best performance we've seen all day. That, what was it, 19-0 run to start the game. Made it 23-4 when it was 4-2. Tough to overcome, Renee Montgomery.
Yeah, shouts to Chandler and Langston. He came out from the beginning. We've seen a trend now. Whoever usually comes out with that big burst, they seem to carry it throughout the whole game. So note to anybody watching, you got to come ready. Chandler came ready. You got to come ready.
Absolutely. You got to get out to that big lead, man. And
Got to.
you know what do they like to call it? You got to front run. You got to get out to that big lead and just go hide, man.
Yeah.
Just take that big lead and go hide. They
Or
can't.
keep the pedal to the metal. Either way, you better come ready.
Well, see, that's some. Now you're looking to try. That's skull drug. That's skullduggery right there. You don't want to get skull drug, but yeah, tough situation there for Melvin Morris, Melvin Forrest. Congratulations once again to Chandler Craddock. Langston University moves on to the championship game, so he will face the 6 seed. How about this? We got Chalk
Wow.
on one side, got the 2 seed that got to the final, and then the 6 seed ran through the 3 seed, got by the 1 seed as well. It will be Ahmad Moore, Fayetteville State, against Langston's Chandler Craddock for the championship game. Renee, what do you think about that?
Listen, we have a Cinderella story. People love that, but
Right?
I love it too in a sense of I don't know what's going to happen. So I love unpredictability in sports. That's what we all love about it. Can we get our first good game? I want a close
Man,
one. Can we get that?
they've all been double-digit wins or losses if you're looking at the other guys that lose. I think you know what, Renee. I'm going to put the energy out there. I'm
Yeah,
going to set the intention, Renee Montgomery.
I
We're,
like that.
we're going to get close.
I'm an energy person. I like
Do
that.
that. We're going to do that. We're going to sage the studio right here, the virtual Good Trouble HBCU Takeover studio. We're going to get out our crystals. We're going to do our magic, me and
I
you,
charge
right?
my crystals in the full moon. Y'all don't know about that. Beyonce, okay? Beyonce got a new song out. Just
All right.
saying.
All right. Langston, Chandler Craddock, the 2 seed, against the 6 seed, Fayetteville State's Ahmad Moore. That will be the championship. And we'll have it for you right here when we come back with more of the John Lewis Good Trouble Doc HBCU Takeover NBA 2K tournament right after this. HBCU Takeover, the Good Trouble HBCU Takeover, Larry Lear, SNY TV, NBC Sports, Madden NFL, and got another great panel here. Got the great Jasmine Burke. She's an actress, an author, a filmmaker, and then we've got the young broskies here representing a couple of HBCUs. Alexander Lowe from Fort Valley State, and then we got Xavier. Don't call him Xavier because that means you're mad at him. Xavier McClinton to talk a little bit about voting and the importance of it. Of course, we saw a drop in participation with the HBCU students in that population during the last presidential election in 2016. So, Jasmine, go ahead and take it away, and let's figure out how we can make that better this time around.
Absolutely. I am so excited to be talking to Xavier McClinton and Alexander Lowe. They are both some very hardworking, intelligent young men who are the student body presidents at their respective universities, Fort Valley State University and FAMU. Now, okay, we're just going to relax and have a good conversation because as Larry was saying, the young people at HBCUs experienced the most drastic drop in voter turnout to the polls in 2016. It's like we were all excited in 2012 and then 2016 it was just like woo, an entire 11 percentage drop in the turnout. And I'm just curious, what is your point of view, being that you are millennials? What could have happened to make that drop occur?
For me, I would think when you looked at the 2008 and 2012 election, I think that was a super impactful year with President Barack Obama. For specifically for HBCUs, whenever you see somebody that looks like you, that comes from a similar background as you do, running for that office, there's a different type of confidence and a different type of energy that you have going to the polls. And I think what we lost in that election in 2016 was the same type of energy and passion that you saw with President Obama on either one of the other tickets that were running back in 2016. So I think that we lost the motivation and the energy there. But I think after these past 4 years, kind of seeing how that went, there's a renewed energy and spirit around making sure that we get out to the polls and make sure that we exercise, because we see how powerful our vote really is and what we really have to hold to it.
Yeah, I agree with that completely. I just want to add to that education. I think one of the biggest things that we realize is that when you are more educated on a topic or an idea, you make more well-informed decisions. And I think the energy during that time was, I don't like either options that were presented. So I would rather, not participate whatsoever. But I think something that needs to happen in terms of educating individuals across America, especially in the HBCU community, is what happens when you're not involved at all in the voting process. And even if you might not see a position or an individual who you feel is the best for the position, making sure that you're a part of that process of deciding, at least so we can have what we consider the better of two evils in terms of that phrasing.
I understand that, Alexander. You gave a really great interview in Watch the Yard, that publication. And you said that you said a lot of large media outlets lack a connection and understanding of the culture. And that speaks to the point that you just said about young people feeling like they don't connect to either of the candidates. What do you think are some issues that candidates can speak about that speak directly to millennials and youth, that they would really, their ears would perk up and say, oh, now you're speaking my language?
So I think the first thing, and I don't know if it's exactly a topic, but I feel like you have to keep it simple. And not because we can't understand complex things, because a lot of us do not want to deal with any more drama in the sense of what politics kind of pose. So bringing more so factual understanding of what it is that the candidates' goals are and how we can move forward in the world or where we fit in, because a lot of us are trying to figure out how we're going to make it, how we're either in the midst of college or we're working a job, and so a lot of us don't have a larger scope yet of where they're going. They're trying to figure that out, and so you can't exactly talk day to day 9 to 5 I guess marriage, family life, because that's not where we're at. So you again, I think you got to keep it simple. You got to keep the drama out of it. In terms of giving topics, people want to know, again, how are they going to be able to make it with their college debt coming out of college? Will they be able to have a wage that's enough for them to start building money and to be successful and actually make it in America? So I think those are the big topics on everybody's mind, and then just cutting out all the naysay and the drama that typically is there with politics.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Keep it simple, keep the drama out of it, and stick to topics that directly affect college students, such as debt and wages. That's really what you want to know, right? You're going to school when you boil it down, like, how are you going to help me clear this debt? Okay. And when I come out of school, will I have a job that's going to pay me a respectable wage? Speak to me about those things, and I'm behind you all day. Pretty much?
Yeah, for the most part.
Okay. So Xavier, you were quoted in a publication saying that at FAMU, you guys have a strong history of supporting the civil rights movement and standing behind civil rights and being activists. And you say you guys have been doing a lot of protesting down there, and you've been working with the local authorities. I just have a question. In the primaries, were you connecting with any of the local candidates that were running for offices? Were you able to meet some, shake their hands, and hear what they had to say? And if so, what were some disconnects that you felt were there?
Yeah, so early on, because of what obviously the COVID-19 virus halted a lot of that, but early on we were able to make a lot of connections with the local officers or the local candidates that were vying positions. There was a lady who was running for a local judge. A lot of the candidates that we really wanted to support, or let me speak for myself, a lot of candidates that I really wanted to support to kind of challenge the people who are already in the spot, unfortunately weren't able to find the signatures and get the fundraising dollars because of the virus that was going around. And the commission of electoral commission, or whereas the Board of Elections decided not to lower that minimum or that threshold that you need to kind of reach. So we're in a weird spot of, there's a lot of unopposed tickets, and there's a lot of I guess not real competition or candidates that we really have a strong passion for. But early on, we were starting to make some connections and some bridges to really making sure that the elected officials that we supported and that we talked to really had an idea of what FAMU students really needed and what we were really looking for out of the next couple of years in the office.
So what are some of the things that you were doing as the student body president to connect with those candidates? Do they reach out to you, or do you make a concerted effort to reach out to them? And then how do you guys get together? Is it talking in forums? I know with COVID, things probably, like you said, had to kind of switch up a bit, but how did you guys accomplish that? Like, I'm curious, how does that process work?
Yeah, for us, it's a lot of reaching out, which good, wrong, or indifferent, right, wrong, or indifferent. That's what we've reached out to candidates, kind of said, hey, look, we're looking to have a forum to educate these individuals, whether that's through the collegiate 100, or that's the Family College Democrats, or just any other kind of politically engaged organization that we have on campus. Setting up these town halls are really important to making sure that we have an educated voter base on campus, that you have an understanding who's supporting what ideas, who's going for what things, because that's what it comes down to. Is all about education.
So you kind of just get with them and like you do the reaching out.
Yeah.
You guys educate yourselves.
Yeah. So
you go and find out who's running, and then you reach out to them and say, hey, we would love for you to come talk to us. Now, do you get a lot of push? Are you able to get in touch with candidates easily, or?
Yeah, that's one thing that I would be able to say about being student body president. A lot of times, whenever you reach out, there's a lot of responses back from individuals. So, like, if you were to send an email and say, hey, look, we're going to have this setup or this town hall where we have students that are sitting in, listening, you can kind of give your speech about why you're the best person for this role and what your platforms are. I think that was one of the things we've been able to do over the past couple of months leading up to the election, and something that will kickstart going back into the fall.
Okay, wonderful for making those efforts and reaching out and educating yourselves. That was one of the reasons, the main reason why I started the hashtag Secure the Vote Challenge, because I felt there are a lot of great efforts, such as the one that we're supporting now with the courageous Representative John Lewis, encouraging us to get into good trouble by getting out and voting. And I also wanted to add to that narrative and say, well, let's educate the vote, because as you were saying, Alexander, a lot of times, not just youth, but people across the board don't know who to actually vote for. They don't even know who's on the ballot. And that's what happened to me. I opened my absentee ballot and I was looking at all.
All right, proud to be joined now by the great Tommy Dortch. He is, of course, the chairman of the 100 Black Men of America Incorporated. Tommy, thank you for taking some time out and joining us here on this momentous day. John Lewis, Good Trouble movie. How you doing, buddy?
Larry, it's great to be with you. I really admire all the things that you do and what you've been doing for our community and our people in our HBCUs, and of course, for my hero, what this is all about in terms of John Lewis. This is very special.
You just mentioned the great John Lewis. Of course, the movie just came out recently. John Lewis, Good Trouble. This is the HBCU Takeover. And Tommy, since you are the chairman of 100 Black Men, a very influential organization, tell us about the origins of this group that started some 40, 50, 60 years ago, back in the 60s.
Well, the 100 Black Men was founded by one of the greatest athletes of all time. And he wasn't just great because of what he did on the dime. It's about what he did as a person, what he endured. And that's the late Jackie Robinson, who actually is from Georgia. The late Jackie Robinson, David Dinkins, who's former mayor, was the borough's president at the time, Edison Wingate. All of them came together to deal with one issue that really, as you look at where we are today, really, it was around the same thing on the police and public safety. In 1963 in New York, African-American police could not arrest white citizens, even if they were on the scene of the crime, without having a white police officer accompany them. And so Jackie Robinson and all, because we know him as a great athlete, but he was one of the great civil rights leaders that we had that most people don't recognize. But they came together, Bruce Llewellyn, all of them, and said to the police department in that city, this has to end. And so they changed the paradigm of law enforcement in New York. They dealt with other critical issues for the African American community in New York. And so they changed it. but the power of 100 black men. So after the end of the year, after they had made all those accomplishments, the question was first, are we going to stay together? And they said, certainly. And at the end of that meeting, they said, well, what shall we call ourselves? And David Dinkins said, we'll call ourselves who we are, 100 Black Men Inc. And so it's 100 Black Men Incorporated started in 1963. 65, we had a chapter in Newark, New Jersey, 67 in LA. And in 1986, we formed a national organization with a total of 9 chapters. And we've grown from those 9 chapters to the day there are 103 chapters. In 1997, I took us international to Africa, England, the Caribbean islands, and Jamaica, and Nassau, Bahamas, and we continue to grow and to move. We have over 125,000 young people in our mentoring program, and we have what is called Four for the Future. You can imagine, Larry, when they talked about 100 black men, the women and everybody wanted to just meet us, and everybody wanted the organization to do so many things. So I decided we had to have a foundation. So Four for the Future: education, mentoring, health and wellness, and economic empowerment. Everything we do has a fit in that area. But today we have programs, we have financial education programs, health and wellness programs. But the good thing, we've grown from 100 to almost 10,000 members. And the key thing for us with our theme, what they see is what they'll be. We're involved in the lives of these young people because we know we got to where we are because we had positive adults in our lives.
Yeah, good stuff. We're talking here to Tommy Dorch, chairman of 100 Black Men of America Incorporated. Larry Ridley here from SNY TV, NBC Sports, Madden NFL on this HBCU Takeover, the John Lewis Good Trouble movie, the HBCU Takeover. And Tommy, we'll pick back up the 100 Black Men. You talk about the work that you're doing with young men, very important work. But what about the ladies? You know, you were going to have some ladies out there saying, okay, it's about this man. Is this just an inclusive or just an exclusive group of people? I know better. You do a lot with women, probably half of the people that you, the students and young people that you mentor, correct?
Right. Larry, you can imagine the women and everybody says, okay, well, you're doing this for young men, and why aren't women a part of the organization, all that? We said, wait, let me make it clear. Almost 50% of all of our mentees in our program, 125,000 plus, and that doesn't account for programs where it may be a one day or weekend program. Almost 50% are women, are young ladies. And when you see what, from our thing, what they see is what they'll be. And then the other one is real men given real time. Young ladies need positive male role models in their lives. They need to understand that they are men that they can look up to and that they are great men, because we do have some knuckleheads who don't respect women. That's what we teach our young people. You can love your mother, but if you love your mother, why don't you love and respect women? So we teach them respect. Even in our program, Young Men Behaving Responsibly, it's a program we developed to help reduce teen pregnancy, because many people talk to the young ladies, but you got to talk to the young men. But what we've done through this program, we have partnerships with like the Coalition of 100 Black Women. We work with sororities, our spouses, and our children, adult children are involved in these programs. Our adult women are involved in this, but it's a whole family effort. And as we understand from the village it takes a whole village. And so with that, we're committed to making sure our whole community, making sure young ladies have positive male images in their lives, and again, to make sure they can succeed.
Tommy, you look at the relationship, and of course, we're here because of the great John Lewis, the civil rights icon, congressman, been around for a long, long time, done a lot of great work, hence getting into some good trouble. And that's what we all want to do here. What is your
Right.
relationship with the great Congressman John Lewis? When did you guys meet, and how that relationship formed, and how has it impacted your life?
I met my living legend hero, John Lewis, around 1968. I was a freshman on campus of Fort Valley State College at the time before it became a university. And he would come visit our campus, Julian Bond, Lonnie King. I mean, I met these living legends, Hosea Williams. But what I try to make sure our young people, these young men who now are living legends, they started their work in their 20s. They made a difference. They're HBCU graduates. I mean, and so they were so involved. So seeing them on the screens on television, seeing the hoses and all, because we didn't have social media back then. But when that took the screen, and people saw the injustice that was going on, but got a chance to meet him, meet the congressman, got a chance to, again, follow in his footsteps. He was the president of the Voter Education Project. And I think the thing that inspired me and so many of us was that his signs that he put out that really stuck in our minds, like hands that once picked cotton can now pick presidents and senators and governors. And so that resonated with us. And then the other one is if you don't vote, you don't count. So we were involved all during my college years. And when I became a senior, I got elected SGA president at the end of my junior year. And my biggest project was to make sure I registered students on campus to vote. And I registered 96% of all the students on
Wow.
Fort Valley's campus
You're
to vote
slacking.
because,
You're supposed to get 100%. You're
well,
slacking, Tommy. Come on now.
I just want to leave my predecessor a little work to do. But what we have to remember, though, is a lot of our students weren't going back home to vote. They weren't requesting absentee ballot. But the thing, Larry, we changed the whole paradigm at Fort Valley. When I got there was one black elected official, Claiborne Edwards, the late Claiborne Edwards. He had to file a suit because they told me he didn't pay poll tax. Can you imagine how stupid that was then? And so when I left Fort Valley and the work we did, the majority of the city council was African American. The Utilities Commission that controlled the money was majority African American. The commission, and 1 year after I left, we elected the first black mayor of the city. But all of that started from having John Lewis and those on our campus. And then the last thing that inspired me was they came to me in my senior year, 1972. Shirley Chisholm was running for president. And they came to me and said, we want you to run for a delegate seat for the Democratic National Convention. Now, here I am, a 20-year-old young man on campus, SGA president. But if my mentors and these great leaders said, we want you to run, who am I to say no? And we got together. And now Zell Miller, who became later the governor and U.S. Senator, Zell was executive director. He moved the election, which was 30 miles from Fort Valley. That's where they had caucuses, from 30 miles from where we were to Americus, Georgia, 15 miles from Jimmy Carter. Because after I filled out the form, Julian and John and those didn't tell me who I would be running against. And on the front page of the Atlanta Constitution and Journal the very next day, it says student leader at Fort Valley State College runs against Governor Jimmy Carter. And my folks, my team, they were all said, man, what are we going to do? I just said, they said we're going to run, we're going to do it. But the long and short of it, we got together, Greyhound and Trailway all of a sudden had no buses to charter. So we chartered church buses and all, went to Americus, Georgia. And when we got there, Zell didn't tell us, not me, that I'd have a chance to speak. So when I got there, they said, no, we closed it out. My student leaders spread it out. But the thing that happened, and I'm happy it happened the way it did, Jimmy Carter beat me by 15 votes. The sitting governor of Georgia beat me, a student leader, inspired by my.
And we're back live here on the John Lewis Get Trouble movie, HBCU Takeover. It is time, folks, now. NBA 2K tournament. It is the championship game. We started with 6 teams: Virginia State, Langston, John C. Smith, Southern, Hampton, and FSU. That would be Fayetteville State. Larry here from SNY TV, little NBC Sports, NBA 2K League. Also Madden NFL, joined now by my good buddy, the queen of eSports Extra. Yep. So we got Renee Montgomery here. Renee, we're here. It's finally here, the championship game.
Listen. This is the only game that matters. You only played the other games just to get to this game. So I'm ready to get it going. Let's see who's going to win that Monday.
Let's go ahead and take real quick a look at the bracket and see how we got here. It's the Fayetteville State being played by and represented by Ahmad Moore. He is the guy representing Fayetteville State. He'll be playing with the Lakers. On the other side of the bracket, the number 2 seed, Langston University. Oh, those tricky Lions. That'll be Chandler Craddock. He'll be playing with the Nets. So it is Langston U, LU, against Fayetteville State University, FSU. Renee, I got to bring you back in here. It'll be Lakers v. Nets. Who you got?
Oh my gosh, that's tough. I mean, Lakers versus Nets on paper, you would pick the Lakers, but this is NBA 2K, so I don't know. I got to see it. Both of these guys have played great leading up to this, so it should be a good one.
I don't know if it'd be so simple, Renee. I mean, you look at the Nets; they got KD. They also got You know, I got Kyrie Irving, and you've been on phone calls with him in the
Oh my
association.
God.
Hey, that's two of the top, 20, 15 players in the league right there. Nets are pretty good. No, don't count them short.
Next are pretty good, but the thing that the reason the Lakers are about to be the contenders, people are saying that they're going to be contenders for the title. That's because of depth. So depth matters in the NBA. Brooklyn's good, but depth matters.
I got one question for you, Renee.
What's
Where
up?
Brooklyn at?
Hey, shouts out to OG and my guys. Okay, we're here. We are here. I'm here for you guys, even though I rep the A.
And we are here, and we are live now. Let's go ahead and dive right into the game, guys. Go ahead and lock it up. It'll be Chandler Craddock from Langston University playing with the Nets against Ahmad Moore representing Fayetteville State, and they're on the court at Barclays Center. And they got a little, I thought that was a foul there, but it's not. Maybe got the other way. Lake Show. There's LeBron in the post, Renee, doing some work.
Listen, that looks like the refs are going to call it loosely, which you love to see in a championship game. You got to battle it out.
Yes, ma'am. 2-0 lead early on for the Lakers here for the Good Trouble HBCU Takeover. It's the 2K Tournament Championship. And there's Kyrie pulling up, misses that shot.
You'll take that, though. You'll take that. A little float game from Kai. He can make that.
LeBron once again in the paint. A little bully ball action from the Lakers. Here come the Nets back out on a little break here, Renee.
So I like the fast pace, so that's what you want to see up and down. Both teams excel in that.
Absolutely. There's a little foul call there. You got the fro.
That's a nice fro, too. That's like retro fro style where he probably picks it, pats it afterwards.
Absolutely.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Ooh, wow. Throws it down with authority, Renee Montgomery.
Is that our first buckets? Is that our first points of the game?
No, it's not. It's our second point.
Oh, wait. Oh, we came in a little late. I apologize. We are a little late for the party.
No. We saw it. We saw the first bucket was LeBron James had a little layup, and we're tied.
The bully ball. The bully ball.
There. Another alley-oop. Down by Kyle Kuzma. Blonde-haired.
Blonde hair don't care. Cal Kuzma, he can come in hot in a hurry. That you don't want to give him an easy bucket.
Blonde bomber there. Early 6-4 lead for the visiting team, and that would be Ahmad Moore in Fayetteville State. Back the other way, here come the Nets. Kyrie up ahead. And there's an easy bunny right there, throws it down. And we're knotted up at 6 even Steven, Renee Montgomery.
Listen, Ahmad and Chandler, I like what I'm seeing. Keep it coming.
Yes, ma'am. Oh, another cram session for the Lakers. That length you were talking about, Renee, paying dividends early on for the Lake Show.
Listen, the Lakers are known for their length on defense, and also they throw it up all the time and use that length on offense.
Back the other way, and there's a hoop and a little harm there. They'll head to the free throw line. LBJ rocking the free throw, and it is good. 3-point lead, 11-8 early on in the first quarter of this HBCU Takeover NBA 2K Championship game.
And I know it's easier said than done, but you have to wall off LeBron James early because once he gets a full head of steam, what's it gonna happen? There you go, right there.
Straight to the cup, throwing it down. Kyrie going in. That was knocked out of bounds. It'll stay. JaVale McGee playing some good defense. Ball will stay here with the Nets. BK off Atlantic, Barclays Center. Moved over from the Jersey Swamps to Brooklyn.
You see the ball movement, the pick and roll action right there? Okay.
Hey, and then he twinkles the twine, Renee.
Twinkles the twine. You old school when you say that.
11-10 ball game. Back down the court. LeBron fouled by the fro. 2 free throws here.
I'm telling you, you got to stop him early, or he will have a free throw every possession. You can't stop him once he gets in the paint.
Jared Allen playing well so far, making his presence felt for the Brooklyn Nets. Larry Ridley, SNY TV, a little NBC Sports, a little NBA 2K League and Madden NFL. Renee Montgomery, the 2-time WNBA champion here.
A little activism.
Oh, yes. A lot of activism.
I thought we was throwing the little in there, a little this, a little that. They just gave us a little something. Okay, I see you, Chandler. You gave us a little something.
Nothing little about your activism recently. I'm so proud that you're active. We appreciate it.
And speaking of active, That's activity on the glass right there. I like it.
Yes, ma'am. Lakers with an early lead.
Oh
Kyrie.
my God. Wait a minute. I think some ankles were left at the 3-point line.
That would have been, was that KD? I believe it was, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
It was the number 7, the Durantula, attacking the rack. LeBron on the perimeter. Takes it, baseline. Doesn't get it to fall, hitting the other way. 5-point lead for Low. Stolen. JaVale McGee.
Woof. This guy. And you know, the thing about the Lakers is you have people like a JaVale McGee who do things with like what he just did. It doesn't get talked about a lot because it gets overshined, but that's the depth that I was explaining.
Role players there.
Make a big difference.
Oh, there's
my God.
Bam with the left hand that time. With our guy, the Brow, number 3.
The Brow.
Out to an early 9-point lead.
All right, Chandler.
6-0 run right here, Renee, to push it out to 9.
Yeah, Ahmad has done a great job. You know, he's forced the issue, got to the basket. It's been layups and dunks, so those are the highest percentage shots you can get. Chandler, you know, he's shown the skill set that you talked about earlier, but now we're seeing superstars against team play.
So keep this in mind, guys. Ahmad Moore of Fayetteville State, we talked about it in the other qualifying games, didn't have an Xbox, didn't have the game, didn't have Xbox Gold. The only thing he had was internet. That's it, Renee. And he's making a run in this tournament. He had his Broncos out in full force on the Twitch chat. They're rooting him on, and right now he looks like the better player so far. It's early, though, Renee.
It's early, and you know, in basketball, other than any other sport, it's a game of runs. So you can never be excited about how it starts.
9-point lead, largest of the game, down to 7. Chandler Craddock representing those lines from Langston University out there in Oklahoma. Got a bucket. It's back within 7.
Uh-oh, you got to stay down. Somebody got hit with a mean shot fake.
Up top, rocking the rim, got you back like Chandler Craddock. And there's your boy, JaVale McGee. Once again, he's a rim runner. Right, Renee?
He's a rim runner and rim protector. So they call it 3 R's: rebound, run, and rim protect. So he does them all very well.
Oh, and speaking of doing things very well, long 2 there from Kyrie.
Kyrie doing what Kyrie does.
Yeah, get buckets. Get buckets.
Instant offense. You know, he's that. He'll put you in the spinner. He'll make you look silly. What do they call him? The school bus driver, I think, was one of his nicknames because he's going to take you to school.
And Uncle Drew.
that too, Uncle Drew.
Started the second quarter, got a little green there. Did not get the fall. 22-16 or 21-16 here. 5-point lead.
It's
LeBron,
too
Billy
deep.
Bo.
You know, so we talk about when we say bully ball, LeBron is going to get to a certain point on the court and just back himself in. You have to like build a wall.
Build a wall. The wall was broken down right there.
The wall was broken.
But he missed the bunny.
There you go. Way to push it back, though. And I like that. While others are celebrating, you're pushing it down, Chandler.
BK, Brooklyn.
Where Brooklyn at?
Right here, back in the ball game, down only 3, was as high as 9. A little 5-0 run here, 6-0 run here, actually.
Yeah, string a couple stops together, a couple buckets, and here we are. We have a game, and it looks like we got a breakaway here. Oh, okay.
Yes, ma'am. The bucket goes 25-18.
I like
we're
it.
on the old teeter-totter, Renee.
I like it, and this is all I want to see. You want to see that back and forth, both players competing. That's all we ask.
Both guys doing a great job of driving and attacking the cup, going hard towards the hole. And both guys shooting a high percentage so far, but you got to give a lot of credit to Ahmad Moore, the 6th seed from Fayetteville State, with the early 6-point lead right now. It's been between 6 to 9. We'll see if Chandler can make a little dent, a further dent into that lead.
Yeah, and you talked about how high their shot percentage is. That's because of their shot selection. That's a direct result of that. So they're both taking good shots, getting layups, driving to the paint. That's what I said. I'll watch this any day.
Live here for the HBCU Takeover, the John Lewis Good Trouble movie, HBCU Takeover. It's the NBA 2K championship game here, Langston University and Fayetteville State University here.
The Broncos and the Lions.
Broncos and the Lions. You got the cat or you want the horse? Who do you got?
I don't know, but we got a good game. I like this. Both teams are pushing the issue.
Once again, back at the 5-point lead.
And
Nets with the
we
ball.
love offense over here. So I'm seeing a lot of good offensive plays. They're actually setting some screens, some difficulty right there was a good defensive play though, but a foul called.
JaVale McGee, known them, rock the rim, knock down some oops, but also pick up some ticky-tack fouls at times.
Yeah, people got to start giving JaVale McGee a couple roses. He used to be on Shaqtin' a Fool all the time, and he has
Yes,
turned
ma'am.
into such a solid player.
Great role player, does his job.
Yeah, solid. Here we
go.
go.
Ant Davis backing up, throws it up, and rocking the rim. JaVale McGee said, "What you say? That is acting a fool, not Shaqtin' a Fool. I'm acting a fool."
He said, "Give me my roses." That's what I'm talking about.
Absolutely. Back and forth they go here.
Yeah, I like this. Fast pace.
We're not on the teeter-totter. That's a little slower. We're on the seesaw now.
I know, and it's rolling, but I like it. And I like, just look at these guys. You can tell they're both focused, locked in. They know a lot is on the line right now. And when I say a lot, I mean pride. We're representing the HBCUs out here.
Absolutely. Just one bucket separating these two.
Uh-oh.
Just heads towards the midway point of the second quarter here. Larry Ridley, SNY TV. Renee Montgomery, the two-time WNBA champ and activist, as she likes to say.
He sprinkled a little something in there for me. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And it's NBA 2K. Look, ain't nobody even guarding LeBron James.
Well, we'll let him have the 23-foot, three-pointer.
Yeah, but they always say it's the same thing with Ben Simmons. You give him too much space and you can't wall off the freight train. So you got to pick your poison.
5-point game here. 31-26. Lakers with the lead. Lakers being played by Ahmad Moore from Fayetteville State. Chandler Craddock playing with the Nets, the home Nets. He's the 2 seed. Oh, nice little dipsy too.
Beautiful. Beautiful. And what I like about it is if you're Brooklyn, you've been playing from behind. Chandler, you've been playing from behind, but this is home court. You have players like a KD and a Kyrie who can do one-on-one isolation at any moment. So you just want to hang around.
Back up to, 6 or 7 point lead now, 6 points. Starting to stretch it out. He got it within a bucket, down as many as 9. 21-12 was the largest lead.
And you got to give Ahmad credit. Every time Chandler's gone on a run, Ahmad has answered with his own run. So that's why I said this is a game of runs. Both players playing it perfectly.
And we answer. And it's Ahmad answering back again for the Lake Show.
Yeah, this is good. This is NBA 2K, but they're actually, you can see running plays. The stars are shining. It's what you want to see when you watch a game.
Well, they got those plays and the certain playbooks that accompany those teams as they work their way through.
And they set up their own settings. I just learned that because they wanted to make sure that they could get their settings. So, they do have a lot of control over these games. Woof, okay. Okay, that's how you feel. They do have a lot of control. And it's actually crazy to watch how similar the graphics and everything, the mannerisms. Wow.
37-28, back to the 9-point lead. Renee, largest of the game. Long 2 there. Missed by the Nets, rebounded by the Nets.
Uh-oh, I saw green.
Knocked it down.
3 of those. Was that a 3? Where was his toe on the line?
Long two, but it didn't matter. We just saw JaVale McGee get in some chin-ups. Back to 39-30. We got a little timeout in the action here. Larry Ridley, SNY TV. My good buddy, Renee Montgomery. Renee, how about the Nets right now? Playing pretty well, but it's the Lake Show. Keeping that lead, extending it. It's been as high as 9. That's where we're at now. Chandler, got as close as 3, Renee.
Yeah, and that's the thing. 9 and 3 is just 3 possessions. It's not, and in basketball, it's just not a lot. So 9 points, he can't get over that hump. He's never overcame the hump, but I'm still excited. I'm telling you, look, the Lakers talking noise.
Yeah, they are. Got a little lead right now. So we got a little pause in the action here for this final of the John Lewis Good Trouble movie, HBCU Takeover, NBA 2K tournament right here. We had 6 teams, folks. We had Virginia State. We had Langston, John C. Smith, Southern Hampton, and also Fayetteville State in this final. We got the 6th seed, Fayetteville State. Go ahead and play it, guys. Let's go. Lock it back up. Continue the game. Fayetteville State, Ahmad Moore playing and representing Fayetteville State, the Broncos, and Chandler Craddock representing those Lions from Langston. We're going to go ahead and play it all the way through, guys. No stopping. You can go ahead and do your thing here, Larry Ridley.
Yeah, we'll keep up with you guys. I'm ready to see what happens. Let's
Absolutely.
see.
Well, we got an 8-point lead here, 41-33. Still teetering there. How about the foe?
That's it. I was about to say, I mean, that he was going to take him with him. It looked like he was going up to throw it down. And that's, if you're a big man, that's the only way you go up. Don't go up soft, get it tossed, throw it down if you can.
You're Jared Allen. You're down only 7, 41-34. Probably haven't played the best.
Build a wall.
Oh, LeBron!
Oh, my goodness.
Bam!
Oh, my goodness.
With the right hand, he's looking at that hand like, look at this. What did I just do here?
As Mark Jackson says, Mama, there goes that man. My goodness.
Hide the women and children.
Sheesh. And the thing about it is the Lakers see, and I was going to say that the Lakers go on these runs in real life too. It's NBA 2K, what, a momentum, right? Isn't that a thing?
NBA 2K momentum, and right now the momentum is all on the side of Ahmad Moore. He's been throwing a lot of alleys in this tournament throughout.
Chandler, you're going to have to turn into a poster at a certain point. You're going to have to contest these dunks. You can't just, we're going to have to get with it. We're going to have to get on it. Build a wall.
Got to show some fight right now. Lakers up by
there
11.
We go.
Largest lead of the game, 45-34. Still a drive there. Oh, he had the layup. He passed it back out to KD.
Okay. I like it, though. He's making sure he gets a good shot. I'll take it.
Did he green it? Oh, KD does not get it to go.
Oh, a case of rimgivitis, as I would call that.
Rimgivitis.
Yeah, halfway down.
I was thinking that's nasty.
Yeah, it is. When you almost made a shot, that is nasty.
That is nasty, yes.
Sorry to interrupt, but how can I move this Twitch thing out the way?
What Twitch thing?
Help the man. What Twitch thing?
The Twitch thing is like in front of my scoreboard, so I can't like see how much time's left. Like,
oh, we got to give updates.
It's there. It's you're 47-34, right? 13-point lead.
No, I'm talking about like I can't see the scoreboard and stuff, so like I don't know how much time I'm like managing with and all that.
Oh, there's. Oh, okay.
So 40.
Can y'all just keep me an update on the time, please?
Oh, listen, Chandler, we got you. Okay.
Right, thank you.
2:54 left. You're down 15.
2:54 left in the third.
Yeah, no, in the second quarter.
So Chandler, I'm gonna tell you this right now. It's go time. So if you was waiting for that moment, it is right now. Okay.
Right, thank you.
It's go time. Okay. You know you got to turn on the turbos. You know what it's like calling the 6-man Angels in the outfield. It's time. You don't want to do that in the fourth.
Yeah, fix your camera so it's on you. But you gotta like this real time, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh yeah, we're live.
Virtual. We're trying to do this thing virtual, and it's been a long day, but we're gonna get to the end here. We got this final NBA 2K, Langston and Fayetteville State.
Yeah, this is a good one though. I mean, and when I say this is a good one, I love how focused both people are. Like, you know, both players, they are locked in. He was like, yo, y'all got to fix my scoreboard. Y'all got me throwing me off my game.
Right. 49-36, down by 13. Largest lead was 15 just moments ago.
And Ahmad is unbothered. He's there just putting his hard hat on and going about his business.
Chandler said, cancel the scoreboard.
Send help. Hey, Chandler, you got to scoot over just a little bit so we can see you.
There you go. There you go.
There we go. We got to get you. You know, people are coming to see you play.
2 minutes left in the third quarter. Still time. You got about 7 minutes, but the run needs to happen now. As he's down by what? Looks like what was that?
Look at that math. Look at the math.
38. I can't. It's hard to see. It's 49.
No, I know. And we should have told people that because we said it before, but it is hard to see with the screens are smaller for us personally.
But here come the Nets.
Okay. KD. There you go. Oh.
To go. Got the rebound. Put back. It's good.
Okay.
So now he's down just what, 9, right? 49-40.
Get it into single digits.
There you go. You got well over 6 minutes to play. You got to stop that freight train. LeBron going with the left hand. He misses it, though, Renee. Back
He
comes
did miss it, but there was some traffic, some bodies in the lane. That's the build a wall I was talking about.
Oh, he needed that three. It could not go. Rebounded by the Lakers.
Yeah, that would have been a
9-point
big
game.
one. That would have been a big one.
Got a little timeout here.
Okay,
I'll take
a little timeout. Yeah, a good
How much
timeout
time
for
I got
this
left?
good trouble takeover. Look,
You got a minute and 2 seconds. So you got a minute here in the third quarter and the entire
thank you.
fourth quarter. Now, no problem. We got you back like Cowherbrack, bro. Here we go. Langston and Fayetteville State. We got Chandler Craddock talking to the broadcasters at the same time he's playing.
this
Yeah,
guy's
back
good.
LeBron James running down the court. Hey, Ridley, what's the score? I don't know, LeBron. You're playing. Look up.
Listen, this is an interactive.
We're a virtual space.
This is awesome. I actually kind of like it. It's like, when this is what I equate it to. When they bring us off the court, we're sweating out of breath. They want to ask us questions on camera. I mean, we have to do it too. So I see what you did. Okay. I see it. And
I like
again, Ahmad is unbothered. He is.
You know why? He's in the lead.
Yes, it is. And you know what? He built the lead. So either way, he's sitting where he got himself.
Ahmad's thinking, he's like, I've got $500 dancing in my head. I got Mama Moore watching me. I got the entire FSU community watching me. I've got to show up and represent.
He came with the shirt on, and everything. Say it with your chest, okay?
Oh, he's a little excited. $500 to the winner, $250 to second place. Not bad. But Chandler, we want to see some fight. You got about 6 minutes to show some fight. Let's go ahead.
It ain't over till it's over.
Got the Brooklyn, what do they call the Donettes or something like that? It's something Nets, something.
I don't know, but they was getting it, okay?
They were. Little two-step action. What were they doing?
Two-step.
Let's go ahead, guys. Long timeout. Five 20-second timeouts. What are we doing here? Let's go. Start the game up.
Listen, this is for the championship for all the marbles. So if they need time, they had it. Now let's get it.
Hey, you had time when you were labbing. You were supposed to put in the time, not live. We're live here as we continue here from Barclays Center, NBA 2K tournament, HBCU Takeover. Larry Ridley. Oh, nice little
Oh my goodness.
And one.
Okay, so let me tell you about this. This was out of a timeout, so you can assume it's a drawn-up play. They just told LeBron, put your head down, go to the basket. Foul and one.
It's going to have to start knocking down some threes, or it's going to have to start on the other side of the floor. There it is, the three. Give me all three of these. Release rotation. We'll give them the result. We're back within 8. Important moments right here for Chandler Craddock.
Yeah, and threes are momentum plays. So you got a 3 to go down. Somebody's feeling good about themselves. Get another one or a layup.
Got another rebound. Euro step, tried to get into the lane. Doesn't get it to go. And an opportunity to get it down to about 6. 8-point game here. Under 20 seconds to play. Lakers, that huge size there.
That was a great job by Chandler. He built the wall. LeBron didn't just to get to go straight to the basket.
Does he hold for the final shot here? Tick, 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 tick. Down by 8, 51-43. What's he going to get?
Let it fly.
Lets it go, does not go. And that will be the end of the third quarter. As we head to the championship quarter, we're going to throw up those fours, Renee. Put them up. Put them up, Renee. The 4. See you. Hey, the Birdman flies in any weather. Fourth quarter action here. HBCU.
They should have never given us a show, boy.
NBA 2K Finals between Langston University, played with being represented by Chandler Craddock, playing with the Nets.
There's a lot of good trouble happening. There's a lot of good trouble, and people need to know why we're here. Read my shirt, okay? Get in some good trouble. Make good trouble. Vote. That's why we're here with these HBCUs. So we're excited. If you notice, we're having fun because this is for a good cause. And vote, people.
Long 3 does not go. 10-point lead, 53-43. Oh, another dunk there by the brow. And we've got more trouble.
Look at him walking. Look, he walking and talking, ain't he? Walk it like I talk it.
It's been a rough go as we got a timeout here. 4:24 to go. Chandler Craddock down by 12, 55-43. Largest lead, I believe, was 15 at one point. He's got about 4 minutes and 24 seconds to make a run. Got to
Yeah.
start on that other end as well. How important is defense here for him, Renee?
Oh, it's everything. You cannot allow LeBron James and Anthony Davis just to keep getting dunks. At this point right now, it's a dunk contest between two players on the same team. You can't you're not going to win that way.
Watch the three. Doesn't get it to go. That would have been crucial there to get it under 10. LeBron James, he's got these little left-handed layups. They go.
Yeah, but it's again full speed, dead ahead. You have to stop it earlier. But I still I can see on Chandler's face right now. There's no giving up. There's still a fight. Keep fighting till the buzzer.
4 minutes to play. Chandler still an opportunity here. You're down 14, 57-43. Watch the long three. Does not get it to go. Thought that was wet. Did not green it.
Oh,
Anthony
man.
Davis.
That's what I'm talking about. It's like the three is starting to fast break on the other end. If it doesn't go in, the Lakers are off to the races.
It's been a baptism at the rim for the Lakers, just dunking it left and right.
That's a good take.
Nice drive. That is
yeah, that's definitely a good take. And that's kind of what we expected to see a lot of. But with that Lakers defense, it's hard. He's not. Kevin Durant has a lot of length, but when there's JaVale McGee and Anthony Davis, LeBron James is difficult.
Absolutely. 13-point lead. Looks like it's 58-45. Under 4 minutes to play.
Look at the defense. Okay.
Can he get some stops? Can he get multiple stops, Renee? That's what we're looking for. Gets a rip.
That's the first one.
Up ahead.
Got to get a bucket here.
It's imperative he gets one. Doesn't get it. Pulls a deep three. Doesn't get that one to go. Rebounded by the Fro. Allen got the rebound.
Hey, but look at the hustle, though.
Yes.
Okay, see, that's all I was asking. This is all I asked both players. Play till the end.
There's the Fro.
There we go. That's all you got to do. I like the fight. Give him an update. How much time?
47. How much time?
We asking like we can't see.
Under three to play. Chandler Craddock, you're down 11, 58-47. Small technical glitch. LeBron James, once again, that's an easy bunny. Getting banking hours here late on the weekend. Renee Montgomery.
Working on the weekend like usual. Okay.
Up by 14, 61-47. If he gets a bucket here, that just might do it. Gets a rip, get it out in front.
There you go.
To KD, the Durantula.
Okay.
Throwing it down with two hands, just like his mama taught him.
Listen, I play till the buzzer. I like that, Chandler.
12-point game here.
Ahmad has been unbothered the whole game. I need to add, Mama Moore has had him rets to roll, okay?
Under 2 minutes to play, Chandler. You need some defensive stops here, back-to-back if preferable. And that's a tough take right there. LeBron James is on fire.
LeBron James and them must have been getting ready for the bubble on NBA 2K. They are clicking on all cylinders.
Well, they're gonna have some video games inside of that Disney bubble, that's for sure.
Yeah, no, the players' lounge. That's gonna be funny though. Maybe tournaments in the players' lounge. Everybody playing with themselves, of course.
Their own team, absolutely. Gets another bucket.
Man, he's having a game. He's having a game.
What has he got? 23? Is that 33 or 23? Nice little dunk there by Kevin Durant. A little too late there. LeBron 33, shooting well over 50%. Oh, that's just disrespect.
Oh my goodness.
JaVale McGee.
I'm telling you, depth matters.
The only one shacked in a fool right now.
Depth matters.
Yeah, it does.
It really does. Because, I mean, honestly, if you look at it, Kyrie and Kevin Durant had a good game, but they just needed more help.
Well, LeBron hit, 33 or 35 now? 19-point lead, 70-51, largest lead of the game so far, Renee. So this lead ballooning at the end of the game. We will have a champion. It will be less than a minute to play, but it will be Ahmad Moore representing Fayetteville State. How about the 6th seed? Renee Montgomery, I can't stress this enough.
Yeah.
Did not have an Xbox, did not have NBA 2K20, did not have Xbox Gold, couldn't even play anyone online. The good folks at HBCU Heroes, Tracy Pennywell and the good folks, George Lynch, working with him, getting him some equipment. And
Yeah.
this is what happens when you can afford these people the opportunity to play. And
I
look,
was just going to say that. It's amazing what happens when everyone has the same level playing field. And so that's exactly what the HBCU Heroes are doing and this HBCU Takeover. That's what it's about. Now he got the Xbox. Now he got the dub. Now he got the bragging rights. Broncos stand up. Ahmad from Fayetteville State University put on for his school.
yes, he
Bragging
did.
rights. I mean, that's to me, bragging rights is everything. So when we're talking HBCUs, there's already a certain level of pride that comes about that. So yeah, I think that both gentlemen met the call, showed up and showed out.
74-53, last seconds right here, and he's going to walk it out. And that will be the ball game.
Yeah.
Ahmad Moore and Fayetteville State coming from the
champ is here.
Hey, and he earned it, folks. He beat the 3. He beat the 2.
Look, yes.
He earned it, got by the 1. So this was no gimme for Ahmad Moore and Fayetteville State, representing the Lakers, play with the Lakers, representing FSU.
Yeah. And
Bravo.
look, y'all didn't see it, but Mama Moore came through, gave him a high five. Bravo is the word to put, but wow, we had a Cinderella. This is what everybody hopes happens in the NCAA tournament. A Cinderella comes in and wins it all. What? Shouts to my guy, Ahmad Moore, FSU Broncos, the HBCU Takeover first annual winner.
First, and you can't call it annual because it's the first one. I mean, my English teacher always taught us that.
I like that. Words matter. The first.
But it is the first, and you can't take that away from him, Renee. How impressed were you with this game today? The bully ball, we saw the rebounding. LeBron James, well over 30 points, over 50% shooting, a lot of putbacks, a lot of dunks. You get dunks and you get layups. You're probably going to win.
Yeah, and so I'm a point guard, so shot selection is everything to me. So as I'm watching the video game, I can't not be a point guard. And I watched Ahmad turn down so many wide open threes, and that takes discipline. And this is a guy that didn't even have an Xbox before this. So again, I can't say enough about this gentleman. He came in focused. I could tell he was ready to play when he showed up. His mom was there making sure his setting was right. He was ready to roll. He showed up and showed out.
He did. And we're going to talk to the young man, Ahmad Moore, here in a second. So congratulations to Ahmad Moore. Fayetteville State University, 6th seed, no Xbox, no 2K, no Xbox Gold. Doesn't matter. He still waltzed through the tournament, the bracket here, and he is crowned the first ever John Lewis Good Trouble movie, HBCU Takeover NBA 2K champ. We'll speak to him coming up after this. Let's take a quick little time out. Here's another message.
And wait, real quick, we want to shout out to Chandler. We want to tell him thank you for participating. Oh, both of them. Okay, good.
Yeah,
all right, great.
We're going to talk to everybody involved, but let's take a quick time out and let's check out this message once again from John Lewis, The Good Trouble movie. We'll come back on the other side with some interviews.
Greetings. My name is Dr. Kevin James, president of Morris Brown College in Atlanta, Georgia, the first and only historically black college in the state of Georgia that actually was founded and funded by African Americans. I want to encourage each and every person at the HBCUs around the world to make good trouble. Go out and vote. Here at Morris Brown College, we stand with Congressman John Lewis in making good trouble. This November, like never before, do what HBCUs have done since the beginning of their existence. Make good trouble. Educate ourselves to be a part of social justice. Go out and make good trouble. Morris Brown College is named for the second bishop of the African Methodist Episcopal Church, Bishop Morris Brown. Like Congressman John Lewis, Bishop Morris Brown stood against oppression and discrimination, and he too made good trouble. We invite you to stand with all HBCUs to make good trouble this November by voting No time for excuses. We ask each and every one of you all to go out and make your voices heard. Make good trouble by voting this November. HBCUs have always been at the center of competition. Either in the classroom, football field, or basketball court, we have always been ready to fight. I am so excited to hear about this year's esports competition. Esports, or electronic sports, is the fastest growing billion-dollar industry in the world. As the president of Morris Brown College, I am excited to announce that Morris Brown College has recently received approval by the Georgia Non-Public Post-Secondary Commission on Education to offer Georgia's first degree program in esports performance. To learn more information about our esports degree program or certificate, please visit our website, morrisbrown.edu.
My philosophy is very simple. When you see something that is not right, not fair, not just, say something, do something, get in trouble, good trouble, necessary trouble.
He was always different than every member of Congress. Everybody knew what he had done. He was John Lewis.
We're marching today to dramatize to the world that hundreds and thousands of Negro citizens denied the right to vote.
Congressman Lewis gave us the blueprint to organize and to legislate.
The reason why he's effective as a leader is because he's lived it.
We made a decision to march in an orderly, peaceful, nonviolent fashion from Selma to Montgomery.
You are ordered to disperse. This march will not continue.
I was hit in the head. My knees went from under me. I thought I was going to down the bridge.
If John Lewis, as a 19, 20-year-old, wasn't doing what he did, I would not be here.
We will march with the spirit of love and with the spirit of dignity that we have shown here today.
The whole time he was in the movement, it was frightening, knowing the danger, knowing what could happen.
You cannot replace a John Lewis.
He's the most courageous person I ever met.
Too many people struggled and died to make it possible for every American to exercise their right to vote.
He challenges the conscience of the Congress.
Bring common sense gun control legislation to the House floor.
40 years later, John Lewis continues to inspire us.
Are you with me? Let me hear you. 3 civil rights workers that were murdered for trying to help people get registered to vote are looking down on us.
This is a time for action. That's what I learned from John Lewis.
There are forces in America today want to take us back, but we're not going back. We're going forward.
All right, guys, welcome back here to the John Lewis Good Trouble movie HBCU Takeover, the NBA 2K tournament. Just came to a conclusion, and we have a winner. And, of course, it is Ahmad Moore representing Fayetteville State University, the 6th seed. Can you believe that? The 6th seed knocks out the 3, the 2, and got by the 1 as well. Ahmad Moore representing Fayetteville State, man. Congratulations, dude. How does it feel to be a champion?
Thank you. And I would also like to give my respect to Chandler. That was a very great game. But I feel good. I feel great because I like everything that HBCU Heroes stand for. I love the fact that they're doing this for us gamers because, us gamers don't really have much to go to or, any type of like organization. So the fact that they're doing this for us, it just means so much. So I just feel great,
Awesome. We talked about this throughout the qualifiers and throughout the games. You didn't have an Xbox. You didn't have NBA 2K20. You didn't have Xbox Gold. All you had was just internet. How were you able to pull this off, man? And how thankful were you that that the good folks at HBC Heroes came through, man, and provided you with some much needed equipment and resources?
Well, I'm extremely thankful. Really, I am, because I was kind of panicking. I was like, oh no, this is something I really wanted to be a part of. Like, cause I love 2K. I've been playing 2K for a very long time. But the thing that pulled it off was, first of all, praying. And then secondly, practice. Because I knew, like, I didn't know who I was going against. And certainly I had some very great opponents. So I just practiced, a lot of practice.
Chandler, let's bring you in, man. You got to that final, man. You beat Melvin in the semifinal. You got to the final, came up a little short against Ahmad. What was your experience like, and what was the issue that you had sort of trying to reel him in that championship game coming up just a little bit short?
First of all, it was a great experience. It was great. Congratulations to Ahmad, the champion. That was a very good matchup. As far as that, like growing up playing sports my whole life and doing certain activities, you just gotta learn how to adjust. You can't whatever is going on, you're gonna face adversity. So you just have to go and play it. It wasn't the outcome I wanted, and obviously I didn't get to play with the true team I wanted to play with. But like I said, you gotta learn how to face adversity. My opponent was very good. I knew I had to adjust, especially not getting to see my shot clock and my score and stuff. So I had to learn how to adjust. But it was a great experience. I'm happy I made it to the championship. I just have to, the next time I get to do this opportunity with either HBCU Heroes or some type of tournament, I hope I just have to become more prepared and more focused.
Yeah, man, we really appreciate your time, man. Tell Kavara Sims, our good buddy out there at Langston, we said hello. Let's bring you in here, Melvin Forrest, representing Hampton. Tell us about your experience with this first ever, the inaugural HBCU Heroes 2K tournament, also in conjunction with Compete Forever as well.
Being a person that really is not familiar with sports games, because all I really grew up playing was like MMORPGs. So coming to an event like this, it's definitely a new experience. But as my professor that brought me into the tournament was like saying, "Hey, I got an opportunity for you. Are you gonna take it?" And so basically, I was like, I wasn't going to turn down an opportunity. So I decided to download the game, practice it, and I'm just glad I made it to the semifinals.
Good stuff there. Tracy, you want to jump in here? Any questions for these very deserving students?
Very deserving. I don't really have as many questions as I do a big, huge thank you, and I really just got to give you all a virtual hug because Larry and Renee, as you know, we just came up with this tournament idea in the last week or so, and we were going to do the John Lewis Good Trouble HBCU Takeover, but we had been talking about doing an HBCU tournament for a while, so we just got into gear and we put a lot on you guys. Like, I know, Chandler, you had to work today. And I mean, here you are facing the championship and you had to go to work. And, Melvin came through with getting the testing done and all the things on July 4th. I mean, Ahmad, me and you've been trying to get all these things together. And it's wonderful that you all really participated in such a great way. You were so gracious. All of the time that you had and that you donated for us to do this. And so now we're happy to present G. Lynch, who is my co-founder in HBCU Heroes, is not here. He is, again, the NBA veteran of us. And you with the WNBA, Renee, you're still playing. But we wanted to make sure that you all knew that, yes, this does come with a cash prize. So the winner is $500. So Ahmad, I got to give you a virtual promise. You're going to get it tonight through Cash App. But
yeah, that's better than a check.
Okay. You're going to have your
cash, homie. Didn't Randy Moss say straight cash?
Yeah.
Straight cash. So on behalf of HBCU Heroes and Compete Forever, so we're giving you $500. The runner-up, which is you, Chandler, you get $250, and then Melvin and the rest of the participants get $100 each. Nice. And again, this is the first of many. We're going to definitely be having you guys come back again. We've got more games scheduled for the future. And again, thank you for being our trailblazers. You guys are trailblazers.
Absolutely. Renee, any final thoughts before we get out of here on a very historic night here?
Listen, I just wanted to tell you guys that it was fun to watch. You know, it was fun to call these games, but it was only fun because of how competitive you guys were and how serious you took it. And I tell people this all the time that if you're going to do something, do it all the way. So Chandler, I saw you throwing fits during the championship game. I love to see it. Ahmad, I saw that you were locked in. Look, I called the games before too, so I saw all three of you guys show that competitive spirit. So it was fun for me to watch, and I'll be back too.
Absolutely. We all hope to be back and very soon, guys. Just want to thank all of the participants here. I want to thank all of our athletes, all of our entertainers, all of our celebrities, all of our influencers. A huge shout out to Don Porter, the director, and Erica Alexander, the producer of the John Lewis Good Trouble movie. Big thank you to HBCU Heroes, the co-founder, our good friend Tracy Pennywell, and George Lynch, the ex-NBA player and NCAA champion with North Carolina in 1993. For everyone that's tuned in, for all of our
sorry,
guests.
I'm sorry for one other thing. We got to say something about Congressman John Lewis in case he's watching, because they said he might be watching tonight.
Of
we
course.
Congressman Lewis, we love you. Thank you for being
Yes,
here.
we do.
You are why we are here. I live in Atlanta, so listen, I get off of the John Lewis Freeway all the time. So listen, you are a part of our everyday life. So I thank you for having me be a part of this takeover.
Absolutely, a trailblazer, fighting for all of our rights, the things that he went through, voting rights, human rights, over 40 arrests, definitely
Badge of honor.
a badge of honor, absolutely, absolutely. And now Congressman, and still doing some great things in the Congress, and of course with this movie that we got a little peek behind the curtain there with the great archival footage and things of that nature by Don Porter and Eric Alexander. For everyone that helped put this together, I'm literally so long from the tri-state area, everyone in Atlanta, Oklahoma, North Carolina, and down south as well, Hampton University and VA. We'll see you next time for the next HBCU Takeover, NBA 2K tournament, and more esports tournaments coming up soon. Have a good night, and we'll see you guys down the road. Thank you for watching.
Thank you, Broncos.
Love it.